只是轻轻挥出一拳，佐助身后的33座大山竟然瞬间夷为平地，连原本还乌云密布的天空瞬间万里无云，威力比半爷的须佐能乎还要恐怖数倍。只因我魂穿火影后，竟获得了一拳超人的体质，随便一拳就能给地球输中分，连鸣人佐助都心甘情愿当我的小弟，称霸忍界只在我一念之间，但我却只想躺平，每天朝9晚5摸鱼打卡，偶尔斗斗雏田小天使。原来我竟然还是奈良鹿丸的亲大哥，由此继承了奈良一族只想躺平的天性，只想随便赚点钱，随便娶一个老婆，过上老婆孩子热炕头的休闲生活，踏入忍者学校。不过短短2月时光，我便轻松问鼎忍校首席的宝座。然而这份突如其来的强大，却引起了鸣人与佐助的浓厚兴趣。自我入学以来，课堂似乎成了摆设，而我的实力却如野草般疯长。于是他们偷偷尾随，潜伏草丛，企图揭开我后山修行的神秘面纱。殊不知他们的小动作早已被藤椅上的慵懒身影洞悉。我心中暗喜，莫非是上天垂怜，赐我2位忠诚的小弟。草丛中，鸣人摸着下巴，满脸疑惑。佐助，你看那家伙躺在椅子上，究竟在搞什么？佐助凝视片刻，迟疑道：“他似乎在钓鱼。不对，鱼漂在动，他却无动于衷。”话音未落，两人瞠目结舌，只因前一刻还在几十米外的，下一刻已如影随形，出现在他们身旁。可我看着两人一脸震撼的样子，却不在意的笑了笑。怎么你们2个也开始逃跑？这要是让伊鲁卡老师抓住，说不定你们又是一顿毒打。闻言，鸣人尴尬地看着我，急忙解释道：“陆海，你的实力那么强，可以教教我们吗？不瞒你说，我和佐助就是好奇你是如何变强，所以偷偷跑出来看看。”而佐助显然还没有从刚才的震惊中缓过神来，在一旁惊疑不定地看着我。可我见状，却双手放在身后，严肃说道：“不行，如何变强，我只交给我的小弟。可是你们俩……”鸣人听到有戏，眼睛顿时一亮，只要变强，他什么都愿意。可佐助听后却直接说道：“我承认你很强，但是收小弟的事情你就别想了，你跟我哥哥宇智波鼬比起来差远。”闻言，我失笑地摇了摇头。也就是说，我展现出来的实力只要超过宇智波鼬，你们就愿意做我的小弟。两人闻言不禁对视一眼，随后重重地点了点头，表示答应。好，鸣人，我就跟佐助练练，你在一旁看着。鸣人清楚自己的实力，对于我的做法很是认同，尤其是看着我，脸上的懒散之色消失不见，取而代之的是一丝从未见过的认真。此时场内佐助和我距离10米，他面色凝重地看着我。可还没到对战的时候，佐助却一下子脸色变了，因为在他看来，我仅仅是随意的站在对面，就让他有一种无从下手的难受感。怎么，我和又跟你带来的感觉不一样吧？我笑着说道。可佐助听后却眼神一冷，沉声道：“你和又根本没有可比性，看招！”然而当佐助一记鞭腿，眼看就要踢到我时，我竟然诡异地消失了，清楚看到我瞬间出现在佐助身后。观战的鸣人下意识地大喊道：“他在你身后！”什么？佐助闻言顿时大惊，随后立刻转身回头。然而就在他转过头的瞬间，只能看到一只拳头在他的眼前急速放大，一股从未有过的死亡威胁瞬间传至全身，但最终我的拳头却稳稳地停在了佐助的眼前，他的头发被拳风整整吹动了5秒钟，才缓缓地停下来。而我则轻轻地敲了下佐助的额头，笑道：“行了，佐助小弟干活了。”话落，佐助一脸呆滞地看着我朝另一方向走去，可一旁的鸣人看着佐助的身后， 却吓得一屁股坐在了地上，两眼之中充满浓浓的不可置信。而佐助半晌回过神来，好奇地顺着鸣人的目光看向身后，这不可能！佐助看着远处33座山体诡异地消失不见，直接懵了。难道是陆海刚才拳风的余威所造成的可怕威力吗？鸣人和佐助下意识地看了对方一眼，证实了彼此的猜想，忍不住艰难地吞了吞口水。这家伙简直强得不像人类。此时两人看着我，再次安逸地躺在躺椅上，巨大的太阳伞将毒辣的太阳光线全部遮挡。等等，好像有哪里不对。两人同时皱起眉头，突然神色大变。太阳两人一脸震惊地望向天空，下一刻两人砰的一声瘫坐在地上，因为刚才明明乌云当顶，一副要下雨的样子，怎么突然就天气晴朗，万里无云了？难道这一刻两人看着我的眼神彻底变了。许久后，他们终于接受了我无比强悍的事实。转眼间，两人就到了我身边，一脸期待地看着我。可我见状，却清了清嗓子，乐呵呵说道：“那么，既然你们都同意了，现在是不是称呼要变一下？”鸣人眼睛一亮，无比上道地说了一声是。陆海老大，而佐助有些难以张口，不过最后还是小声说了句老大。哈哈，不错不错。我听到两人所说，忍不住开心地笑了起来。太有排面了，哪个穿越者能像自己这样，直接把因陀罗和阿修罗转世，全部收成自己的小弟？可下一秒，我却一脸严肃地看向了他们。那既然我是你们的老大，那我就有义务让你们变强。不过关于我的实力问题，切记任何人都不可以透露。我这个人怕麻烦，如果有谁透露出我的实力，我会亲自将他抹杀。感受到我散发出的恐怖杀气，两人惊骇地发现自己竟然连动一下都做不到。直到我恢复懒散的模样，两人这才赶忙小鸡啄米般的点点头。很快1年时间过去，这期间佐助和鸣人饱受我各种折磨，两个人不止一次的怀疑对方是不是要玩死自己才罢休。可日子长了以后，他们才发现搬石头搭炉子不过是技操。最羞耻的是，我每看到两个人训练的愁眉苦脸，便会教他们跳舞，美其名说什么劳逸结合，但我的感觉却跟两人完全相反。吃着两人做的美味烤肉，喝着山间的冰凉清水，饭后看着未来人界最强的两人载歌载舞，这种日子只能用一句话形容：神仙般的生活。然而有人欢喜有人忧，佐助和鸣人的逃课直接让伊鲁卡焦头烂额，而鸣人因为从小就是孤儿，所以伊鲁卡屡试不爽的父母谈话威胁根本没用。至于佐助，那更是无解。尽管伊鲁卡从不参与阶级斗争，但他也知道宇智波一族对外族人似乎有不少的成见。更何况佐助的父亲宇智波富岳是宇智波一族的族长。万般无奈之下，伊鲁卡只得杀鸡儆猴，将几个想要跟风逃课的捣蛋鬼父母叫来，狠狠教育了一顿。这阵逃课风气才算渡人。不过我的长期逃课还是让景野心里乱糟糟的，尤其是亲自看见我那极其安逸的生活。终于有一天，景野再也忍不了。这天中午，艳阳高照，我侧躺在椅子上，对着暴晒在太阳下正在做俯卧撑的鸣人和佐助指挥道：“鸣人，你在做什么？才做了几个就不行了？给我坚持住！不就是放了几块小石头吗？这就不行了？就你这样还要当火影？”鸣人无语地瞄了一眼背后2500斤的石头，无奈地撇嘴：“老大，我们不是你啊，这石头已经够大了好吗？”可我听后却不再理会鸣人，反而又训起了一旁的佐助。1年的时间，我虽然把两个人折腾得够呛，但是他们实力的提升是无需质疑。半年前再次进行小考的时候，两个人的实力明显要比其他学生强悍了不少，而正是因为这样，他们才能咬着牙坚持下来。可看着两人继续锻炼起来，我却又躺在椅子上陷入了沉思。整天跟两个男生在一起，好像也不是很好啊。要是身边再有一个听话的女孩就好了。陆海哥哥，对 对，就是这种娇滴滴的声音就很舒服。随后，我闻到鼻尖传来一股少女的清香，强忍着肩膀传来的一阵舒适感，我费力地睁开眼，一张熟悉的脸庞映入眼帘。听到景野叫自己哥哥，我只感觉头皮发麻，因为这个丫头只有是相求的时候才会这么叫自己。想到这，我赶忙从躺椅上站了起来。怎么了，景野？有什么事情要帮忙的吗？景野闻言，娇滴滴地说道：“陆海哥哥，我在学校待不下去，只要你肯帮我，让我做什么都可以。”我看着少女近在咫尺的俏脸，再加上对方可怜兮兮的语气，无奈的叹口气：“还好吧，不过你在我这里保证要听话，不然没得商量。”放心，我绝对听话。景野开心至极，忍不住一把搂住我，小脑袋在我怀里一个劲的滚来滚去，随后对着我的脸吧唧一口亲了上去。3天后，我如负重担从伊鲁卡的办公室走了出来，没人知道我跟他说了什么。总之，景野就这么莫名其妙的自由，而有了他之后，我的生活好了不止一个档次。不仅2个未来忍界最强的小弟负责烤鱼，还有景野把烤鱼包好后亲手喂给我，自己根本不用动手。虽然我真希望这样的日子一直过下去，但只是很可惜，木叶表面的宁静之下却是暗流涌动。随着距离宇智波灭族之夜时间越来越近，我也罕见的有些头疼起来，因为宇智波一族的叛乱无法阻止，毕竟心存反心的人实在太多。如果这个时候我跳出去选择武力正反，那么我就变成了木叶和宇智波，两方的眼中刺肉中钉。我倒是无所畏惧，但是父母绝对会大大的受到影响。而在灭族之夜这一天，我特意将3人多留了一口，但感觉最残忍的部分已经结束，这才放3人回家。我神色复杂地看着佐助回家的背影，眼中凌厉之色一闪而逝。虽然我无法干预宇智波灭族，但为了自己小弟让宇智波带土和又付出点代价，还是可以的。说罢，我的身影瞬间消失在了夜幕中。
Chapter 017 The Vanishing Uchiha on this moonless night, with the wind howling and the air growing exceptionally cold. The weather seemed to foreshadow the impending doom of the tragic Uchiha clan. Amidst the darkness, Uchiha Bestow, wearing a mask, appeared on a rooftop, his eerie Sharingan coldly surveying the place he once loved. What is there to remember in this sinful world, my Uchiha brethren? Let me personally send you to a pain-free paradise. With murderous intent surging in his eyes, Uchiha Bestow plunged into the Uchiha clan's territory, unleashing a bloody massacre. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, dressed in Umbu attire, approached the Uchiha clan's gate with a face full of killing intent. He reached for his Umbu mask and rushed into the village. Puff, puff, puff. No one could escape Itachi's terrifying power. All fell victim to his blade. Finally, Itachi arrived at his own doorstep. At this moment, his expression turned serious, knowing that his greatest adversary in this massacre was his father, who possessed the Sharingan. A minute later, as Itachi slowly opened the door to his father's study, he was shocked to find his parents, dressed in their pajamas, with their backs turned to him. In that instant, Uchiha Itachi's body trembled violently. I don't want to harm my own son. Standing behind his parents with a bloodied kunai, Fugaku glanced at him and said, "Is that so? It seems you've chosen their side." "Dad, Mom, Uchiha Makoto replied gently, "We understand, Itachi." Fugaku slowly lowered his head, his gaze filled with acceptance. "Go, my child, do your own thing. Since you've made your decision, don't regret it. Sasuke is in your hands. No matter what, you are my pride." Uchiha Makoto smiled sweetly and gently. Tears streamed down Itachi's face as he murmured, "Dad, Mom, wait for me." Puff! A silver flash darted through the air, blood splattering. Uchiha Itachi cast one last glance at his fallen parents before slowly leaving the study. The action had begun. As Itachi stepped out of his home, the streets were littered with the bodies of various clansmen. In that moment, the brutality of the ninja world was starkly evident. Life was treated like a game, carelessly harvested by Bestow. There were no screams, no resistance. It was a one-sided slaughter. Itachi instinctively scanned the surroundings when suddenly his body trembled violently. Not far from him, Uchiha Izumi was cruelly pinned to the wall, a kunai piercing her chest. Izumi, Uchiha Bestow, standing not far from Itachi, looked at him with interest. "You said you would kill everyone except your brother. Am I doing anything wrong?" Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure, his gaze once again filled with unparalleled indifference. Ignoring Obito, he wielded his kunai and moved to kill in another direction. Watching Itachi's increasingly ruthless slaughter, Obito's eyes flashed with deep wariness. Sasuke walked cheerfully into the Uchiha district. The past few years had felt dreamlike for him. Looking back, he couldn't understand why he had inexplicably skipped classes and ended up with a leader around his age. However, he had been very happy during these years. Although Kakashi was strict with him and Naruto, he never forgot to include them in good things. What made Sasuke happiest was that he felt his strength had significantly improved. Enhanced physical fitness meant more chakra in his cells. Today, he unexpectedly discovered that he could already perform the powerful fireball jutsu. Sasuke was excited, thinking about surprising his parents and brother when he got home, and his steps quickened. However, he soon sensed something was off. The village's lights were out much earlier than usual. The Uchiha clan streets were eerily quiet, without even a single dog barking. A strong scent of blood filled the air, and Sasuke's expression changed dramatically as an extremely bad premonition arose in his heart. In the darkness, Uchiha Obito stood on a rooftop, resting his chin in his hand while watching Sasuke run home, unable to help but exclaim, "What a poor little boy. Itachi is really cold-blooded." Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him, enveloping his entire being with a strong sense of crisis. Uchiha Obito instinctively turned to look behind him, shouting, "Who there? Show yourself." Boom! An incredibly terrifying aura surged forth from the darkness, and the sudden impact nearly knocked Uchiha Obito off balance. He stared at the figure emerging from the shadows with the utmost seriousness, and the next moment, when he saw the person's face, he was utterly stunned. Author's heartfelt message, readers must read. The author's mood has been extremely complex these past few days, and I've thought a lot about it. Perhaps it's just that I'm really not good enough. Maybe I truly don't understand what each of you likes. Every time I start a new book, I feel conflicted. Today is the third day of this book, and I haven't had a good night's sleep in 3 whole days. In fact, I've been getting less than 4 hours of sleep each day. I've tried my best. I've written 4 chapters and even 6 chapters before, but the results don't seem to be good. Saying all this might interrupt your reading, but I must say, I don't know how much longer this book can hold on. The pressure of writing on Feilu is just too great. A book that doesn't perform well could leave you with nothing after a month. I'm not playing around. I'm writing for money because I'm really poor. I have old books and new ones because the income from my old books is only enough for food. To pay the mortgage, I need new books, and all I can do is keep updating the old ones and writing more new ones. For those who say writing isn't for money, that they write for love, I can only say, but I don't know what's happened. The data has been declining day by day, and today, with 14,000 readers, I gained less than 200 flowers in a day. The comments are few, and even when I ask for comments to get more updates, it doesn't help. I've genuinely put my heart into this, and I will revise if you're not satisfied. I've looked at every issue you raised and responded one by one. However, the feeling of isolation has returned. To be honest, this feeling is too painful. I've been writing on Feilu for half a year, and I've been struggling for half a year. Every time I face a setback, it feels like torture, and I still remember the feeling of a book being discontinued. In the past, I used to look forward to a break. Now, sigh. You don't know how it feels to wake up early every day or feel exhausted from writing, full of hope as I open the back end, only to find the data completely stagnant. That feeling is something you may not understand, but it truly hurts. So, I've specially opened a single chapter, asking for a few flowers, a review ticket, and at the beginning of the month, I'm asking for some monthly tickets. Even if it's just a single flower. A review ticket. A monthly ticket. It's a great support for the author. Also, I really want to see everyone talking in the comment section, showing some support. I've been really tired lately. You don't know that while it sounds easy to say I update every day, it's really difficult when I actually start writing. Lastly, just to reiterate, even a flower, a review ticket, or a monthly ticket would be appreciated. If you haven't yet, could you please leave a comment for the author? If everyone doesn't support the author, I might really find it hard to keep going. Your support is the author's eternal motivation. All right, finally, I wish everyone in the new year to have their wishes come true. A happy family, harmony and happiness, good health, and everything goes smoothly. Let's encourage each other as fans of Naruto. In the new year, let's work hard together. The author will write for a few more days to see how things go. If there is no improvement, I can only say, we'll meet again in the rivers and lakes. Sincerely, the hardworking author. Chapter 018, Beating Uchiha Obito. Seeking Flowers. Uchiha Obito's eerie Sharingan narrowed slightly. When he saw that the terrifying aura came from a child who was barely taller than his chest, he was completely stunned. What is going on? Is this an illusion? Uchiha Obito instinctively looked around but found no one else, and he curiously gazed at the other party. It was a handsome, youthful face. Although still young, Luyu gave Uchiha Obito a very different feeling. What shocked Uchiha Obito the most were Luyu's eyes. The moment he looked into Luyu's eyes, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, a chill penetrating to his very core. Luyu looked at Uchiha Obito coldly, and suddenly his eyes flashed with brilliance, disappearing in an instant. Behind you. Obito instinctively turned his head, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock as he saw a fist rapidly enlarging in his vision. Boom! At the critical moment, Uchiha Obito used his intangibility skill, and Luyu's right fist directly passed through his body. Humph, little brat. With your Uchiha Obito turned to look at Luyu, ready to say something pretentious. But the scene before him left him speechless, unable to finish his sentence. Not far away was a massive pit several meters deep, with houses and trees within a radius of hundreds of meters having vanished without a trace. Not only that, but as Uchiha Obito looked at the full moon in the sky, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Where are the dark clouds? Does this kid's punch have such terrifying power? It can even disperse clouds? This is too absurd. In an instant, Uchiha Obito was drenched in cold sweat. His clothes almost instantly soaked through. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. If he had been even a fraction of a second late in using intangibility just now, he would have been reduced to nothing. Luyu turned to look at Uchiha Obito and said coldly, "Very good eye power, but if you think this is enough to make you feel safe, you are gravely mistaken." In the next moment, an astonishing image reflected in Uchiha Obito's pupils. Luyu across from him formed hand seals with both hands, and then, with a loud bang, Luyu's chakra suddenly surged, shooting up to several meters in height. The immense chakra erupted suddenly, causing the houses under their feet to be reduced to rubble. A dangerously intense feeling emanated from Luyu. The next moment, Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed as he looked down in horror, seeing countless shadows rushing towards him in erratic trajectories. This little brat. So the main purpose of that previous strike was to disperse the dark clouds with the wind from his punch and use the moon to create shadows? So, this little brat is from the Nara clan? Since when did the Nara clan produce someone whose taijutsu is even more twisted than that guy Might Guy? And that Nara Shikaku guy, doesn't he even control as many shadows as you do at this age, right? Controlling hundreds of shadows at once is a bit excessive. ISNT it? Uchiha Obito couldn't help but mentally complain. He certainly knew how terrifying the shadow imitation technique was and instinctively jumped backward, trying to evade the incoming shadows. However, all of Uchiha Obito's attention was drawn to the shadows, and just as he jumped, Luyu suddenly appeared next to him, landing a solid punch to his face. Luyu's appearance was too sudden, and the speed of the punch was so fast that Obito only barely reacted after being hit. Bang! Uchiha Obito was sent flying like a cannonball, spinning in the air for several rotations and crashing into over a dozen houses before finally coming to a stop. This was also because Luyu had held back. Otherwise, Uchiha Obito would have already gone to meet Rin. After a long time, as the dust settled, Uchiha Obito's figure emerged. At this moment, he looked utterly miserable, covered in blood, staring in terror at Luyu in the distance. Terrifying, too terrifying. Uchiha Obito stared at Luyu as if he were a monster. And then he was horrified to realize he had fallen victim to the shadow imitation technique, and it was too late to struggle. Seeing the cruel smile at the corner of Luyu's mouth, Uchiha Obito felt his scalp go numb. At that moment, he was somewhat afraid, experiencing for the first time what it meant to feel fear from the depths of his soul. Luyu quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Shadow stitching." Suddenly, countless shadows appeared on the ground, launching a dense barrage of attacks at Obito. Damn it! Obito could only watch helplessly as numerous sharp shadows lunged at him. To avoid injury, he had no choice but to use intangibility at the first opportunity. 5 minutes later, Obito looked despairingly at the shadows stabbing towards him. At this point, he had reached his limit. The maximum duration for continuous intangibility was 5 minutes. Seeing a shadow pierce through Obito's arm, Luyu immediately ordered the other shadows to pause their attack. Then, Uchiha Obito looked at Luyu, who had a meaningful cold smile on his face, and couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 19, this strike, is because you broke the table leg. Luyu looked at Uchiha Obito, who had reached his limit, and directly released the shadow imitation technique. At this moment, Uchiha Obito couldn't even think about running away. he might struggle just to get up. Luyu lightly kicked aside some rubble, bent down, and picked up a long watermelon knife. Then Luyu dragged the long watermelon knife, step by step, towards Uchiha Obito, the sound of his shoes against the ground echoing with heavy thuds. In the raging wind of the night, those heavy footsteps felt like they were stomping on a heart, creating a suffocating and oppressive feeling that made Uchiha Obito extremely uncomfortable, even making it hard for him to breathe. At that moment, Uchiha Obito could clearly hear his own heartbeat and heavy breathing. As he watched Luyu approach him step by step, Uchiha Obito felt his heart sink to the bottom. 10 meters, 8 meters, 1 meter, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, thinking, am I really going to die here? After all, I am just this level. Lin, I've come to see you. Luyu reached Uchiha Obito and looked at his expression, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Want to die? Don't be so naive. I can't even be bothered to expose who you are. I just want to tell you this strike is because you invaded Konoha and harmed the 4th Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. Bang! Luyu swung the watermelon knife and slammed the blade hard into Uchiha Obito's face. This strike sent Uchiha Obito flying, crashing heavily against a wall 10 meters away before slowly sliding down. Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Obito spat out blood, clearly injured badly. This strike is because you made Naruto lose his parents since he was a child. Bang! Luyu didn't give him a moment to recover in Uchiha Obito's desperate gaze. The blade struck his face again. This strike is because you recklessly unleashed the Nine Tails, causing countless people to die tragically. Bang! This strike is because you wantonly slaughtered Sasuke's clansmen. Bang! This strike. Bang! 3 minutes later, Luyu looked at the barely breathing Obito, frowning, seemingly contemplating an excuse to continue beating him. Suddenly, Luyu noticed that there was a broken table leg under Obito. He glared at Obito and said fiercely, this strike is because you broke the table leg. Uchiha Obito instinctively glanced at the broken table leg beneath him, looking confused, and couldn't help but retort, this table leg, technically you broke it, right? Stop the nonsense, take this. Bang! This time, Obito was sent flying high into the air, spinning over 10 times, losing several teeth, and after a few seconds, he crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he passed out. Luyu casually tossed the watermelon knife aside, murmuring, you killed Naruto's parents, slaughtered my little brother Sasuke's clan. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some use, could you have lived to this point? Then, Luyu walked over to Obito, grabbed one of his legs, and dragged him like a dead dog towards Sasuke's home. Meanwhile, Sasuke was filled with fear as he looked around. It was terrifying outside, too terrifying, with the bodies of his clansmen everywhere. Trembling, Sasuke returned home, and as soon as he entered, a strong smell of blood hit his nose. No, it can't be. Dad is the clan leader. It can't be. It must not be possible. Sasuke tried hard to convince himself while gathering the courage to walk towards the room. The short distance of 3 meters from the yard to the room took Sasuke a full minute to traverse. Looking at the familiar door, Sasuke swallowed hard, trembling hands slowly pulling the door open. As the door opened, Sasuke was so frightened by the scene before him that he sat down on the ground. In that moment, all his fantasies shattered. Before him lay the bodies of his parents intertwined, the dark purple blood on the ground indicating that they had been dead for quite some time. No, it can't be. Dad, Mom, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Sasuke rushed to the bodies of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, crying out in agony, unable to believe what was happening before him. He held the two bodies and cried for a full 10 minutes, suddenly stopping, wiping the tears from his eyes, and looking around in confusion. Where's my brother? Not seeing his brother's body. Does that mean he is still alive? Just then, a tall shadow appeared at the door. Sasuke instinctively took a step back, and when he recognized that it was his brother Itachi, his emotions erupted uncontrollably. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out, Brother, Dad, Mom, and so many clansmen are dead, all killed. Uchiha Itachi looked at Sasuke with a cold expression, saying, I know. You know? Sasuke was taken aback, looking at the calm Uchiha Itachi, feeling an ominous premonition arise in his heart. Because I killed them all. Chapter 020. What does it feel like to bully the weak? What? Hearing Itachi Uchiha's words, Sasuke's tears instantly stopped, and he looked at him in shock. His pupils sharply constricting, his mind spinning, feeling as if the world was turning upside down. With a thud, he sat down on the ground. Sasuke looked at his familiar brother in front of him, his mind gradually becoming dull, mumbling repeatedly, No, impossible. How could you kill Mom and Dad? You're lying. Lying? Hee hee. Itachi Uchiha's eerie Sharingan lit up, coldly staring at Sasuke. Next, Itachi forced Sasuke to witness the scenes of what had happened before through his Sharingan. In the images, Itachi ruthlessly wielded his kunai, and one familiar figure after another fell. Finally, Itachi burst into the house, the kunai mercilessly carving a white trajectory, and then their parents fell in a pool of blood. Sasuke's pupils widened, gritting his teeth as he watched the scenes unfold, transitioning from fear to immense anger. Endless rage expelled all feelings of fear. At this moment, Sasuke was no longer afraid. He wanted to kill the man in front of him. Itachi sensed the sharp killing intent emanating from Sasuke, his heart twitching slightly. Sasuke stared intently at Itachi, screaming in despair. Why? Why is this happening? Why did you kill our clan, kill our parents? Why? Itachi looked cruelly at Sasuke and said calmly, Sasuke, you might not understand our family well. Do you know the history of the Uchiha clan? What history? Our Uchiha clan is known as an evil clan, which is actually related to our eyes. Itachi pointed to his Sharingan. The power of this eye far exceeds your imagination. To awaken the legendary Manjiki Sharingan, one must kill their closest person. I merely did what was necessary. Sasuke staggered back 2 steps, shocked by Itachi's cruel words, unable to believe that the person saying such things was his brother, who usually loved him the most. After thinking for a moment, Sasuke looked at Itachi with reluctance. Then why didn't you kill me? You have no value to be killed. You are too weak. Why are you so weak? Because your hatred is not deep enough. My foolish little brother, if you want to kill me, then hate me, resent me, and live on in a pathetic way just to survive. Then, when you come to me with the same eyes as mine, only then will your existence have meaning. Itachi raised his hand and tapped Sasuke's forehead, chuckling lightly. Just as he was about to leave, an unexpected change occurred. Sasuke's black pupils suddenly emitted an eerie blood-red light, and in the face of endless anger, Sasuke awakened his double Tomo Sharingan. Bastard, I will kill you, Sasuke roared, instinctively pulling out shurikens and kunai from behind and accurately throwing them at Itachi. Itachi sensed the sound of wind behind him and instinctively dodged to the side. Bang, bang, bang. However, Itachi was caught off guard. After he dodged, the kunai and shurikens collided, altering their trajectories, and some shurikens continued to chase after him. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly as he casually picked up his kunai and easily blocked Sasuke's attacks. Very good throwing skills, but before Itachi could finish his sentence, a low shout came. Fire release. Great fireball technique. What? Sasuke can actually use ninjutsu? Where did he get so much chakra? Itachi looked on in shock as a fireball with a diameter of over a meter shot toward him. At the critical moment, he broke through the door, barely avoiding Sasuke's ninjutsu attack. This kid has some skills. Itachi couldn't help but feel a bit impressed. Then, as if foreseeing the future, he turned around and blocked Sasuke's whip kick with his right hand. Next, Itachi moved with overwhelming speed, dodging Sasuke's punch and hitting Sasuke with a palm strike that sent him flying. This palm strike was truly merciless. Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, his consciousness beginning to blur. The next moment, Sasuke crashed heavily to the ground, sliding over 10 meters before coming to a stop. Sasuke looked at Itachi with blurry eyes, using his last bit of strength to mumble, I will definitely kill you, Itachi Uchiha. Then, Sasuke's head tilted, and he completely fell unconscious. Itachi looked at Sasuke lying on the ground in the distance, a storm of emotions rising in his heart. He never expected that the now 7-year-old Sasuke was already this strong. If it weren't for his overwhelming strength, it would have been quite troublesome to deal with him. Itachi's feelings became extremely complicated for a moment, ultimately turning into a meaningful sigh as he prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a vast killing intent enveloped him completely. A killing intent so tangible that Itachi found himself unable to move for a moment. In the darkness, a voice devoid of emotion suddenly echoed. Itachi Uchiha, what does it feel like to bully the weak? Chapter 021. Susanoo seeking flowers. Seeking collections. Who's coming? Is there really such a terrifying strongman hidden in Konoha? When the opponent's momentum slightly relaxed, Itachi Uchiha instinctively blocked in front of Sasuke, thinking it was Danzo's people sent to silence them. Itachi's action softened Riku's gaze a bit. No matter how much Itachi wronged his clan, his parents, or his lover, he absolutely did not wrong Sasuke. After all, everything he did was for Sasuke. For this guy, Sasuke is more important than the entire village. However, Riku didn't care about that. He only knew that Sasuke was innocent. No matter what you others do, the one who ultimately gets hurt is Sasuke. This sudden clan extermination incident will severely distort Sasuke's psyche. To put it bluntly, it is the incompetence of the Uchiha clan that led to everything in front of them. If the clan leader had been Madara Uchiha, it would have been Danzo who was exterminated. In the end, mediocrity is the root of all evil. What Riku cares about is that his little brother Sasuke has been wronged, frightened, and just got beaten up. He knows how his little brother can become stronger. What does it mean for you to scare him like this? Madara Uchiha became so strong through repeated real battles. What s with you scaring people with illusions as soon as you arrive? Isn't that just messing around? Turning Sasuke into a power-worshipping second pillar. What benefit does that bring you? At this moment, Itachi Uchiha, aided by the moonlight, finally saw the appearance of a newcomer and couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it you? Isn't this Sasuke, as classmate? The eldest son of Nara Shikaku. Seems to be called Nara Riku, right? How did this guy come here? Who was that amazing presence just now? Could be this kid?" As Itachi's mind raced, he subconsciously scrutinized Riku. The next moment, Itachi's pupils fiercely contracted as he was shocked to see the man who claimed to be Madara Uchiha lying on the ground like a dead dog. In the moonlight, Itachi could vaguely see that this so-called Madara Uchiha was beaten to a pulp. His mask was long gone, revealing a bruised face that was completely unrecognizable. Who did this? Who on earth could beat this guy like this? Itachi instinctively glanced around and, upon discovering there was no one else, had no choice but to focus his gaze on Riku. Riku, on the opposite side, grew angrier as he thought, his momentum soaring as he stared at Itachi and smiled. Itachi Uchiha, right? Very good, you did great. Riku's laughter revealed a fierce killing intent as he fixed his gaze on Itachi, a dangerous glint flashing in his right eye. Itachi was shocked to discover that this kid, about the same size as Sasuke, exuded immense killing intent, sending chills down his spine and stiffening his body. At that moment, Itachi didn't have time to think about why Riku brought him such immense pressure and instinctively activated his Sharingan. However, just as Itachi's Sharingan was activated, he was horrified to find Riku's figure had vanished without a trace. The next moment, Riku suddenly appeared beside Itachi. Whoosh! A kunai pierced into Itachi's shoulder. Hiss! Itachi let out a muffled grunt, gritting his teeth. Bang! Riku kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying backwards, crashing through several buildings before finally coming to a stop. When the dust settled, Itachi's figure was revealed. At this moment, Itachi was curled up in a ball, beads of sweat falling from his forehead, as horrific pain continued to assault his pain receptors. Like to think too highly of yourself, like to push Sasuke too hard. I just want to ask, what gives you the right to decide Sasuke's future? Huh? No strength and no speed with your current state. Do you even qualify to be a brother? Riku instantly appeared in front of Itachi, looking at the twitching and trembling Uchiha with indifference. Although, I will definitely let you live. The irreparable damage you've caused to my little brother's psyche means I must teach you a lesson. After being scolded and beaten by Riku, Itachi was completely thrown off balance. Taking advantage of the slight easing of his injuries, he desperately concentrated all his chakra into his Sharingan. Then let me show you whether I have the qualifications to be Sasuke's brother. Itachi stubbornly lifted his head, the eerie three-tomo spinning wildly, instantly connecting together. A terrifying and immense aura rose from Itachi's body. Susanoo. Chapter 022. The miserable Uchiha twins boom. The crimson flames, as red as blood, surged out of Itachi's body like a tidal wave, seemingly endless. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying fire completely enveloped Uchiha Itachi and lifted him into the air. It then formed a silhouette resembling a giant holding up the sky. First came the bones, then the flesh, and finally it was covered by massive armor, transforming into a gigantic armored giant. Having personally killed his entire clan, Uchiha Itachi's emotions were already unstable. With Liu Yu's provocation, his potential was completely unleashed. In the next moment, a giant more than 10 meters tall, clad in armor, appeared before Liu Yu. The already short Liu Yu appeared, even smaller next to the Susanoo. As soon as the Susanoo appeared, an overwhelming aura of terror spread uncontrollably around. This terrifying presence left many powerful figures who were following the clan extermination war secretly shocked. In the root base, Danzo sat at his desk, calmly drinking tea, when suddenly a wave of terrifying energy approached, causing his expression to change dramatically. Could this power be? Danzo silently sensed the source of the terrifying aura and soon revealed a smug smile. So this aura comes from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku. I wonder if you like the gift I've prepared for you. It must be interesting to face your own son as an opponent. Danzo felt elated. In his view, it should be a duel between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku. This was a game that Konoha could profit from regardless of the outcome. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt the terrifying aura and stood uncertainly on the rooftop of the Hokage's office, straining to see in the direction of the Uchiha clan. Muttering to himself, "It seems that things are not going smoothly." Buzz. The Susanoo enveloping Uchiha Itachi had its eyes glimmer, with crimson light flickering in its armor. Uchiha Itachi, looking confident of victory, coldly stared at Luyu. "Do you see this? Kid, this is my true power." Luyu looked up at the towering Susanoo, and hearing Itachi's words, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Just a turtle's ninjutsu. What is there to be proud of? Oh, kid, you may be small, but your words are quite big. I want to see how you will break my technique." A frog at the bottom of the well. With that, Luyu suddenly squatted down, drawing on the power of the earth. Boom! An astonishing scene appeared before Uchiha Itachi. As Luyu crouched down to gather strength, the ground could not bear the weight, and the land within 100 meters directly cracked, with many houses beginning to collapse. Then, Luyu's figure shot forward like a meteor, vanishing in an instant. Buzz! In midair, a figure suddenly appeared from the void, attacking Uchiha Itachi's back from an incredibly tricky angle, moving faster than lightning, leaving no room for defense. Bang! The next moment, Luyu threw a punch, heavy as a mountain, directly hitting the face of the Susanoo, colliding with the red armor. The result was that the red armor shattered inch by inch, its brilliance dimming, directly turning into nothingness. Uchiha Itachi's eyes nearly bulged out. This scene felt like a nightmare, leaving him pale with fear. How could someone use sheer physical might to obliterate the Susanoo with a single punch? Was this even human? Then, Uchiha Itachi was struck by the terrifying force of the punch, plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! Uchiha Itachi was sent flying over 100 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. Amidst the rising dust, Luyu walked towards Uchiha Itachi at a leisurely pace, each step echoing like a heavy hammer pounding on Itachi's chest. In the ruins, Uchiha Itachi struggled to sit up, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering severe internal injuries. This terrifying opponent seemed to have displaced his organs, and at least 7 or 8 of his ribs were broken. Uchiha Itachi felt as if his body was splitting apart, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he had already lost his ability to fight. Despairing, he looked at Luyu approaching him, closing his eyes to await death. You want to die too? Dream on. Bang, bang, bang. 5 minutes later, Luyu dragged Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Bestow out of Konoha like dead dogs. The ninjas they encountered were knocked unconscious by Luyu's overwhelming aura. And if they were from the root, Luyu simply made them evaporate from existence. Thus, 10 minutes later, Luyu dragged the 2 battered Uchiha twins to the outskirts of Konoha. Then, the 2 powerful Uchiha twins were thrown into the distance by Luyu as if they were garbage. The moment they were thrown, Luyu woke them up with a strange technique. As the 2 soared through the air, an undeniable voice echoed in their ears. "Don't let me see you again within 5 years. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Chapter 023. Special treatment for male health-seeking flowers. Seeking to throw the 2 disgraceful members of the Uchiha clan out of the village, Luyu's gaze flickered uncertainly. After some thought, he decided to return to the village. At the root, Danzo felt the terrifying aura dissipate and, in a good mood, could not help but open a bottle of wine for a small drink. Always dark and scheming, Danzo's usually sinister and twisted face rarely revealed a smile, as if he had finally lifted a heavy burden. Finally, that terrifying Uchiha clan was annihilated. In recent years, the Uchiha clan's power had grown increasingly strong, especially with the presence of the strongest Jinjutsu, Kodoemitsukami, wielded by Uchiha Shursui, the limitless potential of Uchiha Itachi, and the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Fugaku. The existence of these 3 elevated the Uchiha clan's strength by more than one level. If these 3 were to rebel together, even concentrating the full strength of the village would only result in a 50-50 chance of victory or defeat. In such a difficult situation, Danzo managed to resolve the 3 without a single casualty through his step-by-step schemes. At this moment, Danzo was immensely proud. What a Manjiki! What a Kodoemitsukami! In the end, it all benefited him. Danzo smugly thought that even the first and second Hokage would not have handled the situation better than he did. After all, he had dealt with 3 super combatants without wasting a single soldier, resolving the greatest instability factor in Konoha. From now on, Konoha would have no more worries, and next, Danzo was 90 confident he could seize the position of Hokage. Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't help but laugh. Ha, Hiruzen, the Hokage position will eventually be mine. Your inaction and foolish kindness will be your greatest weakness. At that moment, a cold voice came from the darkness. That is still 1,000 times better than your cold-blooded and calculating nature. Hearing this, Danzo's expression changed drastically, and he looked at the shadow in the darkness as if facing a great enemy. Who was this person? This was his base. Yet the other party could silently approach him. What about his subordinates? Kill this bastard. Danzo shouted several times, but no one responded. The next moment, a spherical object suddenly appeared in front of Danzo. Instinctively, he looked over, and then a blinding light suddenly erupted, dazzling to the extreme, causing Danzo to go completely blind for a short time. In an instant, Danzo realized something was wrong. However, it was all too late. The next moment, Luyu flashed to Danzo's front, his right fist sweeping in, striking his temple. This punch sent Danzo flying backward, heavily embedding him into the nearby wall. At that moment, it felt as though someone was banging drums in Danzo's head. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted without saying a word. Luyu pulled Danzo out of the wall with one hand and casually covered his head with Danzo's own clothing. Then, Luyu grabbed Danzo by the ankle and dragged him outside like a dead dog. Half an hour later, Luyu stripped Danzo completely and kicked him into the women's restroom. After doing all this, Luyu let out a long breath. After beating up a few culprits, he felt much better. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to leave these people for Naruto and Sasuke to practice on in the future, according to Luyu's temperament, the three of them would have died dozens of times already. As a seasoned slacker, he either didn't take action, or if he did, he had to eliminate the root of the problem. However, for the sake of his little brothers, Luyu felt that occasionally violating his principles was acceptable. To put it another way, even if these people really made him unable to endure it in the future, it wouldn't be a big deal to deal with them then. Luyu glanced worriedly in Sasuke's direction, sighed helplessly, and walked back home. Upon returning home, Luyu looked at his parents and Shikamaru, who he had knocked out, and quietly placed them on the bed, covering them with a blanket. After finishing all this, Luyu stretched lazily and fell asleep in a daze. A long night passed, and the next morning, when Danzo woke up to find himself naked in the women's restroom, he was nearly furious enough to grind his teeth. Looking at the slowly rising sun, Danzo scratched his head in annoyance. If he had woken up an hour earlier, everyone would still be asleep, and he could have just run back. Now at this time, it was a bit troublesome. Just as Danzo was feeling conflicted, a delicate woman's voice came from outside. Danzo's face changed immediately, and countless plans raced through his mind. Finally, gritting his teeth, he quickly ran out of the women's restroom, leaping over the roof amidst the surprised exclamations of several women. Villagers watched as Danzo, completely naked, quickly left the roof, shaking their heads in disbelief. Such a small bird, still peeping. He must have some hidden issues. Oh, how pitiful. Brother, wait. I have a special tonic for male health. TSK. He runs pretty fast, a ninja sneaking into the women's restroom in the middle of the night. There really are all kinds of people these days. Half an hour later, news spread throughout Konoha about a middle-aged perverted ninja secretly visiting the women's restroom. People lamented the decline of morality and the changing times when they quickly received another chilling piece of news. The Uchiha clan, renowned alongside the Senju clan and hailed for its countless geniuses, had overnight become history. And the culprit behind all this was actually Uchiha Itachi. From that moment on, the higher-ups of Konoha immediately classified Uchiha Itachi as an S-rank rogue ninja with the highest level of danger. The news of Uchiha Itachi single-handedly destroying the Uchiha clan spread rapidly, and within a very short time, this news reached the entire ninja world. Within the Uchiha clan, countless ninjas were cleaning up the scene, and when the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived and looked at the horrifying scene before him, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Chapter 024. Trembling Danzo Requesting Flowers. If it was already expected by Sarutobi Hiruzen that the streets would be filled with the corpses of the Uchiha clan, then the traces left by the battle at Ryu would truly astonish him. The experienced Sarutobi Hiruzen concentrated on various battle signs and deduced that an unparalleled battle had taken place here last night. As he arrived at the location where Ryu had gathered strength to jump, he looked at the large pit in front of him and the cracks extending hundreds of meters around it, unable to suppress a twitch of his mouth. What kind of power could create such a terrifying scene with a single step? Was this person a monster? Looking at the various ruins of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded that this must have been a one-sided crushing battle. He instinctively touched his chin's beard and began to think. First, this person was definitely not Uchiha Fugaku, as Fugaku's fatal wound came from his back. Sarutobi Hiruzen deduced that the opponent must not have wanted to harm his son, and thus went to his death calmly. Secondly, this person could not have been Itachi, because although Uchiha Itachi's abilities used last night were terrifying, the kind of frightening aura disappeared in just a few seconds. Clearly, these horrific battle traces were left when the opponent killed Itachi in an instant. So, who exactly was this opponent with terrifying power? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on just thinking about it. He had just cleared one tumor from Konoha, and now another more terrifying figure had emerged. The key point was that he couldn't discern whether this person was friend or foe. Was Konoha doomed to be destroyed by his own hands? At the same time, Danzo quietly returned to his base through a secret door, hastily found a change of clothes, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, he had left himself a secret door. Otherwise, today would have been a huge embarrassment. After getting dressed, Danzo quickly returned to his office. When he saw the human-shaped dent in the wall, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth fiercely. Feeling somewhat annoyed, Danzo sat down at his desk and casually picked up the latest report on the Uchiha clan situation collected by his members, along with pictures from the scene, and immediately furrowed his brows tightly. After all, Danzo was considered an old-timer. When he saw the wound on Uchiha Fugaku's back, his expression changed dramatically, and he broke out in a cold sweat. So, does this mean that Uchiha Itachi's opponent last night was not Fugaku, but Danzo recalled the terrifying aura and flawless attacks of the opponent from last night, and felt his scalp tingle with fear, trembling uncontrollably. After all, that person had been able to sneak into his base once, and could do so 2 or 3 more times. This time, it was the women's bathroom. What would be next time? If the opponent decided to stop playing, would they kill him? After a long time, Danzo sighed helplessly. Being targeted by such a strong individual is not a good thing. It seems I need to keep a low profile for a while. In contrast to the adults' concerns about the extermination of the Uchiha clan, the children were more worried about their companion. Early in the morning, Ryu and Shikamaru bought some fruits and walked into the Konoha hospital. Along the way, they encountered Ino, Choji, Naruto, and others. The group of children were all in a particularly low mood today. They exchanged silent glances and quietly entered Sasuke's hospital room. Be quiet, you guys. The patient is extremely emotionally unstable right now. Don't say anything that might provoke him. The few of them nodded silently, looking from a distance at Sasuke, who had a dazed expression, not knowing what to say. A few minutes later, feeling heavy-hearted, they planned to leave. At that moment, a doctor walked out of the ward and looked at the kids, asking, "Who is Nara Ryu?" The patient wants to see him. Ryu nodded to the doctor. "I am Nara Ryu." "Okay, the patient is emotionally unstable, so please don't bring up any overly stimulating topics." "Understood." Ryu pushed open the door to the room, and an uncomfortable smell of medicine wafted into his nose. He looked at the dimly lit room, frowned, and walked to the window, pulling the curtains open. Bright sunlight flooded in, making the entire ward feel much brighter. Sasuke squinted his eyes, enjoying the sunlight, and unconsciously recalled the happy times of the past few years. He stared directly at Ryu and sincerely said, "Boss, thank you for everything over the years. Don't say such silly things. Just enjoy this rare time of rest. I've decided that once you are discharged, I will put you through special training." After saying this, Ryu gently patted Sasuke's shoulder and looked at him seriously. "Don't keep me waiting too long." With that, Ryu turned and left. Sasuke watched Ryu's back until he disappeared, then turned his head to bask in the sunlight. Is the boss telling me to quickly step out of the shadows and enjoy the sunshine? Thinking of this, Sasuke's eyes suddenly brightened a lot. Some things were all left unspoken. By the lake, Ino looked at Ryu, who was unexpectedly sitting in a lounge chair instead of lying comfortably as before. Ryu was leaning forward, holding a fishing rod, the bobber bobbing up and down as a fish tugged at it, yet he remained unmoved. At this moment, Ryu was pondering a question. Perhaps, is time for me to make some changes? Chapter 025. The eve of graduation, seeking flowers, seeking collections. Before this, Luyu just wanted to be an ultimate lazy fish. After all, nothing could trouble him. Whether it's Danzo, Obito, or Uchiha if they dared to show up, it would just be a matter of one punch. However, after the Uchiha clan was annihilated, Luyu's thoughts changed a bit. While Luyu was daydreaming by the lakeside, Naruto came to his side with a serious expression and said earnestly, "Boss Luyu, I've completed the training targets you set for me. And next." Naruto's words interrupted Luyu's train of thought. Coming back to his senses, he could tell from Naruto's expression what he was thinking. Most likely, the extermination of the Uchiha clan had stimulated Naruto, and seeing Sasuke's demeanor, the prince had suddenly developed the desire to become stronger. A very good thought. Let us take advantage of these few days when Sasuke isn't around to give you some special training. Liu Yu readily agreed, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes, and continued to say to Naruto, "Tonight, go back and rest well. Tomorrow morning, back here, and I'll teach you some good stuff." The next morning, by the lakeside in the back mountains of Konoha, Liu Yu looked at Naruto, who was full of anticipation, and smiled cheerfully. Actually, the content of the special training is quite simple. Here, you must learn this ninjutsu within today. Naruto took the note Liu Yu handed him, curiously opened it, and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's the shadow clone technique. But, boss, you know I'm the worst at the clone technique, this." Liu Yu put his hands in his pants pockets, returning to his lazy fish nature, irresponsibly said, "You'll have to figure out yourself. If you don't learn it before the sun sets, you know the consequences." Hearing Liu Yu's malicious tone, Naruto shivered, as if he had heard something extremely terrifying, and with a forced smile said, "Don't worry, boss. It's just a shadow clone technique. A day is enough." Liu Yu comfortably lay on a recliner, squinting his eyes to enjoy the breeze, already having a complete plan in mind. The source of everything is that Naruto must learn the shadow clone technique. This way, it wouldn't be in vain for him to stay up late copying this technique from the sealing book for Naruto. Time flies, and 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. It was almost time to leave the ninja school. Once again by the lakeside in the back mountains of Konoha, Sasuke and Naruto arrived early. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and provocatively said, "I definitely want to lose to you today, you bastard Sasuke. TCH, you said that for years. And I haven't seen you win against me." Sasuke disdainfully shot back, picking up a boulder taller than himself and sprinting toward the mountain. "Wow, bastard Sasuke. We'll see about that." Naruto hurriedly picked up a similarly sized boulder and chased after him, unwilling to back down. Watching the two lively characters rush up the mountain, Liu Yu nodded happily. Over the past 4 years, under his special training, both had made tremendous progress in various aspects. Surely, the upcoming class division journey would surprise Kakashi. With his and Naruto's company, although there were indeed some changes in Sasuke, overall he remained mentally healthy and hadn't developed into a brooding character. After washing his face, Liu Yu comfortably stretched, tidied up his fishing rod, prepared the bait, and began another lazy day. Yawning, feeling the morning breeze while lying on the new recliner that Naruto and Sasuke made for him, Liu Yu yawned again. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Just as he was about to take a nap, a pleasant fragrance wafted over. Then, a pair of delicate, boneless little hands gently massaged his shoulders. Feeling the comfort from his shoulders, Liu Yu opened his eyes to see Hinata's slightly blushing pretty face. He smiled and said, "Hinata, you're here so early today." Seeing Liu Yu's striking smile, Hinata couldn't help but be stunned, her face turning a deep shade of red. Even her hands stopped moving, like a startled little rabbit. She quietly murmured, "Why yes, Liu Yu-kun." Hinata bit her rosy lip, trying hard not to faint from shyness, and shyly pointed to the bento box on the table beside Liu Yu, softly adding, "Liu Yu-kun, breakfast." Seeing Hinata's cute and shy demeanor, Liu Yu fell in a great mood, especially when he noticed that the girl's deep blue hair was almost at shoulder length. A rare softness flashed in his eyes. A year ago, Liu Yu had inadvertently mentioned that he liked girls with long hair, which Hinata overheard, and since then she had started to grow her hair long. What a treasure of a girl. Hinata, feeling bashful under Liu Yu's gaze, hurriedly ran to the table to open the bento box for him, saying, "Liu Yu-kun, try the breakfast I made for you today." Liu Yu opened the bento box and saw all his favorite dishes inside, eating them without reservation. 3 minutes later, Liu Yu finished breakfast with a satisfied expression, and Hinata eagerly asked, "Liu Yu-kun, how does it taste?" Liu Yu grinned, reached out to ruffle Hinata's little head, and cheerfully said, "It seems to taste like happiness. P.S. Sorry, dear readers, it's really been a tumultuous time lately. I will definitely repay you for the updates I owe. Don't worry, I won't default." Chapter 026. Hinata's strength, please send flowers. Please subscribe. Liu Yu played with Hinata for a while, until her little face turned bright red, and she looked like she was about to faint. Then he finally stopped. "All right, Hinata, let's start training. Trust me, today you'll definitely be able to perform the 8 trigrams, 64 palms." Hearing Liu Yu's words, Hinata's shy expression quickly disappeared, replaced by a serious look as she said to Liu Yu, "Yes, Liu Yu-kun, Seeing the intense fighting spirit in Hinata's eyes, Luyu nodded secretly. Young people should have some ambitions. After all, the pursuit of strength is also a good goal. Unlike himself, it seemed he had lost all aspirations. 4 years ago, when Naruto could skillfully use the shadow clone technique, he transformed into Hinata to take her place in class. As for the obedient Hinata, she inevitably fell under Lu Yu's temptation. For 4 years, living together day and night, Hinata's heart was filled with thoughts of Lu Yu. The little girl didn't understand romantic feelings. She just felt anxious if she couldn't see Lu Yu for a while. If what she did could earn Lu Yu's approval, it felt as sweet as eating honey. Because of this, Hinata devoted herself to everything Lu Yu said, causing her strength to soar like a rocket. One moment, Hinata was still a little girl, and the next, when Lu Yu said to train, she immediately got into the zone. Lu Yu believed that if Hinata and Hanabi were to fight now, Hanabi would probably question her life choices. Lu Yu brought Hinata to the woods. Satisfied with her state, Hinata, go all out, don't hold back. All right, Lu Yu-kun, Byakugan. In an instant, Hinata activated her Byakugan, raised her hands to assume the starting stance of gentle fist, and looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu-kun, be careful. Swish. As soon as she finished speaking, Hinata's figure rushed towards Lu Yu at high speed, almost doubling the speed from their first encounter. The next moment, Lu Yu and Hinata were engaged in combat, with Hinata's attacks being extremely fierce, each palm strike creating gusts of wind. Lu Yu calmly blocked each attack without dodging or countering. His current goal was to help Hinata break through to the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. As the princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's innate talent was undoubtedly top-notch. The reason she seemed ordinary in the past was due to her personality. After a series of attacks, Lu Yu intentionally created an opening, stepping back half a step to give Hinata the perfect distance to attack. Now's the time. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata struck a pose, and a bagua formation appeared beneath her feet. Then she charged at Lu Yu. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Hinata's hands moved like phantoms, targeting various chakra points on Lu Yu with a dazzling ferocity. In just a moment, she unleashed 32 strikes. Yet, Lu Yu remained unfazed, effortlessly blocking each of Hinata's palm strikes. At that moment, a competitive glint flashed in Hinata's eyes as her chakra circulated faster within her, increasing her attack speed. 64 palms. Seeing Hinata unleash an even more intense barrage of attacks, Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, choosing not to block this time, instead placing his hands in front of him for protection. Bang, 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 bang. In the next instant, all of Hinata's attacks exploded against Lu Yu's arms. Then, Lu Yu was pushed back slightly. Once he steadied himself, he smiled at Hinata. Congratulations, Hinata. You did it. I'm no longer your match. Hinata's cheeks were full of joy as she looked at Lu Yu and said with a smile, Lu Yu-kun, you clearly let me win, but thank you anyway. Without you, I probably wouldn't have reached this level. Shaking his head, Lu Yu walked over to Hinata and ruffled her little head, saying seriously, silly girl, your talent is strong. The strength you have now is mostly thanks to your hard work over the years, so be more confident. Looking at Lu Yu's serious expression, Hinata blushed and nodded, softly saying seeing Hinata like this. Lu Yu smiled slightly. All right, while you're in the zone, practice more. I'll take a break. Feeling a wave of drowsiness hit him now that Hinata had successfully broken through her bottleneck. Lu Yu's lazy nature was fully revealed. In fact, this was just Hinata. Lu Yu could still barely keep up with her practice, but for anyone else wanting him to move from his lounge chair, that was simply impossible. Okay, Lu Yu-kun. I will work hard. Hinata nodded at Lu Yu and watched his departing figure, her eyes filled with admiration. How strong is this man? For 4 years. No matter how hard Hinata practiced, she felt there was no way she could catch up to Lu Yu. As for the 8 trigrams, 64 palms that just pushed Lu Yu back, don't joke. Hinata clearly knew that Lu Yu had done that on purpose to encourage her. After bidding farewell to Hinata, Lu Yu soon returned to his base, glancing at the 5-meter-long boat he had just built. With a slight smile, a lazy person's life is truly colorful. I think I'll enjoy the breeze on the lake this afternoon. Chapter 027. The Happy Life of Ryu Request for Flowers. 2.5 hours later, when Sasuke and Naruto, panting and exhausted, placed a large bucket of mountain spring water in front of Ryu, Ryu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. That's 1 minute and 13 seconds faster than yesterday. It seems you two are making an effort every day. Hearing this, Naruto happily patted his chest and said, of course, I give it my all every day. Sasuke glanced at Naruto disdainfully, as if to say, so what if you give it your all? You're still behind me. Damn Sasuke, what else with that look? Want to fight? Big idiot. How annoying. Ryu watched these two lively characters still having the energy to argue and felt no guilt about the training he was going to make them do later. He lightly coughed and said, all right, it's getting late. Let us start making lunch. Oh, and make a bit more. Ino and Hinata will be eating with us today. Got it, boss Ryu. Just watch. Naruto took charge and glanced at Sasuke, saying, damn Sasuke, you go gather firewood and I'll take care of the fish. However, Sasuke ignored him and quickly went to the lake to kill the fish Ryu had caught, diving straight into his work. Naruto shot a resentful glance at Sasuke and reluctantly ran back towards the mountain. Half an hour later, Ryu, Hinata, Ino, Naruto, and Sasuke gathered around a table to enjoy a sumptuous lunch. After years of training by Ryu, Naruto and Sasuke had clearly become ultimate tools. Just looking at the table filled with colorful and fragrant dishes greatly whetted their appetites. Steamed crabs, shrimp fried rice, stewed turtle, grilled fish, iron plate squid, and 3 or 4 vegetable dishes. As they looked at the tempting lunch, the 3 boys' stomachs growled in unison, and they began a mode of eating as much as they could, while those who couldn't went hungry. At the table, everyone was equal, and they fought for food based on their abilities, but the two sitting opposite each other, Naruto and Sasuke, kept shooting sparks at each other with their eyes. Even while eating, they had to compete with each other, their chopsticks clashing joyfully. On the other side, Ryu sat between Hinata and Ino, who quietly helped him serve rice and peel meat. When they saw Ryu eating quickly, they would gently feed him water. If he choked, they would carefully pat his back. Ryu felt great after the meal. To be honest, he didn't know the actual relationship between Ino and Hinata, but he had never seen them fight. After the meal, it was time for a 2-hour nap. However, Hinata only rested for an hour before heading to the woods to continue her training. She wanted to master the 8 trigrams, 64 palms completely. As for Naruto and Sasuke, they only rested for half an hour before returning to their midday training. When Ryu woke up, he gently patted Ino, who was sleeping on his shoulder like a little kitten, and softly said, Ino, wake up, don't sleep anymore. I'll take you for a ride. Ino, half asleep, instinctively nestled against him and mumbled, Ryu-kun, don't tease me, let me sleep a bit more. Ryu sighed helplessly. Ino had completely been led astray by him. But he had to admit, her talent was impressive enough to deserve some relaxation. She had already mastered the basic ninjutsu of the Mountain Clan. 10 minutes later, Ryu finally woke Ino up and waved to Naruto and Sasuke, who were sparring not far away. When the two came over, Ryu smiled at them and said, first of all, congratulations to both of you. You have made significant progress this year. Many of your previous training methods are no longer suitable for you now. Really? Boss Ryu, am I already this amazing? Naruto looked at Ryu with shining eyes, recalling Ryu's strength vividly. Receiving Ryu's affirmation, Naruto was filled with excitement. Sasuke's expression also changed slightly. He knew how formidable Ryu was, and receiving his recognition made him unable to resist a slight smile. Ryu nodded at Naruto and said, yes, but in terms of training, it's like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will fall back. Moreover, after we are divided into classes, I won't be able to train you anymore. So to help you elevate your strength, I will now tell you about the next training project. Ryu, with his hands behind his back, walked toward a 5-meter-long small boat, and the 3 followed curiously. Soon, they arrived at the small boat. Ryu cheerfully looked at Naruto and Sasuke and said, from today, you will start your next training, called 9 Deaths and 1 Life. 9 Deaths and 1 Life? The two looked confused, having no idea what Ryu meant. However, hearing the phrase 9 Deaths and 1 Life gave them an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Ryu took out a sealing scroll from his pocket and pulled out a large pig leg stored within, casually tossing it into the lake 50 meters away. The 3 stared blankly at Ryu's actions, the only thing they found curious being why the pork didn't sink. As for Ryu's true intention, they completely failed to understand. 2 seconds later, a massive blood-filled mouth suddenly appeared, swallowing the pig leg in one gulp and making it disappear. Ryu smiled at the slightly pale Naruto and Sasuke and said, from today, you two will need to pull this small boat and swim the lake for an hour. If you can't last, you will face a punishment. Naruto gulped nervously and looked at Ryu with uncertainty. Boss, pulling a small boat to swim is easy. But what was that just now? Will I get eaten? Don't worry, Naruto. That was just a lake bottom monster. It's relatively clumsy. As long as you swim fast, you won't be in danger. 10 minutes later, Naruto and Sasuke, their faces pale, turned to glance at the lake bottom monster with its mouth wide open charging towards them, and they swam for their lives. Meanwhile, Ryu and Ino lay comfortably on the small boat's lounge chairs, enjoying the cool breeze blowing across their faces, feeling completely satisfied and at ease. Perhaps this is what life is all about. Chapter 028, the upcoming graduation exam in the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the lazy Rikuha lying on the small bed with a black line on his face. This brat is simply outrageous. Sarutobi lit his pipe, took a deep puff, and felt his mood calm down a lot. He really couldn't understand why such a guy who never practiced always secured the top student position with overwhelming advantages during the annual assessments. Ignoring this incomprehensible lazy fellow, the crystal ball's view quickly shifted to Naruto and Sasuke, who were swimming desperately. Sarutobi couldn't help but show a gratified smile. After all, these two guys' strength was indeed much stronger than he had imagined, and Sarutobi noted the fear on Sasuke's face and couldn't help but nod secretly. Sasuke's emotions seemed to be okay. At this point, Sarutobi silently pondered and quickly came up with ideas for the class division list after graduation, which he wrote down promptly. Looking at the list he had written, Sarutobi couldn't help but self-deprecate with a smile. This year's students are really hard to manage. 2 days later, at the Rikuha household, the family of four was warmly enjoying hot pot. As Rikuha and Rikumaru grew older, Nara Yoshino seemed to have become gentler. While serving dishes to Rikuha and Rikumaru, Nara Yoshino curiously looked at the two who appeared listless. Rikumaru, why do you both look so unenergetic? Is it because you're afraid you won't pass tomorrow's graduation exam? Or are you feeling unwell? Narajicu's lips twitched as he looked at the two, recalling their glorious deeds. Narajiku also once discovered his two sons' exceptional skills during a mission. Jiku always considered himself difficult to manage as a child, but compared to his two sons, he felt they were much better. At least the teacher had never come to him, and the two little guys' grades were quite excellent. However, when Jiku discovered Rikumaru skipping class and lying under a tree, soaking up the sun, he was taken aback. But upon further thought, he felt incredibly gratified. After all, he was his son, managing to achieve such good grades while sleeping all day. Even the teacher turned a blind eye to his skipping classes. Truly, the next generation is stronger than the last. In Jiku's view, Rikumaru had fully inherited his talent in this regard. Just when Jiku thought his eldest son wouldn't be so lazy, minutes later, his worldview was completely shattered. Jiku stared blankly at his eldest son, comfortably lounging in a recliner, leisurely sipping milk tea and fishing. If that was the case, Jiku could accept it. The most terrifying thing was that the little princess of the Yamanaka clan, Ino Yamanaka, was actually giving his son a shoulder massage. The little princess of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga, was fanning her son. And the survivor of the Uchiha clan and the orphan of the fourth Hokage were cooking grilled fish for his son. At that moment, Jiku felt that something was very wrong. His eldest son was too impressive. Each of the people attending to Rikuha was either a current or former member of a prominent family. Jiku looked at Rikuha with admiration, feeling utterly in awe. Thinking of this, Jiku grinned at his partner and said, "Don't worry, these two brats might just be reluctant to leave the ninja school. A good night's rest will do." After saying that, Jiku looked meaningfully at the two, and Rikumaru, sensing his father's cryptic words, immediately changed his expression and buried his head in his food, pretending to know nothing. As for Rikuha, he nonchalantly started an eye exchange with Jiku. Their pupils darted back and forth, up and down, and Nara Yoshino looked astonished at this pair of lively father and son who were communicating in such a strange manner. "If you dare to expose me, I'll tell Mom where you hide your secret stash." "Umph, do you think you can outsmart your father?" "Impossible. How could I hide a secret stash?" Seeing his father refusing to admit it, Rikuha's eyes quickly moved around, causing Jiku's expression to change dramatically. He immediately turned to Nara Yoshino and said, "I think Rikuha's mood isn't good. I'll take him to his room to rest." Without waiting for his partner to respond, he quickly hugged Rikuha and dashed toward Rikuha's room. Once inside, Jiku carefully shut the door, panting heavily with lingering fear, then glared fiercely at Rikuha. Rikuha grinned mischievously at his dad. "Hey Dad, I know you found out about Rikumaru and me skipping class. You can tell Mom. If she knows I'm with Ino and Hinata, she'll only feel proud of my capabilities and be so happy. But if I tell Mom about your secret stash, guess what will happen?" Hearing this, Jiku's face changed dramatically as he recalled staying at the Yamanaka family for half a month a year ago. Gritting his teeth and glaring at Rika, "You brat, what exactly do you want?" "Half, 1/10, 40%. Nara Rikuha, don't go too far." All right. 3/10 is fine. And from now on, if I get into trouble, I'll help you deal with Mom. Jiku's eyes slightly shifted. He had to admit his eldest son had a knack for this. The reason Nara Yoshino had become much gentler lately was largely due to Rikuha's influence. All right, it's settled then. You can come to me anytime you need money. The father and son quickly reached an agreement, which meant that Rikuha, who had always been broke, finally had his own little stash, albeit gained in a way that was somewhat shady. The next day, as Rikuha and Rikumaru stepped out, they encountered Ino and Chaochu. The four of them walked toward the school with a look of despondence, their expressions utterly defeated. Yamanaka Ino looked at them with confusion. I really don't understand why kids these days think staying in the classroom at ninja school is good. After graduation, they could do missions. Shouldn't they be happy about the feeling of freedom? Akimichi Chaochu scratched his head in confusion, expressing his inability to comprehend. Only Narajiku looked meaningfully at Yamanaka Ino and inexplicably said, "Some things are better left unknown." Looking at Yamanaka Ino's bewildered expression, Narajiku chuckled as he left, inwardly wondering, if Ino, this doting father, knew his precious daughter was fanning Rikuha, what kind of expression would he have? It must be quite a shock. Chapter 29. Students who don't want to graduate. When Liu Yu and his three companions arrived at the classroom, many students had already gotten there early. Looking around, the excitement in their classmates' eyes was palpable. After all, once the graduation exams were over, they would all be ninjas. Even the lowest-ranked genin could take on missions and earn considerable rewards. Moreover, after becoming ninjas, Konoha would also provide certain benefits. To put another way, graduating was definitely better than staying in the classroom listening to Irika recite scriptures. Liu Yu and his companions lay listlessly on the desk, looking reluctant. The other students understood their sentiments. After all, throughout their years at the Ninja Academy, these four ultimate bosses had hardly been seen. For them, the Ninja Academy, which felt like hell, was like paradise for these ultimate bosses. Hinata looked at Liu Yu, who was lying beside her with no fighting spirit, and took out a pack of fresh milk from her drawer, handing it to him. Liu Yu-kun, cheer up. Liu Yu took the milk without much interest and couldn't help but mutter, I really don't want to graduate. I just started enjoying the little boat. Hinata couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking her head in exasperation at this overly lazy guy. Unlike Liu Yu, Naruto and Sasuke were both full of excitement. Although both of them had made significant progress in their strength under Liu Yu's special training, they still felt a bit apprehensive when recalling the hardships they had faced over the years, especially the life-or-death training they had just finished yesterday, which left a deep impression on them. That was a real lake monster. Its gaping mouth was 7 or 8 meters wide, and it almost devoured them several times. At this moment, thinking about being able to go out on missions and no longer suffering from Liu Yu's torment, the two guys felt incredibly relieved. Naruto turned to Sasuke and said, Hey, Sasuke, even if we leave the boss, we can't slack off. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I'll just have to beat you up. TCH, idiot. What did you say? Seeing Sasuke's dismissive gaze, Naruto jumped onto the table and fiercely locked eyes with him. A second later, a classmate passed by and accidentally bumped into Naruto, causing the two of them to lose their first kiss just like that. Many girls, who had finally seen the handsome Sasuke return to the classroom, were secretly enjoying the view, but upon witnessing this scene, they felt their hearts shatter. Woo-woo. Sasuke is no longer pure. Soon, Sakura, leading a group of fans, beat Naruto up until he was bruised and battered. Afterwards, Irika entered the classroom and, seeing the little ones gathered together, cheerfully announced, the graduation exam begins. The exam content was simple. It was determined by drawing lots to assess one of the basic three-body techniques. Soon it was Liu Yu's turn, and he drew the shadow clone technique. Liu Yu pretended to struggle to gather chakra, ultimately producing a weak clone that lay on the ground, dizzy, with a serious expression. Liu Yu looked at Irika and said, Teacher, I'm sorry. I've wasted my beautiful learning time over the years and can't even perform the most basic shadow clone technique. I think I should go back and start over. Irika stared at Liu Yu, his face dark with frustration, and gritted his teeth as he said, Nara Liu Yu, full marks of the shadow clone technique. Next, Liu Yu never expected that Irika, who was usually a serious teacher, would actually lie with his eyes wide open. No way. Irika-sensei, you're publicly falsifying records. This behavior is extremely disgraceful. If you don't leave, I'll call Senior Jiraiya. Over the years, you've taught me the art of speaking. Cough, fine, really. Seeing Irika say this, Liu Yu realized there was no hope of staying, and he walked out looking dejected, unable to help but sigh. In the end, I still graduated. Hearing this, the muscles on Irika's face couldn't help but twitch violently. There really are oddballs every year, but this year seems particularly abundant. Irika never expected that someone would actually not want to graduate. Holding the forehead protector, Luyu felt a bit reluctant to leave his carefree life behind. Just then, Hinata, holding her ninja forehead protector, suddenly jumped into Luyu's arms with a happy smile. Luyu-kun, I passed the exam. Luyu was slightly taken aback by Hinata's action. He expected her to be so bold as to jump into his arms in front of everyone. However, seeing Hinata's joyful expression made Luyu feel much better, and he couldn't help but pat her head. Congratulations on graduating, Hinata. Feeling the warmth of Luyu's palm, Hinata felt a wave of comfort and happiness, miraculously not feeling faint at all. The two of them fell silent, enjoying this rare moment of beauty together. However, soon, with the arrival of others, Hinata had to part from Luyu. When Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Naruto, and Sasuke all gathered, Luyu announced that he would treat everyone to barbecue. Afterwards, the seven of them left the school in high spirits and went to a barbecue restaurant for a small gathering. Having graduated, it would surely be hard to find a time when everyone could get together as ninjas in the future. Because of this, the time spent together now felt particularly precious. Chapter 030 Graduation Class Division Seeking Flowers. Seeking Collections. The seven of them soon arrived at a well-known barbecue restaurant in the Konoha Commercial Street. Shikamaru looked suspiciously at his older brother and whispered, "Hey, brother, this barbecue isn't cheap. Do you have enough money? If not, I can lend you some pocket money." "Haha, don't worry, I extorted some from Dad last night. One meal is definitely enough." "Oh, that's good." The seven entered the barbecue restaurant, randomly placed their orders, focusing on avoiding any seafood, especially fish. After years of eating grilled fish every day, everyone except for Riku had long since had enough of it. The restaurant served food extremely quickly. Just after placing their orders, everyone barely had a chance to chat before the dishes arrived. Soon, the three boys across from them looked on enviously as Hinata and Ino diligently helped Riku grill the meat, nearly bringing them to tears with envy. With the thought that they might not see each other often in the future, and knowing they were all on the same team without any strict boundaries, the atmosphere quickly reached a climax. Naruto looked at Sasuke seriously and said, "Sasuke, no matter where you are, you will always be my lifelong rival. Next time, I will definitely surpass you. TCH, dream on." "Damn it, you wait for me, Sasuke. Idiot." The others laughed as they watched the two rivals bicker again, the air filled with a faint sadness of impending separation. Well, these might be the most troublesome people in Konoha, but I really envy their carefree lives. So how about you guys? Have you chosen your teams yet? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Riku and the others through the crystal ball and glanced at the three capable subordinates across from him. Asuma, watching Naruto's antics, felt a headache coming on. Having to deal with such a guy would probably give him wrinkles in no time. As for Riku and Shikamaru's lazy personalities, he thought better of it. Hiruzen's gaze quickly focused on Hinata, a slight smile appearing on his lips as he respectfully said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Lord Hokage, I will take Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "All right, then go back and make preparations." "Yes." Watching Hinata leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe and looked at the conflicted Kakashi and Asuma, taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with laughter. "So, have you two made your decisions?" Asuma looked at the lazy Riku and Shikamaru, then glanced at the almost ready-to-fight Naruto and Sasuke, gritted his teeth, and said, "Lord Hokage, I'll take the new generation of Inoshikacho." "Oh." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Asuma meaningfully. "Have you thought it through?" "Yes." "All right, then the new generation of Inoshikacho is yours. You should go prepare as well." "Yes." After watching Asuma leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the conflicted Kakashi, smiling as he said, "Kakashi, it seems you have no choice. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are all yours." "Oh, what a hassle. They seem like quite the troublesome little brats." Watching Kakashi's gloomy face, the third Hokage stepped forward to him, seriously saying, "Your task is quite heavy, Kakashi. You should already know Naruto and Sasuke's identities." "Yes, Lord Hokage." "Well, you will have to put in a lot of effort to guide these kids correctly." "Yes." "All right, go back and think about it." Kakashi nodded, then left with a slight headache. With the group division problem resolved, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt quite pleased, then looked at the happy group in the crystal ball, unable to help but murmur to himself, the days ahead will certainly be interesting. I wonder how surprised Kakashi and Asuma will be when they go for the bell. How amusing." The next morning, Riku looked speechlessly at his busy mother, unable to help but complain, "Mom, I'm going to school. Not on a blind date." Do you really need to make it this extravagant? Shikamaru, beside him, also complained, Mom, the clothes you bought for my brother look better than mine. I seriously suspect I was adopted. Nara Yoshino ignored the complaints of the two little guys, helping Riku put on his new clothes and nodding in satisfaction. In fact, Riku's outfit was quite simple, just a white collared t-shirt and a pair of gray long pants, with his ninja headband attached to his arm. My son is indeed good-looking just like me. A simple outfit makes him look handsome. All right, go to school. Shikamaru looked at his handsome brother and muttered, Mom, I want this treatment too. You? It wouldn't make a difference whether you dress up or not. Now hurry up and go to school. Shikamaru swayed slightly, feeling as if he had taken 1,000 critical hits, looking at his mother with a face full of resentment, suddenly doubting his life choices. The two said goodbye to their mom and walked towards the ninja school, with Riku's rate of turning heads along the way being off the charts. This guy usually attracted the attention of little girls even without any dressing up. Fortunately, he was naturally lazy and preferred lying by the lake fishing and enjoying the breeze, so not many people knew him. Now, after Nara Yoshino's careful grooming, the girls on the road looked at this somewhat unfamiliar handsome guy, their eyes filled with stars. Shikamaru looked at his brother with a face full of gloom, unable to stop mumbling to himself. My brother just has slightly bigger eyes than me, a bit more spirit, a slightly straighter nose, a softer face shape, and a bit thicker eyebrows. How come he looks so much better than me when they all come together? Soon, Riku and Shikamaru arrived at the ninja classroom. The moment Riku stepped into the classroom, many girls instinctively looked over, and then they couldn't take their eyes off him. 10 seconds later, the noisy classroom gradually quieted down. All eyes filled with shock as they looked at Riku. Countless boys and girls began to frantically gossip in their hearts, ultimately merging into one sentence. Who are you, handsome? Hinata and Ino also saw Riku, and in an instant both of them were stunned. Riku-kun, so handsome. It was also Riku's first time being looked at by so many people, and with all those gazes on him, he sat down at his seat, his face rarely turning red. Fortunately, at that moment, Irika timely appeared, helping to divert a lot of attention. Irika coughed a couple of times, drawing everyone's attention to himself, looking at the eagerly awaiting students. His eyes filled with pride and a hint of sadness, sincerely wishing, Congratulations. From today onwards, you are independent ninjas. However, since you are still genin, you will need to form teams of 3 and follow the ninja who will lead you on missions. Now, I will begin announcing the team divisions. Chapter 031 Establishment of Class 10 Seeking Flowers. Seeking subscriptions. Upon hearing that it was a group of 3, the atmosphere in the classroom immediately became lively. A lot of heated gazes turned towards Uchiha Sasuke and Nara Kalu. Among those gazes, there was an unmistakable desire. Even Hinata, who was sitting next to Kalu, looked at him with hopeful eyes. Previously, many people leaned more towards Uchiha Sasuke. After all, as the last heir of the Uchiha clan, his strong talent and handsome appearance made him a prince charming to many girls shortly after enrolling. In contrast, Kalu had been elusive, only appearing occasionally during assessments. However, Kalu's appearance today stirred the hearts of many girls. After all, Kalu, the longtime top student, if his strength surpassed Sasuke's, now looked even better than Sasuke. And unlike Sasuke's aloofness, Kalu wasn't as cold, just a bit lazy. For a moment, many girls' gazes began to subtly shift towards Kalu. However, as Irika called out names one by one, those heated gazes quickly diminished. Soon, 6 groups were assigned. Class 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. Hey, Irika-sensei, why am I grouped with that idiot Sasuke? This doesn't match my strength. Idiot, trailing behind. Hey, Sasuke, say that again if you dare. Quiet. Seeing the two about to cause a scene again, Irika shot a stern glare at Uzumaki Naruto, then cleared his throat twice. Next, Class 8. Upon hearing this, Kalu's eyes narrowed slightly. Hinata Hyuga. As Irika read out this name, Hinata beside him instantly became nervous. Yamanaka Ino and Inazuka Kiba. Sure enough, he would be separated from Kalu. Hearing that she wouldn't be in the same group as Kalu, the little girl pouted in disappointment, tears welling up in her eyes. Kalu looked at Hinata's sad expression and couldn't help but sit in front of her, gently saying, Silly girl, don't cry. I'll come to see you often. Upon hearing this, Hinata's body trembled slightly, and she looked at Kalu with hopeful eyes, uncertainly asking, Really? Kalu-kun? Silly girl, when have I ever lied to you? Listening to Kalu's promise, Hinata finally stabilized her emotions. Class 10, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji, Nara Shikamu, Nara Kalu. Sure enough, The Ino-Shikicho trio was not broken up. He was still in Class 10, which meant his teacher would be the bearded Asuma. As Irika announced the final group's names, the class assignment came to an end. After Irika left with the list, figures of ninjas gradually entered the classroom. Class 3, come over here. Class 5, all of you come out. The members of the called classes left the classroom one by one, filled with anticipation or anxiety. Shortly after, a tall figure walked in. Asuma first scanned the remaining students in the classroom, his gaze finally settling on the lazy group of 4 who were sleeping on their desks. I knew it. A smile of kindness appeared on Asuma's lips. He had thoroughly investigated the personalities and performances of these 4 over the years of the ninja school. Looking at the 4 lazy kids, Asuma felt like he was looking at his younger self. As for the previous election, it was just a show for Kakashi. Compared to the troublesome Naruto, Asuma preferred these 4 kids, as they were at least less of a headache. Asuma quickly walked up to the 4 kids and gently tapped the desk. Class 10, come out with me. Ah, Yunin. The 4 of them yawned in perfect unison, with Kalu and Shikamaru synchronizing their movements, leaving Asuma with a helpless expression. These 4 don't seem very motivated. Watching them get up, Asuma turned and walked outside. Kalu-kun, our teacher seems kind of fierce. Looking at Asuma's retreating back, Ino said with some concern. It must be said that Asuma indeed brought a strong sense of pressure, making it rare for Ino to feel this way. Kalu patted Ino on the shoulder, reassuring her, don't worry, I know this teacher well. He's a good person. Soon the 4 walked out of the classroom to follow Asuma, leaving the ninja school and arriving at a deserted area in the village, a place rarely visited by people. This was not skipping class for the first time, but rather leaving school in a legitimate manner. The feeling was completely different, and Shikamaru and Choji looked around curiously. The 3 noticed that the surroundings were filled with trees, and not far away were several wooden posts, which seemed to be an abandoned training ground. For our first meeting, let's introduce ourselves. For example, what we like, what we dislike, and our future dreams. I'll start. Snap. Asuma lit a cigarette, took a big puff, then turned to look at Kalu and the others, his rugged face showing a particularly friendly smile. My name is Sarutobi Asuma, and I will be your guiding ninja from now on. You can call me Asuma-sensei. I specialize in taijutsu and ninjutsu, enjoy smoking and traveling, dislike sweets, and my dream is to train a batch of outstanding students. What about you? Asuma's gaze turned to Kalu. Feeling his gaze, Kalu spoke up. My name is Nara Kalu. I have many strengths, many likes, and quite a few dislikes. My dream is to live a carefree life, watching the clouds in the sky. The perfunctory introduction made Asuma, who initially had some expectations, involuntarily twitch his lips. Chapter 032. Unexpected test. 9,000 flowers. Looking at Asuma's gloomy face, Ino beside him covered her mouth and chuckled. Shikamaru really hasn't changed. He's as lazy as ever. Asuma didn't expect that the top student of the ninja school over the years would be so outstanding. Their dream is to watch clouds. Can you be any more laid back? Seeing that Luyu had no intention of continuing, Asuma turned his gaze to the other 3. So what about you? Ino politely nodded to Asuma and then introduced herself. My name is Yamanaka Ino. I am skilled in family secret techniques, and I have many interests, such as gardening and flower arranging. I don't really dislike anything, and my dream is to marry the person I love. But she reached the last sentence. Ino hesitated for a long time, as if she was trying hard to express her inner feelings. In the end, she still expressed her thoughts somewhat indirectly. After finishing her words, Ino's cheeks turned a little red, and she shyly glanced at Shikamaru, only to helplessly find that this bad guy had already started dozing off. Marry the person she loves? Asuma keenly noticed that Ino subconsciously glanced at Shikamaru and felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. That gaze, that dream, seemed to show signs of a crush. He then shifted his gaze to the yawning Shikamaru. I'm Nara Shikamaru, skilled in the family secret techniques. I enjoy a leisurely life, hate troublesome matters, and dream of being like my brother. Asuma helplessly nodded, thinking sadly in his heart. Sure enough, another lazy fish? Dingji saw Asuma's gaze sweep over and said, My name is Nara Dingji. I am good at family secret techniques. I love to eat. Hate it when others take my first bite of snacks and my last bite, and I absolutely do not allow anyone to call me a fat pig. My dream is to be as handsome as Luyu. Very good. After getting to know the 3 of them preliminarily, Asuma nodded and then said, We can consider this a preliminary introduction. Next, everyone can rest in place and wait for a few people. Wait for people. Originally, after Ding Ci finished his self-introduction, Luyu was already prepared to slip away, but upon hearing this, he looked at Asuma with suspicion. This script doesn't seem right. Shouldn't he say a few words and then let everyone go home to prepare for snatching the bell tomorrow? Asuma didn't explain too much, and just then a loud noise came from afar. Finally, we don't have to train anymore. It's so refreshing. Kakashi-sensei, where are you taking us? Well, the horse has arrived. Naruto, don't rush. Crane, can you be a little quieter? It's so noisy. Damn, Sasuke, you clearly enjoy it too. Quit pretending. The four of them from the deer feather couldn't help but exchange glances, seeing deep confusion in each other's eyes. Even Deer Feather was a bit bewildered. What's going on? Are the two groups having class together? Soon, Kakashi appeared in front of Luyu with Team 7. Kakashi awkwardly scratched his head and approached Asuma. Sorry, Asuma, for keeping you waiting. Hee Kakashi, if you were ever on time, I would actually find that strange, Asuma replied. Just a moment ago, Naruto and Sasuke were curiously looking around, but the next moment, they saw Luyu waving at them, and they were instantly frozen in place. No way. Are we dreaming? Is that person over there really the boss? We've already been assigned to different classes. Do you still want to give us special training? Boss. The moment the two saw Ryu, their mindset exploded. The hardships they had endured over the years flashed through their minds in an instant. They swallowed hard and looked at Ryu with uncertainty. Kakashi, observing the dazed expressions of the two, smiled and said, Come over, Sasuke and Naruto. Tomorrow's first class will be held together with both our classes. Sasuke and Naruto looked at Ryu with complex expressions and walked over in a daze, sitting next to Ryu. Naruto, looking at Ryu with some suspicion, asked, Boss, this isn't something you arranged, right? Are we going to have another thrilling training session tomorrow? Looking at the two who were almost trained into having psychological shadows, Ryu said with a smile, No, you two don't think too much. I estimate that the teachers have investigated us and know that we often hang out together, so they want to see how strong we really are. Luyu's words were not whispered, and Asuma and Kakashi were taken aback upon hearing this, unable to help but exclaim, truly worthy of the Nara clan. Their minds are indeed extraordinarily sharp. Clearing his throat, Asuma addressed the six of them. Right now, we're just going to know each other. Tomorrow, Kakashi and I will need to further understand you. We need to observe how capable you truant kings really are. So, tomorrow at 9 in the morning, we will gather here for a practical training session. Understood? Upon hearing Asuma's words, the seven people's faces showed intense excitement. Yes. The teacher looked at the excited faces of everyone except for Ryu, and Kakashi and Asuma nodded in satisfaction before quickly leaving. At this moment, it was still early, and Haruno Sakura saw Ino and the others chattering away. The boys instinctively gathered around Ryu, waiting for him to make a decision. Feeling the eager gazes from a few of them, Ryu smiled and said, Now that we've graduated, there are some things you need to handle independently. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't intervene tomorrow. It's all up to you guys, understand? Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Choji exchanged glances and nodded heavily. All right, you guys discuss the tactics well and show them our strength. After saying this, Shikaku turned and left, and the others knew without thinking that he must be off to enjoy life again. However, recalling what Shikaku had just said, the group couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit. Shikamaru squinted his eyes and said to Naruto, Sasuke, and Choji, I have a plan for tomorrow's actual combat. P.S. Finally, I've returned to chapter. Chapter 033. The practical exercise begins seeking flowers. Perhaps the opponents are two ninjas, which greatly ignited Shikamaru's fighting spirit. That day, when he returned home for dinner, Shikamaru frantically asked his parents about Kakashi and Asuma. So Kakashi-sensei's strength is quite outstanding in the entire Konoha? Shikaku nodded. That's right, Kakashi was already a ninja at your age, and he's famously known as a genius. Is he that strong? Not only that, but he also possesses the Sharingan, which allows him to copy thousands of jutsu, earning him the title of Copy Ninja. His strength is terrifying. Shikamaru frowned tightly, casting a somewhat resentful glance at his calm brother, Shikadai, noting that his brother was ignoring him. Shikamaru had to abandon his negative thoughts and continued to ask, Then how about our teacher, Asuma Sarutobi? Asuma was once one of the 12 guardian ninja who protected the daimyo of the Land of Fire, so you can imagine his strength. Shikaka looked at Shikamaru's pained expression with amusement and curiously asked, Why are you asking this? You don't plan to defeat those two guys head-on with just you few, do you? Shikamaru helplessly nodded. Sort of, but I feel like the odds are not in our favor. After saying this, Shikamaru returned to his room to strategize, which made Shikaku and Yoshino feel immensely gratified. Subsequently, their gazes uncontrollably shifted to Shikadai. Yoshino couldn't help but say, Shikadai, look at your brother, he's all pumped up. As the older brother, shouldn't you? Shikadai would not let his mom finish and immediately said, Mom, I just remembered that I still don't understand the shadow imitation technique Dad taught me. Dad, look. Hearing this, Shikaku couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Good boy, really speaking out for his life. When you were 3, I showed you the shadow imitation technique right in front of you, and you learned it then. Now you tell me you don't quite understand? Feeling the hint of help and threat in his son's eyes, Shikaku helplessly nodded. Well, Shikadai has been quite diligent lately. I'll take him out to practice now. Soon, the father and son quickly went out, and by the time Yoshino noticed, they had already disappeared. Yoshino looked at the pots and pans on the table speechlessly, suddenly realizing, good for you, Shikaku, avoiding dishwashing again. You'll pay for this tonight. The next day, at 7 in the morning, Shikamaru finished washing up and hurriedly left. This ambitious appearance of Shikamaru made Yoshino and Shikaku feel a bit unaccustomed. Yoshino looked at Shikaku with some concern. Shikaku, do you think the kid was stimulated by something? Hey, you don't know your son? It's probably just a 3-minute enthusiasm. He'll be back to normal tomorrow. Instead of worrying about him, why don't you care about me? As Shikaku spoke, he brewed himself a cup of goji berry tea, rubbed his somewhat sore waist, and couldn't help but sigh about getting older. Seeing Shikaku's actions, Yoshino's face flushed, and she instinctively glanced at Shikadai's room. After discovering there was no movement, she glared at her husband and scolded, You old rascal, Shikadai is still here. Be careful not to let the kid hear. Looking at his wife's playful glare, Shikaku couldn't help but feel a rush of affection, grinning at her. Hee, since today is a day off, how about I take you out for a stroll? At 8:30, Shikadai lazily got up, and after washing up, he unexpectedly found that his parents were not home. The table was set with breakfast that his mom had prepared for him. After he finished eating, he slowly made his way to the gathering point. Upon arriving at the clearing from yesterday, Shikadai was surprised to find that the other 6 had already arrived. At this moment, the 6 seemed to be engaged in a heated discussion. When they saw Shikadai coming, they casually greeted him with morning, then continued their discussion. Watching the spirited 6, Shikadai felt a flicker of interest. After all, could the specially trained Sasuke and Naruto, along with the exceptionally talented Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, really cause some trouble for Kakashi and Asuma? Soon, it seemed like the 6 had come up with a plan, nodding in satisfaction, and then the 7 quietly waited for the 2 ninjas to arrive. Whoosh! Time passed second by second, and by 9 o'clock, 2 tall figures suddenly appeared in front of Shikadai and the others. Kakashi and Asuma looked at the enthusiastic group with interest and nodded in satisfaction. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke, smiling at everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. Now, the first class for Team 7 and Team 10 begins. Ding dong, the sound of bells jingling rang out. Asuma took out 4 bells and said to the group, Today's first class is a practical training exercise. Your task is to successfully snatch 7 bells from me and Kakashi. You can use any method, sneak attacks, direct confrontations, or strategies. As long as you can take the bells from us, after it ends, the teacher will treat you to barbecue. Kakashi stepped forward and added, I hope you all give it your all, because if you fail, there will be penalties. Then, I declare, the practical exercise begins now. Chapter 034. No wonder he's my little brother seeking flowers. As soon as Kakashi announced the start, Ryu sat cross-legged on a wooden stump, crossing his arms and watching the few people with great interest. What would Shikamaru do? In the next moment, Naruto and Sasuke took the lead, walking a few steps to a distance of 10 meters from Kakashi and Asuma. Then, both of them confidently faced Kakashi and Asuma from afar. Naruto, looking excitedly at Kakashi, glanced at Sasuke beside him and said with a smile, Don't let the bearded teacher take you down, Sasuke. Hearing this, Sasuke's mouth curled slightly. Humph, tail end Charlie. You should worry about yourself. Kakashi and Asuma frowned at the two, surprised. Could these 2 kids be thinking of challenging them one-on-one? A genin challenging a genin? That would be a bit too arrogant, wouldn't it? A breeze blew by, and a leaf fluttered in the wind. The moment the leaf quietly landed on the ground, Naruto moved. Naruto quickly formed hand seals and shouted, Multiple shadow, clone jutsu. Boom! A cloud of white smoke dispersed, and nearly 100 shadow clones surrounded Kakashi and Asuma. Kakashi and Asuma looked at the surrounding shadow clones, their brows slightly furrowed. It seemed that this year's students might be a bit troublesome. Asuma chuckled. Now this is interesting, isn't it? At the same time, Naruto shouted, Go Sasuke. Stop talking, tail end Charlie. You don't need to direct me. Then, Sasuke rushed towards Asuma, his incredible speed causing Asuma's pupils to constrict slightly. Isn't this speed a bit exaggerated? Is this kid really a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy? In just a moment, Sasuke was in front of Asuma. He raised his right leg and delivered a powerful chop, the momentum fierce and overwhelming, like a hurricane striking suddenly. Smack! Asuma raised one arm to meet the chop. However, Asuma's expression changed slightly. Sasuke's attack was far more ferocious than he expected, causing Asuma's body to sway slightly. Taking advantage of the moment, Asuma adjusted his balance. Sasuke used the recoil from Asuma's arm to spin in midair and threw shuriken at Asuma. Next, while Asuma dodged somewhat awkwardly, Sasuke landed steadily on the ground, quickly forming hand seals and shouting, "Fire style! Fireball jutsu!" A fireball with a diameter of 2 meters appeared right in front of Asuma in an instant. Asuma's face changed slightly as he immediately retreated, simultaneously executing a technique, wind release, dust wind technique. A small whirlwind blew towards the fireball, and while the fireball was being blocked, Asuma leaped to successfully avoid the fireball's attack range. However, just as he landed, Sasuke charged at him again. This time, Sasuke showed no signs of holding back. His dark pupils erupted with an eerie blood light, and he even activated his double Tomo Sharingan. In the next moment, the two engaged in a fierce battle, fighting to a standstill. This terrifying scene left everyone present, except for Naruto and Ryu, completely stunned. Kakashi rubbed his eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "Are you kidding me? That guy Sasuke can already use the Sharingan? No wonder he is evenly matched with Asuma. It seems the situation isn't looking good." Hit, Kakashi-sensei. You should worry about yourself instead of the bearded teacher. Naruto's voice came from behind Kakashi, who immediately turned around to see Naruto thrusting a kunai towards his vital points from behind. Kakashi looked at Naruto with a black line on his face and kicked away Naruto's clone. Seeing so many clones surrounding him without attacking, Kakashi frowned, feeling that something was off. What are these 7 kids thinking? Why are only Naruto and Sasuke launching a frontal assault? Ryu, who was asked by the 3rd Hokage to test his and Asuma's strength, was sitting calmly on the pole. Why did the other 4 have no intention of attacking? Kakashi furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment, but having no clue. His expression sharpened slightly as he looked at Naruto and said, "Although I don't understand what you guys are trying to do, it should be correct to take you down first." Upon hearing this, one of Naruto's clones trembled violently, seemingly showing a sense of panic from being exposed. Kakashi sneered, "You're acting pretty convincingly." Kakashi knew that destroying Naruto's shadow clones one by one would be too troublesome, so it would be better to wipe out the 4 little guys who were just watching. With this thought in mind, Kakashi's hands formed seals like a phantom, fire style, fireball jutsu, the same fireball jutsu, but the one Kakashi released had a diameter of over 5 meters, clearly not using his full power. The large fireball cleared a path, and Naruto's clones couldn't even put up a fight. Ryu watched as Naruto made no defensive moves against this. A sly glint flashed in his eyes, and he inexplicably had a bad premonition. In the next moment, just as the large fireball disappeared, 3 kunai and several shuriken flew swiftly toward him. Ryu moved his head slightly, easily dodging Kakashi's attack. But when he saw Shikamaru and the other 3 turn into a puff of white smoke, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. No wonder he asked my little brother. Even his older brother is arranged for. Chapter 035. Kakashi's shock-seeking flowers. Come on, boss. Kakashi-sensei is all yours. Ryu looked speechless as he watched Naruto run toward Asuma. At this point, if he didn't understand what was happening, he would be a fool. It was clear that his younger brother had already laid out a plan, having Naruto use shadow clones to mimic their appearance early in the morning to confuse him, along with Kakashi and Asuma. Subsequently, Naruto was responsible for creating a diversion, while the real offensive would be launched by Sasuke against Asuma. With his double Tomo Sharingan and having undergone special training, Sasuke had the strength to push Asuma back, unless Asuma used Konoha, Thousand Hands Kill. Obviously, since this was just a practical assessment, Asuma wouldn't go all out. Thus, the battle between Sasuke and Asuma gradually deviated from the main battlefield, likely drawing them into an ambush set up by several others. As for Kakashi, it was evident that his younger brother had left him to handle things on his own. Ryu smiled bitterly, but deep down he was quite happy. He had always worried that Shikamaru would become lazy following him around every day. But now it seemed his younger brother was quite clever. He not only used superior numbers to surround the relatively weaker Asuma, but also utilized Ryu, who originally wouldn't take action, to deal with the more formidable Kakashi. This tactical arrangement was quite good, and even Ryu couldn't find any faults with it. Kakashi looked at Ryu, who was sitting on a stump, and said with interest, "It seems your teammates have abandoned you." Luyu innocently shrugged and said with a wry smile, "Kakashi-sensei, I haven't been abandoned. I've been arranged by my own little brother. But I'm really glad he was able to think this far ahead. So let me give you a suggestion." "Oh, what suggestion?" Luyu looked seriously at Kakashi. "Just give me the bell directly, and we won't have to fight. After all, fighting can be quite tiring." Kakashi smiled at Luyu. "I think you misunderstand, top student. The gap in strength between you and me is not as troublesome as you think. The battle could very well end in an instant." "Oh, so there's no room for negotiation?" Luyu jumped down from the stump, looking helpless, but I really don't want it to be that complicated. This was the first time Kakashi had seen Luyu exhibit such a lack of regard for himself, not knowing whether it was due to ignorance of ninja strength or if the other party truly possessed strength that surpassed his own. An interesting guy. Your ease and calmness really stand out, but I wonder how strong you really are." "Strength? Actually you're right. If it can be solved in an instant, then there's no need for a troublesome fight." In the next moment, Luyu's gaze suddenly sharpened, and an irresistible aura instantly spread outwards. In Kakashi's eyes, the previously unremarkable Luyu transformed completely as his gaze sharpened. Luyu stood casually, yet there was an imposing presence akin to towering mountains, making Kakashi feel dwarfed. This heavy, mountain-like aura pressed down on him, and Kakashi heard a crackling sound from his bones, as if his body were about to be crushed. Kakashi gritted his teeth to hold on, but his body instinctively began to tremble, goosebumps instantly rising all over him. A sense of deathly crisis welled up from the depths of his heart, and cold sweat soaked through Kakashi's mask. At that moment, Luyu seemed to occupy a realm of his own, and Kakashi found it hard to imagine what kind of earth-shattering might would be unleashed once Luyu moved. At this point, Kakashi couldn't even muster the thought of resisting, let alone lifting a finger. In the next moment, Kakashi watched helplessly as Luyu easily took the bell from his waist, and that terrifying aura vanished without a trace. As the terrifying aura disappeared, Kakashi's body shook violently, struggling to avoid collapsing to the ground, his eyes flashing with intense shock. Just a moment ago, Kakashi felt a chilling wave wash over him, experiencing a despair he had never felt before in his life. Luyu gave Kakashi the impression of an unparalleled powerhouse. If the other party were serious, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Kakashi turned his head with great difficulty, watching Luyu slowly walk away. A hint of fear flashing in his eyes. This guy is so powerful he is practically not human. Chapter 036. End of the practical exercise. Seeking flowers. Seeking come. In the forest, Sasuke and Asuma were still engaged in a fierce battle. At this point, both sides had unleashed their true power. Sasuke countered with a kunai, clashing violently with Asuma's fin. Sparks flew in the air, leaving the four hidden observers dumbfounded. Although they knew that Sasuke and Naruto were undergoing intense training with Shikamaru, they never expected the results to be so terrifying. A freshly graduated genin could actually hold his own against a jonin in combat. It was simply outrageous. I suddenly felt a bit regretful for rejecting my brother's offer for special training. Sakura's eyes sparkled as she watched Sasuke. Hearing Shikamaru's comment, she asked with some confusion, "Are you saying that Sasuke's skills were taught by your brother, Shikamaru?" Seeing Shikamaru nod, Sakura fell into deep thought. She couldn't understand how that lazy top student could possess such abilities. In Sakura's view, the reason Shikamaru had consistently ranked first was more due to Sasuke's disinterest in the title. After all, she believed that even if Shikamaru came over, he might not be able to reach Sasuke's level, let alone teach others. The three of them could tell what Sakura was thinking just by looking at her. But as seasoned slackers, they couldn't be bothered to explain so much to her. In the arena, Sasuke was getting more and more excited as he fought. It had been a long time since he had fought so freely. Although he had sparred with Shikamaru a few times before, being purely beaten didn't hold much meaning. As for Naruto, that guy always relied on his shadow clones to wear down the opponent, making the fights feel lackluster. There was nothing like the intense combat he was experiencing now. Sasuke felt his entire body vibrating with excitement. Even he hadn't expected his strength to reach such a level. To be honest, a month ago, he had almost been pushed into a state of depression by Shikamaru. No matter how hard he and Naruto tried, they could never get Shikamaru to take them seriously, even once. Shikamaru felt like an insurmountable mountain. Every time they climbed one hill, thinking they could approach the finish line, they tragically found that it was still very far away. However, it was precisely because of the years of sparring with Shikamaru that Sasuke's combat instincts and adaptability had become outrageously strong. Asuma felt this the most. At first, Sasuke had some difficulty keeping up with his own movements. But as the battle dragged on, it became increasingly difficult for Asuma to deal with the kid in front of him. By now, it was as if he was fighting a completely different person. Every attack trajectory and intended movement had been completely deciphered by Sasuke. Just as the two were locked in an intense battle, a sound came from a distance. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. It was Naruto arriving on the scene. With a puff of white smoke, hundreds of shadow clones rushed straight towards Asuma. Naruto's arrival suddenly tipped the balance of the battle in favor of Sasuke. Clang! Seeing Naruto coming to his aid, Sasuke's eyes flashed with determination as he fiercely swung his kunai towards Asuma. This attack was filled with power and astonishing speed. Its main purpose was not to inflict damage, but to force Asuma back. Once they pushed Asuma back, they would have countless follow-up moves. However, the experienced Asuma did not take it lightly. He firmly blocked Sasuke's strike with his right hand gripping the fin, while raising his left arm to block a kick from Naruto in midair. Good attack, but before Asuma could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed a massive dark shadow approaching. Meet Tank. Seeing CHG's attack, Asuma forcefully swung both arms to push the two back and quickly retreated. Good opportunity. Shikamaru, hidden in the shadows, had his eyes gleaming as he quickly formed hand seals. Shadow imitation jutsu. In an instant, Shikamaru's shadow dashed towards Asuma's landing point at lightning speed. The terrain had been manipulated, making Shikamaru's shadow extremely easy to overlook. Just as Asuma landed, his expression changed drastically. Shikamaru's lips curled into a slight smile. Shadow imitation jutsu. Success. At the same time, Ino had long been prepared. Mind-body switch technique. Sakura carefully assisted Ino's body while watching Asuma struggle for a moment before rolling his eyes and losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke quickly reached Asuma's side and easily took the bell away. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed, and the faces of the six changed as they looked up in shock at the figure of Shikamaru, who had appeared in the trees without them noticing. Shikamaru wore a satisfied smile as he looked at the group and said, "Not bad, not bad. Your performance exceeded my expectations. As a reward, I will treat you to barbecue next time." Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, everyone except Sakura was filled with excitement, high-fiving each other in celebration. Long live the boss. Ha ha. On the other side, Ino released a mind-body switch technique once she got the bell. When Asuma came to, he looked at the empty space where the bell had been hanging and then at the cheering little guys, chuckling as he said, "I declare that in the first practical exercise, you all won. Destination, barbecue restaurant. Let's go." Chapter 037. Asuma with tears, but no crying seeking flowers upon hearing Asuma's words. The crowd erupted in cheers and excitement. As expected of the bearded teacher, he truly keeps his promises, haha. Looking back, Yiyu-kun was right. The teacher only looks a bit fierce, but he's actually a good person. The group initially thought there would be more training after the practical exercises, but they never expected they could go eat barbecue right away, completely overturning their image of Asuma. Dingji's eyes sparkled as he couldn't help but wipe his drool. Wow. Today is a great day. I have never eaten enough barbecue before. This time, I must eat to my heart's content. Naruto saw Dingji's expression and was equally determined. Dingji, this time I won't lose to you. Humph, the tail end. I will let you know that even in terms of appetite, you are no match for me. Damn it. You bastard Sasuke. I'll show you how it's done soon. Ino and Shikamaru looked at the competitive bunch and couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic towards Asuma. The teacher probably didn't know what he was about to face. Watching the kids cheer and celebrate, Asuma took a deep puff of his cigarette. A satisfied look on his face. He raised his hands to calm everyone down and smiled. No time to waste. Let's head off now. The group nodded and followed closely behind Asuma. Ino quietly approached Yiyu-kun and curiously asked, "By the way, Yiyu-kun, what about that masked teacher?" Hearing the question, everyone else turned their curious gazes towards them. Yiyu-kun sighed helplessly and glanced at Shikamaru, who was eavesdropping a few meters away. "What can I do? I was arranged by my own younger brother. In that situation, I had to take action." Shikamaru awkwardly scratched his head and weakly said to Yiyu-kun, "I thought about it and figured this was the best chance to win. By the way, big brother, you're not angry, right? Haha, what nonsense are you talking? I'm quite pleased that you thought of this." Asuma curiously watched the few people circling around Yiyu-kun, clearly noticing Yiyu-kun's high prestige, but he still didn't know how strong this kid really was. Previously, when he saw Yiyu-kun holding Kakashi's 3 bells, Asuma hadn't paid much attention. The more he thought about it, the more it fell off. That was Kakashi, the strongest ninja in Konoha, and he had been taken down by this kid? Soon, Asuma spotted Kakashi from a distance and was surprised to find him standing there motionless. Asuma walked over to Kakashi with suspicion. "Kakashi, what's wrong with you?" "Huh?" Kakashi forced a smile. "It's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell." "Did you lose as well?" "Yes, that kid from the Uchiha clan is indeed quite strong." And Asuma halfway through suddenly realized and looked at Kakashi with doubt. "Wait, does that mean you lost to our classes, Yuyukun?" Just as Kakashi was about to say something, he caught Yuyukun's threatening and warning gaze from not far away, and he chuckled. "It's embarrassing to say. I was careless and fell into that kid's trap. All right, Asuma, you take the kids to eat barbecue first, and let me know how much it costs later. We'll split it." "No, it's fine. I can still afford a barbecue meal." "All right, I'm off." Asuma declined Kakashi's kindness and turned to lead the kids towards the barbecue restaurant. Since Kakashi said so, Asuma really didn't want to pry further. After all, it wasn't something worth mentioning that a freshly graduated genin had gained an advantage. However, when Asuma turned back to look at Yuyukun, his eyes were filled with curiosity. Kakashi watched Asuma lead the kids away, sighing as if he was carrying a heavy burden. He sat down on the ground and then lay back in the grass, comfortably gazing at the sky. At that moment, Kakashi felt a sense of relief as if he had survived a disaster. Looking at the clouds and the sky, the scenes from earlier flashed through his mind, and he still couldn't understand how a student who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy could possess such terrifying momentum. A monster? Then, Kakashi furrowed his brow in annoyance. This is bad. How do I report this to the third Hokage? Just say I lost because I was careless and didn't figure it out? That's a bit troublesome. While Kakashi was deep in thought, Asuma on the other side wasn't faring much better, with Sasuke, Naruto, Yuyukun, and Dingji all going all out. The plates of barbecue had already piled up to over a meter high, and it seemed like this was just the beginning. Asuma's mouth twitched as he watched the four gluttons devour their food, his eyes almost bulging out. It was one thing for Dingji to eat a lot. After all, he was from the Akimichi clan and was known for his big appetite. But why were the other three competing with Dingji in eating capacity? Had they not eaten for a month? Ultimately, when Asuma looked at the bill that was 3.5 meters long, his face turned pale. A minute later, Asuma stared at his flat wallet, wanting to cry, but having no tears, regretting. If I had known, I would have split the cost with Kakashi. In the evening, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and the third Hokage were all present. Soon, Asuma knocked and walked in. "Hokage-sama." As soon as he entered, Asuma nodded to Kakashi and Kurenai before turning to face the third Hokage. Taking a puff of smoke, the third Hokage looked at Asuma and asked, "Asuma, how did you feel about today's practical exercises?" Chapter 038. The Life of a Genin Begins. Seeking Flowers. Asuma's expression became serious upon hearing this, and he nodded. These little brats are indeed strong. In terms of strategy and strength, they are the best students I have ever seen. Moreover, I feel like they haven't even used their full strength against Kakashi and me. Kakashi secretly nodded, unable to help but think. Use full strength? Well, the others are fine. But if that guy named Ryu uses his full strength, I feel like we might not see each other again. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of thick smoke and smiled. They indeed haven't used their full strength. Naruto and Sasuke's abilities are far beyond that. The headache is that this time the goal was mainly to understand the strength of Inoshikacho, but it seems they haven't really made a move. Hearing the third Hokage's words, Asuma was taken aback and looked at him in confusion. "Hokage-sama, do you know these little guys well?" "Well, sort of. Over the years, whenever I have time, I would go see them. After all, Naruto and Sasuke are alone now, and as Hokage, I should show them the care of family." The third Hokage's gaze became a bit dazed as he reminisced about the days spent fishing with Ryu and competing to eat grilled fish. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he sighed. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, these little guys have grown up. By the way, Kakashi, Kakashi looked at the third Hokage's gaze, took a deep breath, and said in a slightly dry voice, "I said I was defeated by Ryu's momentum. Do you believe it?" "What? Momentum?" Asuma and Kurenai were both shocked, looking at Kakashi in disbelief. How is that possible? Kakashi is a ninja, battle-hardened, and even has the title of copy Ninja Kakashi. Even if the two of them teamed up, they might not be able to defeat Kakashi. The two couldn't imagine that Kakashi had so easily lost to a newly graduated student. Moreover, from Kakashi's words, it seemed that Ryu hadn't even made a move, merely relying on his momentum to win. In response to the three people's shocked expressions, the third Hokage smiled calmly, as if he was not surprised by this result at all. Hee hee. Believe it. That guy Ryu is like a mystery. I've never seen him train hard, Yet he has consistently been the top student. Moreover, even when he sees me, he looks at me like I'm just an old man. The third Hokage nodded at Kakashi, signaling him not to think too much, and turned his gaze to Kurenai. Kurenai, how do you feel about your team? Kurenai immediately replied seriously. Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino are fine, but Hinata's strength far exceeds my expectations. This Hyuga clan's princess seems to be much stronger than the legends say. The third Hokage nodded, looking sternly at the three. To put it bluntly, your three teams and Guy's team are the future hope of Konoha, so you three need to put in more effort. By the way, Asuma, you can give that kid Ryu some appropriate preferential treatment. Alright, go back and think about it. Strive to improve your team's strength quickly. The Chunin exams aren't far off. The three nodded and bid farewell to the third Hokage. As soon as they walked out of the office, Asuma looked at Kakashi with some envy. Speaking of this practical exercise, it largely depends on your classes Sasuke and Naruto. Those two kids' strength is really impressive. I really envy you, Kakashi. Kakashi smiled, patted Asuma's shoulder, and said meaningfully, Asuma, some things are not as simple as you think. With that, Kakashi and Kurenai quickly left. Asuma pulled out a cigarette and started smoking, silently planning the future of Team 10. On the other side, the third Hokage watched the three leave, his face filled with smiles. It seems a new era is coming. Naruto and Sasuke's strength has basically grown. If only that kid Ryu wasn't so lazy. If he grew up a little more, he could directly take over the Hokage position, and I could retire in peace. With the growth of these little guys, what will the future be like? It's truly something to look forward to. The next day, Team 10 gathered at the agreed location. Ryu and Shikamaru were habitually leaning against a wooden post, dozing off, while Choji was busy eating snacks. And only Ino curiously looked around. 10 minutes later, Asuma, with a cigarette in his mouth, arrived on time. Feeling Asuma's arrival, the four finally perked up a bit. After all, today was the first day as Genin, and they knew that starting today, they could accept missions and receive rewards. This also meant that their future expenses could rely on their own abilities rather than pitifully asking their parents for money. Asuma looked at the four, who were eagerly looking at him, and smiled kindly. All right, I know what you're thinking. Let's go. I'll take you to accept missions. Without the expected lecture, Asuma's straightforwardness once again won the favor of the four, and even Ino couldn't help but praise. Asuma-sensei really understands us. Ha, is that so? I just don't like to nag. On the way, Asuma detailed the levels of missions, rewards, and distribution systems to the four. After Asuma's thorough explanation, the four basically understood these. Soon, Team 10 arrived at the mission assignment place. Asuma looked at the four and said, this place is specifically for accepting missions. From now on, if you want to do missions, just come here to accept them. However, since you just became Genin, you can only take D-rank missions for now. Well, since it's the first time accepting a mission, let's start with something simple. Asuma led the three inside and nodded to the third Hokage. Third Hokage, Team 10 is here to accept a mission. The third Hokage took a heavy puff from his pipe and slowly exhaled a smoke ring before leisurely saying, Asuma's Team 10, huh? Since it's your first mission, how about helping with weeding or cleaning the river? Chapter 039. Asuma's love trouble as the third Hokage mumbled about the tasks. Liu Yu and the others curiously gathered around. Liu Yu knew that this was just the beginning, and the tasks they would take on wouldn't be too advanced. They were mostly menial jobs. However, for someone with his lazy personality, doing such dirty and tiring work was worse than killing him. Liu Yu quickly glanced at the tasks on the third Hokage's desk. His eyes lit up as he came up with an idea and eagerly said, Asuma-sensei, I think this task of finding a villager's cat is great. It can help us develop our observational skills and test our teamwork. How about we take this one? Asuma was slightly stunned when he heard Ryu's suggestion. He had originally planned to take on a weeding task, but after listening to Ryu's analysis and thinking it over, he found it quite reasonable. So Asuma nodded to the third Hokage and said, then let's help the villager find the cat. The third Hokage nodded and handed Asuma a form. Next, Asuma took the four of them through the process of receiving the task. Then, Asuma led the four of them to the outside of a wealthy person's house, where they were greeted by a rough-looking woman, the villager. Looking at this villager, not to mention Asuma, even the usually calm Ryu was stunned. The amount of makeup on this wealthy woman's face was estimated to be at least 2 pounds, and the lipstick on her lips was truly eye-watering. The most frightening thing was her figure, 140-140-140. It's simply a water tank. At this moment, everyone suddenly understood the lost cat. With such a terrifying owner, if they were cats, they would run away too. The villager lady looked at Asuma's rugged physique and the manly charm that made her heart race. Her eyes couldn't help but sparkle. Then, the wealthy villager woman, with her plump figure, walked towards Asma with 8,000 soft charms. Lu Yu and the others couldn't help but twitch their mouths at the sight of the wealthy villager woman's jiggling flesh as she walked. In the next moment, Asma, with a dark expression, looked at the villager lady who had come to him, and with a delicate tone, she said, "Mr. Ninja, my ex-husband left early. And before he left, he only left Ahu to keep me company. Now that Ahu is lost, I'm really worried. I wonder if you could." Asma looked at the wealthy villager woman, throwing flirtatious glances at him. His brows twitched violently, and he was so startled by her aura that he took several steps back. Once she finished speaking, he stammered, "Madam, please don't be anxious. Could you give me a picture of Ahu? I will help you find him right away. No need to rush, no need to rush." The wealthy villager woman grabbed Asma's wrist and smiled brightly. "Mr. Ninja, you came all the way to my humble abode. It must have been tiring. Why not come in for a cup of tea and rest for a while? We can look for him later." Lu Yu and the others looked at Asma, whose face was filled with a plea for help, and shrugged innocently. This scene had a DJVU of the spider demon capturing Tang Sung. Holy monk, come on. Half an hour later, the wealthy villager woman waved goodbye to the group with a reluctant smile. "Mr. Asma, be careful. If you can't find him, you can look again tomorrow. I will make a table full of dishes for you to come and eat." Asma, filled with indignation, trembled violently upon hearing the villager woman shout, and then ran away as if fleeing. Dingxi, Munchino sheeps, looked at the fleeing Asma in confusion. "What's wrong with teacher Asma? I think the villager lady is quite nice to us." The three shook their heads speechlessly, patted Dingxi on the shoulder, and quickly followed Asma. 10 minutes later, Asma brought the four to the area where Ahu might have gone missing. He glanced back with lingering fear, and after confirming that there was no sign of the wealthy villager woman, he said to the four, "The target is Ahu, the villager lady's pet, which is a plump brown, striped Garfield cat with a bow tied behind its right ear. Remember the physical characteristics?" Lu Yu nodded and suddenly said, "Teacher Asma, I'm good at finding animals. Why don't you let me take on the task of finding the animal this time? And for future grass-cutting tasks and such, ahem, you know." "Oh, Lu Yu, are you sure? The village lady gave us a full 10-kilometer search radius. If you can really find it, then I've decided that you can participate less in physical tasks in the future." Asma looked at the other three, who nodded in agreement, then turned his head to look at Lu Yu with anticipation. He didn't want to do this annoying task for even a second. The village rich lady intentionally made it difficult for herself by expanding the search range to 10 kilometers. Finding a little cat in a 10-kilometer forest? Finding it means there's a ghost. Moreover, Asuma once doubted whether the location given to him was accurate. Now that this miraculous kid who could easily defeat Kakashi is willing to volunteer, Asuma naturally supports him wholeheartedly. Lu Yu nodded and smiled at Asuma. "All right, it's a deal. Give me 10 minutes. With that, Lu Yu quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Then, in a corner invisible to everyone, Lu Yu's speed suddenly soared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In order to continue his leisurely life, Lu Yu really put in the effort. At this moment, his speed was like lightning, and he had scouted the vast forest in less than a minute. When Lu Yu reappeared, he had a trembling brown, striped Garfield cat in his hands, which was none other than Ahu, the cat lost by the village lady. In the evening, after Asuma returned Ahu to the village lady, he left in a hurry. The village lady looked at the oblivious ninja with a resentful expression, her lips curling slightly as she murmured, "To find Ahu so quickly over such a large area, what an impressive and powerful ninja. I can't just give up like this." 2 months later, after Team 10 was established, they did not frequently undertake missions. So far, Asuma had led Team 10 to complete 10 D-rank missions, which were all about finding cats. It seemed that the village lady had fallen for Asuma at first sight, and ever since the first cat went missing, she had been relentless, specifically requesting Asuma to help her search. If Konoha did not comply, she would cause a scene. If it were an ordinary person, Konoha would completely ignore them. However, this village lady was someone with power and influence, seemingly connected to the daimyo of the Fire Country. As a result, Asuma was in a tough spot, being taken advantage of under the pretense of finding cats repeatedly, which left him helpless. Fortunately, after the first time, the village lady no longer made things difficult for everyone and provided the exact location of Ahu's disappearance, and they often found him in no time. Later on, with just a whistle from Lu Yu, Ahu would come running happily. Besides completing the cat-finding tasks, the remaining time was split between letting the four rest and teaching them. Of course, Lu Yu was an exception, as Asuma had nothing to teach him. Thus, Liu Yu began his comfortable and leisurely life again. This kind of life was quite good for Liu Yu after a long period of leisure. He would go to the village lady's house for a big meal and casually catch some cats. But for Asuma, the days felt like years. One morning, he hurriedly arrived at the meeting point, and the four of them looked at Asuma's smiling face with suspicion. Liu Yu curiously asked, "Asuma-sensei, seeing your smile, have you been charmed by the village's wealthy lady with money?" Upon hearing this, Asuma's face darkened, and the others burst into laughter. After the kids quieted down for a while, Asuma announced, "Considering your significant progress and strength over the past 2 months, I will take you on a new mission today." The four of them didn't take it seriously and instinctively complained, "Is it weeding and cleaning the river again? I still prefer catching cats." "Yeah, at least the village lady could treat us to a big meal. And Ahu has also become familiar with us. With just one whistle from him, it's done. Why we need a new mission? It's thankless work." Asuma looked at the four unmotivated individuals with a black line on his face and angrily said, "I don't care. I've already accepted it, and it's a sea-level mission. You four need to go back and pack your things now. We'll set off in the afternoon." Chapter 040. The Wave Country Mission. Seeking Flowers. Seeking Rewards, C-Rank Mission. Liu Yu's eyes lit up, and he instinctively thought, could be the Wave Country Mission? Liu Yu's mind quickly turned, pondering. From what I remember about the Wave Country Mission, there seems to be a super rich Kato group. A wave of robbing the rich to help the poor wouldn't be bad. I wouldn't have to worry about the cost of barbecue in the future. Ino, noticing Liu Yu lost in thought, leaned over habitually and softly asked, "Liu Yu-kun, what's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Liu Yu caught a whiff of a unique fragrance that belonged to girls. He turned to Ino and smiled. "Ah, it's nothing, just lost in thought." Seeing Liu Yu flash his signature handsome and sunny smile, Ino's heart raced. "Oh my," Liu Yu-kun smiled at me again. "No, I can't be so infatuated. My mom said girls should be reserved, but why can't I move? I'm so embarrassed." Liu Yu looked curiously at Ino, whose face was flushed as she smiled foolishly at him. He shook his head, not understanding the situation, and went home to pack his things. After a while, Ino finally came to her senses and realized Liu Yu had vanished. Annoyed, she stomped her foot and pouted as she headed home. In the afternoon, at the mission distribution office, Asuma looked speechless at the four lazy members. When he said to pack, he meant essentials. Who would have thought these four guys were loaded with bags? This wasn't a C-rank mission. It looked more like they were going on a vacation. However, considering that all four were future heirs from various clans, it was understandable that their families showed extra concern. Faced with this situation, Asuma could only sigh helplessly and led the four into the mission distribution office. At that moment, the hall was crowded. Liu Yu noticed from a distance an old man with white hair draped in a white towel, sitting quietly with a dark complexion. The old man seemed to have some worries, frowning and occasionally sipping alcohol. When he saw Asuma approaching with a few people, he drunkenly said, "Haha, is there no one left in Konoha? This is a C-rank mission, and you have kids participating? Are you really responsible, Konoha?" While the old man complained, he gestured animatedly. "You should know that I, Tazuna, am a super famous bridge builder. Do you know that getting this mission is an honor for you? How could you just send a few kids? Unforgivable." Tazuna looked arrogantly at the group, only to realize that Asuma was talking to the mission distribution staff. Liu Yu and Shikamaru were dozing off with their eyes closed, while a pretty blonde girl was gazing affectionately at the sleeping handsome boy. The only chubby one was munching on snacks, curiously looking around. Not one of the five paid attention to him. At that moment, 2 crows flew by in the sky, cawing loudly, as if saying, "Fool, fool." Tazuna was taken aback. Knowing his own situation, he realized that to survive, he had to ensure that the other party had the strength to protect him. With that thought, Tazuna suddenly hugged Asuma's thigh, crying pitifully, "Lord Ninja, please save me. I feel like someone wants to kill me. Please ensure my safety until I finish building the bridge." Asuma looked at Tazuna, who was clinging to his leg, helplessly. "Mr. Tazuna, please have some dignity. We in Konoha will naturally allocate personnel based on the mission. We are ready, and if there are no issues, we can set off. By the way, let me inform you, the 4 young people in front of you are my students. Their strength is absolutely formidable." "Really?" Tazuna looked at the lazy group with suspicion, clearly unconvinced. 2 sleepy members, a girl in love, and a glutton who only knew how to eat snacks. Could such a group really be reliable? Asuma twitched the corner of his mouth, glanced at the 4, cleared his throat lightly, and then looked seriously at Tazuna. "Don't judge them by their appearance. Their strength is profound. Now, Mr. Tazuna, please lead the way." Tazuna still looked a bit uneasy as he glanced at the 4 again, but he knew he couldn't change the situation now. With a resigned sigh, he led the group away. Chapter 041. The unreliable four-man team shows their strength. The distance from the land of fire to the land of waves is indeed not short. With nothing else to do, Tazuna briefly introduced the situation to everyone. The land of waves is a country without ninjas, a small island with almost no ninjas, a poor economy, and impoverished people. Kato used his financial power and violence to completely control all maritime traffic to and from the land of waves. For an island nation like the land of waves, controlling the lifeline of maritime traffic means controlling the country's wealth, politics, and everything about its people. However, as long as Tazuna completes the construction of the bridge to the outside world, Kato's plans will be in vain, so Kato hired many ninjas to assassinate him. Yukino already knew about this part of the plot, while Shikamaru and the others showed interest. As the group walked along the way, Asuma was also psychologically affected by the village's people. Now that they had finally escaped the village, everything outside looked so beautiful. As for the other four kids, they completely lacked the concept of doing a C-rank mission, frequently pulling out food from their bags and enjoying snacks along the way, having a great time. Tazuna looked at this extremely unreliable group of ninjas with a black line on his face, secretly wondering what kind of gods he had hired. If he and T already confirmed their identities as ninjas, he would have suspected that some of them were frauds. On the way, only Tazuna was paranoid, startled by even the slightest rustle in the bushes, running away in fright. Ino looked at Tazuna's sneaky demeanor and said with a smile, "Uncle Tazuna, don't worry. We will protect you. Here, try this." Tazuna took the bag of snacks that Ino threw over, carefully tucking it into his pocket, intending to bring these nice-looking snacks back to his grandson. After doing this, Tazuna looked at Ino with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, beautiful Ino. The gods will bless you and make your wishes come true." At this point, Tazuna glanced meaningfully at Yukino, who was gnawing on beef jerky nearby. Ino, noticing Tazuna's gaze, blushed, realizing what he was implying, and boldly moved closer to Yukino. "Huh, Ino, do you want to eat too?" Yukino thought Ino was interested in his beef jerky, and generously handed her most of the bag. "Aye." Yukino looked at Ino, who seemed a bit dazed, thinking she was just shy, and cheerfully said, "Don't be polite, Ino, take it. It tastes really good." Ino instinctively took the beef jerky that Yukino offered, feeling a bit disoriented. Did she really think I was interested in your beef jerky? How annoying. This blockhead is driving me crazy. Ino angrily took a piece of beef jerky and bit down hard, as if venting her frustration on Yukino. Shikamaru watched his brother and Ino, shaking his head helplessly. And couldn't he help but sigh? Women are just troublesome. The 10th squad continued to wander aimlessly until they encountered a large puddle of standing water ahead. Except for the sulking Ino and the chip-eating Choji, Yukino, Shikamaru, and Asuma keenly sensed something was off. It hadn't rained recently. Where did such a large puddle come from? Even if it had under the sunlight, it should have evaporated by now. This blatant tactic seemed too childish in the eyes of the three. Asuma didn't give any orders. Instead, he was somewhat curious about how his slack-off students would react if they were ambushed. Before long, the six passed a large waterlogged area, seemingly unaware of their surroundings. The only exception was Yukino, who paused slightly to wait for Ino, walking alongside her. Ino looked confusedly at Yukino, wondering, could it be that this blockhead has finally woken up? However, Ino didn't notice that as they walked past, a head slowly emerged from the water. Splash. The sound of chains extending was particularly jarring in the quiet forest path. A low, murderous voice came from behind. Two figures suddenly appeared behind Yukino and Ino without them realizing it. Feeling the gust of wind from behind, Ino instinctively stood in front of Yukino and shouted, "Yukino, be careful. Seeking death." The two ninjas, noticing Ino blocking Yukino, showed a glint of bloodlust in their eyes and quickened their pace to attack. Shikamaru immediately activated the shadow imitation technique, frowning and thinking, "Damn it, hurry up." Asuma looked at Yukino, who seemed oblivious to the situation, feeling disappointed, and tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to take action. At that moment, a shadow flashed by, and the group heard two muffled thuds. The next second, the two ninjas who had just launched a fierce attack disappeared without a trace. Everyone stood there dumbfounded, unsure of what had just happened, only realizing something was amiss when they heard continuous rustling sounds from the distant forest. Among the five, aside from Asuma, who vaguely saw Yukino make a move, the others could only infer that it was Yukino who acted. No one expected that this guy, who usually liked to fish, could be so terrifying when he erupted, instantly knocking away two ninjas. At this moment, Shikamaru felt the strongest shock, sharing the same parents and being the same kind of slack-off. He never imagined his brother could be this strong. Yukino didn't explain anything, turning to Ino with a smile and gently patting her head. Silly girl, don't worry. I will protect you. Chapter 042, Startled Retreat. No more slashing. Seeking flowers. Seeking subscriptions. Ino heard Shika say this, and for a moment, her heart raced and her mind couldn't help but think of many things. Why did this guy suddenly say such a thing? Could it be? Has he finally noticed my feelings? It turned out that Ino was overthinking. The oblivious Shika pulled out a pack of beef jerky and handed it to her, cheerfully saying, I see you really like beef jerky. Here, this pack is for you. Ino looked at the beef jerky in her hand, completely dumbfounded. At that moment, all feelings of shyness and gratitude vanished without a trace, and all she felt was an increasingly strong urge to hit Shika. So, Shika's continued single status wasn't tea without reason. With his dullness, even if the matchmaking god tied him with a red thread, he could probably break it with sheer strength. Asuma nodded in satisfaction at Shika's performance. That attack was quite impressive. I didn't expect your strength to be unexpectedly powerful. Shika took a sip of water and smiled, saying, It's just barely enough to protect myself. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. You call that barely enough? In just an instant, your opponent was beaten to who knows where. Your speed and strength are simply unheard of. However, it seemed Shika didn't have much more to say, so everyone didn't press further. After all, Shika was one of their own, and having stronger abilities wasn't a bad thing. Asuma subconsciously glanced at Tazuna, who wore a pitiful expression, and sighed helplessly. Tazuna had already informed Asuma about the situation, but the other party had downplayed it and seemed to be morally coercing Asuma, which left him quite helpless. Moreover, those who could be part of the 12 Guardian Ninja had a strong sense of justice, so after careful consideration, Asuma agreed. Before this, Asuma thought it was just a bunch of thugs at most some Chunin. Now seeing that the situation seemed much more serious than he had imagined. With Chunin leading the charge, it was clear that the next wave would definitely be Jonin. With this in mind, Asuma looked at the four of them seriously and said, You guys need to stay alert. The next wave could be at the Jonin level. Upon hearing the word Jonin, everyone, including Tazuna, looked extremely serious. In the ninja world, the term ninja signifies many things and represents considerable strength. Ino instinctively moved closer to Shika, looking like a pitiful little girl. Shika, whether he had suddenly gained insight or not, inexplicably put his arm around Ino's shoulders and gently said, Don't worry, Ino, I said I would protect you. Ino looked at Shika, her heart racing uncontrollably again, stammering, Is that so? Tazuna saw that Asuma had no intention of backing down and let out a sigh of relief. As long as he had this group of Konoha ninjas protecting him, his life was temporarily safe. The group resumed their journey, and after a short while, Asuma, who had been carefully observing the surroundings, suddenly focused his gaze. On the ground was a snow-white rabbit, completely devoid of any other color. Asuma recognized it at a glance. This type of rabbit was specifically raised by ninjas to be used as a replacement in jutsu. Stop! Asuma waved his hand with a serious expression. Shika glanced at the snow rabbit, his brows furrowing. If Zabuza appeared at this moment, wouldn't that mean he would soon be back in the village after being defeated? That absolutely wouldn't do. It was hard enough to leave the village, so how could he easily return? Or perhaps they could fight him half to death and then let him go to fight again. No, for a slacker, that would be too troublesome. Instead, Shika quickly scanned the surroundings and immediately spotted Zabuza, who was exuding a murderous aura. Just as Zabuza was about to make a move, his gaze suddenly turned sharp. Then, a terrifying pressure descended upon him. Just as Zabuza was about to throw his beheading sword at the group, he suddenly felt a booming sound explode in his mind, echoing like a giant bell ringing in his head. Boom! The sound reverberated in his mind, causing Zabuza to tremble violently, as if struck by lightning, and his body uncontrollably fell from the branch, leaving him unable to move. What's going on? Why can't I move my body? Where's this terrifying feeling coming from? Zabuza's face turned pale, his eyes filled with shock. In his decades of experience, he had never encountered such an incomprehensible situation. This terrifying pressure, which seemed to come from nowhere, was like a mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult for Zabuza to even move a finger. Meanwhile, observing from the shadows, Haku noticed Zabuza's unusual state and immediately flew over. Seeing Zabuza's somewhat panicked eyes, Haku didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly took Zabuza away. Afterward, Shika's lips curled slightly. No one knew that Zabuza had been quietly startled into retreat by him. Now that he was out, it wouldn't fit the personality of a slacker king to not wander around for a few months. Shika had even planned how to time his return around the Chunin exams. Chapter 043. Jean is coming again, seeking flowers, requesting the land of waves. A small boat carrying Team 10 and Tazuna is constantly heading towards Tazuna's home. The land of waves often has heavy fog, and visibility is very low, beyond 10 meters. It becomes hard to see clearly. Because of this, Asuma and the others appear serious and cautious. The enemies that are likely to appear next are ninjas. As Kato is one of the world's richest billionaires, he must have many rogue ninjas at his disposal, which is quite troublesome. Moreover, it has been confirmed that there are definitely ninjas under his command, making the situation less than optimistic. In response, Liu doesn't have much to think about. Zabuza has already been scared away by him, and with that level of psychological trauma, Liu estimates it will take at least a week or two for Zabuza to recover. Thinking of this, Liu can't help but admire Kato's courage. In this world where strength speaks, no matter how rich Kato is, he is just an ordinary person. To the strong, he is merely a moving treasury. Based on Liu's speculation, even if Zabuza takes this opportunity to slack off, Kato wouldn't have any anger. So it is impossible for Zabuza to attack in the short term. With this deduction, Liu feels quite good along the way. After all, it is his first time visiting the land of waves, and he is very interested in the environment here. A few days later, Team 10 arrived safely at Tazuna's home. According to the task requirements, Team 10 must protect Tazuna until the bridge is completed to consider the mission finished. Therefore, Team 10 settled down at Tazuna's house, while Liu excitedly carried his bags to go fishing. Unlike inland countries like Konoha, sea fishing in island nations is a rare enjoyment. The fish here are at least half a meter long, with some as long as 2 to 3 meters or even over 10 meters. Asuma has completely indulged Liu, and the other three have long since gotten used to it. If Liu were to ever settle down to practice seriously, he wouldn't be the Liu they know. And besides, with his strength, what's wrong with being a bit lazy? The next day, Asuma brought Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji to the forest. While Liu happily enjoyed roasted pork nearby, Asuma helplessly glanced at Liu and smiled at the three in front of him. I know you all envy Liu, but this is unavoidable. You all have a rough understanding of Liu's strength. If one day you reach the same level of strength, I can also give you complete freedom. Right now, the priority is to become stronger, understand? The three of them recalled half an hour ago when Liu effortlessly killed a wild boar with his bare hands. Nodding heavily, looking at Liu's inhuman strength, it was impossible for the three not to feel envious. However, it was clear that they did not possess Liu's monstrous talent, so they could only grit their teeth in silence and decide not to be lazy until they became stronger. Asuma looked at the fighting spirit emanating from the three and smiled with satisfaction. All right, since you all have the desire to become stronger from today on, I will conduct systematic training for the three of you. Liu took a delicious bite of the rich and tender pig leg, curiously watching Asuma explain to the three how to circulate chakra to the soles of their feet. Thus, Team 10 began their chakra training journey, tree climbing. Meanwhile, Liu started his own training, eating. After all, it was a rare trip to the land of waves, which boasted a wealth of wild game and seafood. As a lazy fish who enjoyed life, how could he not taste everything? From that day on, Ino, who loved to tag along with Liu for meals, found herself in for a treat. Every day, she got to enjoy different kinds of wild game, from tigers, brown bears, and wild boars to crabs and seafood. And for a whole month, she had never eaten the same thing twice. What shocked Ino the most was that this usually lazy guy was actually quite skilled at cooking. Every meal was so satisfying that Ino lingered over them, and when she returned to eat at the Dasna household, she found she had little appetite. 1 month later, on a morning when Team 10 was neatly dressed and ready to protect Dasna while he worked on a bridge, Ino looked at the still sleeping Liu and gently covered him with a blanket. Watching Liu's handsome face as he breathed evenly, Ino glanced around like a thief. After confirming that there was no one else, her cheeks flushed slightly as she slowly leaned down, just about to kiss Liu's forehead when, Ino, it's time to go. At a critical moment, Asuma's voice came through, startling Ino, who was planning to do something bad. She glared at Asuma with resentment, feeling unwilling as she looked at the slightly frowning Shikamaru. At this point, it was clearly impossible to continue with her bad intentions. So Ino could only angrily walk out the door, repeatedly muttering to herself, Asuma-sensei is really annoying. An hour later, Asuma arrived at the bridge with the three of them and Tazuna. Since it was still early, the fog around the bridge was quite thick. Asuma instinctively looked around, his brow slightly furrowed, feeling a strange sense of oppression in his heart. Sensing something was off, Asuma immediately shouted, "Quick, fall back!" After finishing speaking, Asuma took the lead and jumped back. Clang! Just as Asuma jumped back, a massive cleaver whistled through the air and landed precisely where he had just been standing. Everyone turned to look ahead, only to be shocked to see that the enormous cleaver was embedded halfway into the bridge. Upon witnessing this scene, the group immediately prepared for battle, their expressions grave as they scanned the surroundings. In the next moment, a man wearing spotted overalls, with half of his face wrapped in bandages, jumped down from the sky and landed steadily on the handle of the cleaver. His face was filled with a grim aura, and his small eyes radiated an astonishing killing intent. The man, without hesitation, looked at Asuma and said nonchalantly, "Oh dear. Isn't this one of the renowned 12 guardian ninja from Konoha village, Sarutobi Asuma?" Chapter 044. Fierce battle at the bridge. As he listened to Zabuza Momochi's nonchalant tone, Asuma furrowed his brows, instinctively drawing Fian closer while maintaining a friendly smile on his face. "Hee, I thought it was someone else. Isn't this the rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi? It's rare that you remember those old, rotten matters so clearly." The moment Asuma opened his mouth, Fian was enveloped in sharp wind chakra. A powerful aura emanated from Asuma, completely dispersing Zabuza's killing intent. This also relieved Ino and Tazuna, freeing them from Zabuza's oppressive presence. Ino looked at Zabuza with lingering fear. What a terrifying guy. Just now I seem to see countless vengeful spirits. Zabuza, observing Asuma's wind chakra, couldn't help but frown. He glanced at Tazuna in the distance and said, "Sarutobi Asuma, I have no grudge against you. My target is that old man. I promise to leave immediately after killing him. Hehe, I am sorry, Zabuza, but that old man is my employer." The easygoing tone of their conversation made it sound as if they were long-lost friends. Shikamaru keenly noticed Asuma lightly tapping his right foot on the ground and quickly realized, Ino, Chuji, form a formation to protect Mr. Tazuna. There might be more than one enemy. Ino and Chuji nodded, immediately taking their positions and vigilantly watching their surroundings. Zabuza felt somewhat hesitant as he looked at Asuma. For days, he had been investigating the source of the terrifying aura. When he traced it back to the fact that the ninjas protecting Tazuna were from Konoha, he began to understand. Upon discovering that the ninja was none other than the son of Konoha's Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma, he sensed the situation had become complicated. Zabuza's greatest wish was to regain control of the water country's political power through a coup. Everything he was doing now was merely to accumulate resources, so he couldn't afford to kill Asuma, let alone the legendary trio of Ino Shikicho from Konoha. Otherwise, he would be powerless to turn the tide with just the water country, and adding the fire country into the mix would leave him with nowhere to hide in this vast world. Thinking of this, Zabuza coldly smiled at Asuma, raising his right hand high toward the sky, and shouted, "Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique." In the next moment, the fog around them began to thicken, and visibility was rapidly decreasing. Asuma, let me show you the power of silent assassination techniques." After speaking, Zabuza drew the large beheading sword embedded in the bridge, took a few steps back, and vanished into the mist. Asuma frowned, cautiously observing his surroundings, and shouted to his companions behind him, "Stay here and do not move." Just then, a series of sharp whistling sounds pierced the air. Asuma instinctively raised his hands and positioned Fian to block to the left. Clang! Fian clashed violently with the beheading sword, sparks flying. Zabuza, realizing his attack had missed, immediately retreated into the thick fog. "Oh, I didn't expect that with such low visibility. You could accurately catch my attack. You truly are strong, Asuma." Zabuza admired Asuma for a moment before his tone turned cold. "However, the one who will win this battle will definitely be me." Asuma remained vigilant, his expression growing serious. On the other side, Shikamaru, Chuji, and Ino cautiously watched their surroundings. The visibility around them was still decent, and they remained alert for any sudden developments. Just then, a white figure suddenly rushed out from the thick fog, wielding a kunai. In the thick fog, there were no shadows. Seeing this, Shikamaru reluctantly grabbed a shuriken and rushed towards the white figure. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the two sides clashed together, the air filled with flying sparks. Ino worriedly glanced at Shikamaru, and Chuji, seeing this, quietly said, Ino, I'll leave Mr. Tazuna to you. I'm going to help Shikamaru. Multiplication technique. Next, Chuji's body began to grow rapidly. Human bullet tank. In the next moment, Chuji's head and limbs retracted, and he transformed into a large ball with a diameter of 5 meters, rolling quickly towards the white figure. Oomph. The white figure snorted coldly, exerting force with his right hand, instantly breaking free from Shikamaru's control and then gracefully dodging Chuji's attack after a few leaps. The white figure landed steadily on the ground, looking coldly at Shikamaru and Chuji in the distance. I don't want to kill you, but I assume you won't back down, right? Shikamaru smiled wryly and replied nonchalantly, What nonsense are you talking about? The current situation is 2 against 1, which is generally advantageous for us. Shikamaru secretly moved his numb wrist. In reality, he had felt somewhat overwhelmed during the previous confrontation with the white figure. But to say he and Chuji would surrender was too naive on the enemy's part, seeing that his persuasion was ineffective. The white figure calmly explained, That fat guy's attack is decent, but straight-line attacks are useless against me, and your close combat abilities are no match for mine. With that, the white figure charged again, quickly engaging Shikamaru in battle. Soon, Shikamaru was horrified to find that the opponent was able to keep him on the defensive with just one hand. Noticing that Shikamaru had keenly realized this, the white figure casually remarked, You might not have noticed the water around us, right? Then, with his free hand, the white figure began to quickly form hand seals. What? This guy can form seals with one hand. Shikamaru's pupils contracted to a dangerous pinprick as he immediately channeled chakra to his feet, preparing to face the white figure's next attack. Secret Technique, 1000 Killing Water Flight. Chapter 045, Magic Mirror Ice Crystal, Seeking Flowers. Seeking Collections. With a low shout from Bai, countless shurikens suddenly formed from the water around him. These shurikens were clearly frozen from water and crystallized into ice. Shikamaru frowned as he looked at the shurikens surrounding him from all directions. At this moment, Choji, who had just released the meat tank, finally regained consciousness. After releasing the meat tank, Choji would fall into a brief coma due to the high rotational speed that his body could not withstand. Seeing this, Choji quickly warned Shikamaru, Get out of the way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, countless shurikens shot rapidly towards Shikamaru. In a critical moment, Shikamaru pushed his chakra to the limit, unleashing astonishing potential. He stomped heavily on the ground and jumped high just as the ice needles were about to pierce his body, narrowly evading the attack. Oh, did he actually dodge? I was slightly surprised, looking up at Shikamaru in midair. At that moment, Shikamaru had 3 shurikens in hand, which he threw towards Bai. Minor technique. Bai snorted coldly, completely seeing through the trajectory of the shurikens. With a swing of his shurikens, he knocked them all down. At the same time, he delivered a spinning kick towards Shikamaru, who had just landed behind him. The two exchanged dozens of moves, yet neither could gain the upper hand. In the end, after a clash, both retreated 5 meters, staring at each other with seriousness. Bai glanced at Shikamaru and said lightly, It seems you have indeed hidden quite a bit of your strength, but you should have no more trump cards left now. After saying this, Bai emitted an extremely cold aura, forming a strange hand seal. What a pity, boy. Everything is about to end. Secret Technique. Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. Large ice crystals slowly rose from the bridge, ultimately transforming into huge mirrors that surrounded Shikamaru. Then, Bai seemed to lose his physical form and slowly merged into the mirrors. Shikamaru looked around and found Bai's image appearing one after another in the mirrors, causing his brow to furrow. In this magic mirror ice crystal, my speed will be enhanced to the extreme. Countless voices of Bai echoed from the mirrors, and Shikamaru couldn't tell where Bai was for a moment. The opponent could only appear in one mirror, which meant the others were illusions. Shikamaru took out a kunai and threw it at a nearby mirror, producing a crisp sound. This is troublesome. This mirror is indeed beyond my current ability to destroy. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, holding the kunai cautiously as he scanned his surroundings, secretly contemplating a way to break the situation. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, dozens of shurikens shot in from all directions. Shikamaru's face showed shock as he instinctively dove to the side, swinging his kunai rapidly, but he could only manage to deflect the shurikens coming from the front, while his back inevitably received several wounds. Not every mirror could be a solid object, but just now, the attacks indeed came from all directions. Half crouching, Shikamaru's mind replayed every detail from their first encounter. Shurikens made of ice, mirrors made of ice, merging into the mirrors. Shikamaru's eyes brightened as he boldly deduced a conclusion. It seems this guy can control ice-type ninjutsu, and in this ninjutsu, his speed will increase significantly, and Shikamaru glanced at his own injuries and squinted his eyes to deduce. The opponent probably just wants to knock him out and has no intention of killing him. Thinking of this, Shikamaru shouted loudly, "Choji, activate the meat tank from the outside." "Huh? Shikamaru, why didn't you say so earlier?" A familiar voice came from beside Shikamaru. It turned out that while Shikamaru was deep in thought, Choji had quietly come to his side out of concern. Shikamaru looked at the innocent-looking Choji, helplessly covering his face, wanting to cry, but having no tears. On the other side, Zabuza looked strangely at Asuma. Even hearing Shikamaru shout, he remained unmoved. "Hee, Asuma, you didn't expect that I have companions, and your students seem to be in quite a bad situation now. If this drags on, they could be in danger." Asuma smiled nonchalantly, and upon hearing Zabuza's voice, he immediately dashed to the side, finding Zabuza's position in just a few leaps. Zabuza looked at Asuma in surprise, and the two instantly engaged in fierce combat. "I have to thank you, Zabuza. You awakened my dormant fighting spirit. By the way, my team consists of 4 people, and one hasn't arrived yet. Even with one more person, it would be a match for you." As Zabuza finished speaking, he brought down his executioner's blade fiercely towards Asuma. But Asuma caught it steadily with one hand using his weapon, the F-ton, Kazekage. Asuma used his free right hand to tightly grip his weapon and viciously slashed at Zabuza, but the latter tilted his head slightly and narrowly avoided it. The legendary 12 Guardian Ninja are nothing, but Zabuza was abruptly interrupted when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his face. He instinctively touched it with his hand and was horrified to find it covered in blood. Asuma looked at Zabuza with a cold smile. "Don't let your guard down, Zabuza, or you'll die in my hands." Interesting. Zabuza once again entered the mist, and then his voice suddenly began to waver. Asuma frowned, feeling a sudden ominous sensation rise within him. "Damn, don't underestimate me." Choji angrily pulled out the shurikens embedded in his body and formed hand seals. Multiplication technique. Meat tank. Seeing this, Shikamaru immediately shouted, "Stop, Choji." However, in his rage, Choji couldn't hear Shikamaru's words and suddenly transformed into a giant, with his head and limbs retracting into his body. Useless fatso. I sneered. In the next moment, as the meat tank began to activate, countless shurikens appeared from all directions, shooting towards him. Puff, puff, puff. The massive target didn't even need to aim to hit completely. If the shuriken struck ordinary areas, Choji in this state could still endure. However, I aimed every attack at the vital points of the human body. Amidst the intense pain, Choji quickly reverted to his normal form. His eyes rolled back as he fainted. "Choji!" Shikamaru hurriedly ran to Choji's side and instinctively checked his pulse, feeling somewhat relieved. Sure enough, the shurikens had avoided the fatal points. He was merely in a state of apparent death. Shikamaru looked around, his eyes flashing with brilliance. His body had astonishingly adapted to the opponent's speed. If this continued, it would be advantageous for him. The opponent's high-speed movement must be consuming a lot of chakra. It seems your companion is already out of commission, and now it's just you left. In a magic mirror ice crystal, coldly gazed at Shikamaru and then launched an attack. Swish, swish, swish. Shikamaru was always alert, watching his surroundings. At this moment, seeing shuriken coming from all directions, he channeled chakra to his feet and suddenly jumped into the air, swinging his kunai at high speed to knock down several shuriken in midair, landing steadily on the ground. This guy, can he really keep up with my speed? The figure in the mirror looked at Shikamaru with some surprise, and then a cold glint flashed in their eyes. Then, let's resolve this quickly. Prolonging it would be disadvantageous for me. After all, maintaining high-speed movement consumes a lot of chakra. Secret technique, 1,000 kill, water flight. Soon, the water from the ground transformed into flying needles. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as 100 flying needles, densely coming from all directions. Shikamaru. Chapter 046. Absolute Brother, Seeking Flowers. Seeking Collections Cough. Just as Bai was about to stab Qiansha Shuexiang towards Lu Shikamaru, a faint cough suddenly sounded in his ear. Bai instinctively stopped the ninjutsu and turned to look behind him. He saw a handsome young man who had appeared 10 meters away from him. The young man was looking at him with interest and beckoned him with his finger. Bai coldly gazed at the young man until he clearly saw that Zai Bujan, who was lying unconscious at the young man's feet, was in danger. At that moment, I could no longer care about Shikamaru trapped in the magic mirror's ice crystal. He immediately emerged from the mirror and swiftly attacked Liu Yu. Liu Yu easily dodged Bai's attack and quickly subdued him with one hand, whispering, "Stop struggling. You're no match for me. If you want Zai Bujan to live, you will listen to me, understand?" After saying this, Liu Yu crouched down beside Zai Bujan, holding a kunai against his neck, showing a threatening demeanor that suggested he would kill him if Bai did not comply. Bai looked at Liu Yu's youthful appearance, and a storm surged in his heart. This guy looked to be about the same age as him, but his strength conveyed an overwhelming sense of despair. At that moment, Bai suddenly remembered the terrifying aura Zai Bujan had described earlier. There was no doubt that it was this guy before him. Knowing he was no match for him, Bai hesitated only slightly before decisively nodding. He couldn't win a fight, so he might as well follow the other party's advice. At least doing so would ensure Zai Bujan's survival. After all, for Bai, Zai Bujan was everything. Seeing Bai agree, Liu Yu spoke softly. "The guy in your ninjutsu is my younger brother. You need to train him well. Retreat when your chakra is depleted. Got it?" Bai looked at Liu Yu with suspicion and then noticed the resemblance between them. He nodded without hesitation. Liu Yu, watching Bai slowly merge back into the ice mirror, reminded him softly, "Don't be too harsh in the training, just enough to make him experience some hardship." Inside the magic mirror's ice crystal, Shikamaru looked at the countless shurikens around him, seemingly waiting for something. He instinctively looked around and was surprised to find that Bai had vanished from the mirror. Shikamaru hadn't heard Liu Yu's cough or their soft conversation. He thought Bai had accelerated again, and this time he couldn't even see the other's shadow. Just as Shikamaru was feeling anxious, Bai reappeared in the mirror, and the countless shurikens in the air suddenly attacked Shikamaru. However, it wasn't a barrage of arrows. Rather, it was groups of shurikens shooting intermittently at Shikamaru. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed as he used kunai to block while deftly dodging. Seeing the situation in the magic mirror's ice crystal, Liu Yu let out a sigh of relief, feeling a heavy burden lifted. If he trains like this, he should improve quickly. Asuma walked over to his side, speechless. "Liu Yu, Shikamaru is your younger brother. Isn't this a bit harsh?" Liu Yu glanced at Asuma and said helplessly, "Do you think I want this? The problem is, what other way is there to make him stronger quickly?" Saying this, Liu Yu patted the already slowly regaining consciousness Zai Bujan. "All right, now that you're awake, stand up. I only lightly hit you. Don't make it seem like I incapacitated you." Zai Bujan hurriedly got up from the ground, looking at Liu Yu with fear. It was only at this moment that he understood the true meaning of what Asuma had said about their group having 4 members. No wonder Asuma was not worried about his students. This young man was simply powerful to an outrageous degree. He hadn't even seen how the other had attacked before everything went dark, and he lost consciousness. There was no doubt that the terrifying aura had been released by this guy. Thinking of this, Zai Bujan's expression changed slightly, and he cautiously said, "Let us give up on this mission, Asuma-sensei this." "Sir, you guys," just before Zai Bujan could finish, Liu Yu interrupted him. "Tao, Zai Bujan, I know your ambitions. You're accumulating resources to prepare for your next coup, right?" Upon hearing this, Zai Bujan instinctively nodded. "Well, you can forget about getting money from me, but I can make you stronger." "What? Stronger?" Zai Bujan and Asuma both looked at Liu Yu as if he were a monster, their eyes filled with undeniable skepticism. At their age, their strength was basically fixed, and it was very difficult to make any further progress. Seeing Liu Yu's confident expression, they were somewhat convinced yet still doubtful. Liu Yu, too lazy to explain further, patted Zai Bujan's shoulder and said, "Let us go over there. I'll accompany you for a few moves." Chapter 047, Dying for Face. Living in pain, Zai Bujan looked at the gradually receding Liu Yu with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Until now, although reason told him that Liu Yu's strength was absolutely terrifying, he still held a glimmer of hope. After all, during their first encounter, Zai Bujan was intimidated by Liu Yu, and just a moment ago, he had fainted without knowing what had happened. Throughout the entire time, Zai Bujan had never seen Liu Yu truly make a move. Therefore, aside from fear, he was more curious. Zai Bujan was curious about how strong this young man was. To dare to boast that he could enhance his own power. Just as Zai Bujan hesitated, he keenly sensed Asuma's gaze beside him, causing his old face to flush with embarrassment. He angrily said, "Come on then, who's afraid of who?" Asuma noticed that Zai Bujan had fallen for his provocation, and a faint smile crept onto his lips, revealing a strong curiosity. He had always been very curious about this unique individual, Liu Yu. His father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemed to hold Lu Yu in high regard. And even Kakashi had personally admitted that he was defeated by Lu Yu's aura. Moreover, the exceptionally strong Naruto and the proud Uchiha Sasuke both willingly called Lu Yu their boss. All of this surrounded Lu Yu in a veil of mystery. If Lu Yu's strength was comparable to Sasuke and Naruto, Asuma could find an excuse to spar and surely gauge his opponent's depth. However, based on Asuma's estimation, Lu Yu's strength was likely greater than his own. If he lost, it would be quite awkward to face each other afterward. Therefore, although Asuma was extremely curious about Lu Yu's true strength, he could never find an opportunity to satisfy his curiosity, which had been quite uncomfortable over the past few months. Now Zaibujan, this fool, had actually agreed to spar with Lu Yu. This made Asuma incredibly excited. The questions that had troubled him for so long would finally have answers soon. 1 minute later, the three appeared on the surface of the water beneath the bridge. This was intentional on Lu Yu's part, as he knew that Zaibujan, being a ninja from a mist village, would significantly enhance his strength in water. Lu Yu wanted Zaibujan to feel completely convinced after giving his all and being thoroughly defeated by him. The two faced each other from a distance. Zaibujan looked at Lu Yu, who was standing with his arms crossed, and couldn't help but feel a bit angry, saying, "Kid, although your strength is impressive, isn't it a bit too arrogant to fight me without using both hands?" All right. Lu Yu knew that Zaibujan was trying to save face because Asuma was nearby, so he reluctantly lowered his hands and looked at Zaibujan meaningfully. "If I use both hands, it might get a bit intense." Stop looking down on people," Zaibujan shouted angrily and quickly formed hand seals. Water clone technique. The surface of the water rippled, and immediately 3 water clones, identical to Zaibujan, appeared. Then, Zaibujan charged at Lu Yu with his decapitating sword alongside the 3 clones. Swish, swish, swish. In just a moment, the 2 sides were engaged in battle. Zaibujan swung his decapitating sword with great force, and the combined assault of the 3 water clones created an intense sense of pressure. However, for Lu Yu, Zaibujan's speed was only average. He ducked under a slash and casually punched, causing 1 water clone to disappear. In just 2 seconds, all the water clones had been eliminated, leaving only the real Zaibujan a few meters away. At this moment, taking advantage of the time Zaibujan spent eliminating the water clones, he took a few steps and jumped high into the air, then used all his strength to chop down towards Lu Yu. Asuma's expression changed at the sight of Zaibujan's strike. Even he could only dodge to avoid the brunt of it. This strike, including the run-up, sprint, and the powerful downward chop from above, was quite formidable. However, the next moment, a scene that left both Zaibujan and Asuma dumbfounded unfolded. Lu Yu did not dodge the incoming strike. He simply raised his right hand at a leisurely pace. Then, at the moment Zaibujan's full-force chop came down, Lu Yu firmly pinched the decapitating sword with his thumb and index finger. At that moment, Zaibujan's earth-shattering strike was effortlessly caught by Lu Yu. Zaibujan was stunned at the sight before him. This was his strongest strike at 120% power, yet the opponent had managed to catch it with just 2 fingers. 6 paths sage, you must be joking with me. Asuma's jaw dropped in shock, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. God, this guy Lu Yu is ridiculously strong. That was Zaibujan's full-force strike. With that blow, not to mention 2 fingers, even 2 steel bars could be cut through. Is this kid even human? Lu Yu looked at the dumbfounded Zaibujan with great interest, applying a slight amount of force with his thumb and index finger, and then forcefully twisted. With a crisp sound, Zaibujan and Asuma felt as if they had been struck hard again, and both were left in shock, because Lu Yu had actually managed to break a piece off the decapitating sword with his bare hands. Zaibujan twitched at the corners of his mouth, looking at the seemingly nonchalant Lu Yu, and cold sweat began to pour down his back. Chapter 048. An unquestionable instant kill. Seeking flowers. So, how about it, Zabuza? I wonder if my strength can make you stronger? Lu Yu looked at Zabuza's slightly pale face with great interest. Zabuza's Adam's apple moved awkwardly, and suddenly a glint of light flashed in his eyes as he abandoned his decapitating sword and rapidly retreated. I don't believe it. I don't believe you can take this next move. Oh, still not giving up? Lu Yu rested his chin on his hand, watching Zabuza quickly form hand seals with interest. Go, Shin, Mao, Z, Hai, Yu, Go, U, U, Z. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. In the next moment, the calm surface of the water suddenly surged violently, and in the blink of an eye, a gigantic water dragon over 10 meters tall appeared behind Zabuza. The water dragon circled in the air and opened its mouth wide, seemingly roaring towards the heavens. Then, the massive water dragon charged towards Lu Yu at high speed. Boom! The power of a B-rank ninjutsu should not be underestimated. Just by looking at the splashing water that reached 7 or 8 meters high, one could imagine the technique's might. This kid truly doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Even if your attack power is strong, you are still just a mere mortal, and you don't even attempt to dodge. Asuma watched helplessly as Lu Yu was engulfed by the water dragon bullet, not making any attempt to evade until the last moment. Asuma was indeed a bit worried at first, but then he remembered that Lu Yu is from the Nara clan. The Nara clan is known for their intelligence. How could they possibly put themselves in danger? Thinking of this, Asuma curiously looked around, believing that at the last moment, Lu Yu had dodged with incredible speed. 30 seconds later, the lake's surface had barely returned to calm, yet Zabuza and Asuma both felt tumultuous waves in their hearts. In the distance, Lu Yu remained calmly standing in the same spot, smiling as he looked at Zabuza. Is this kid even human? Zabuza and Asuma had never heard of anyone being able to withstand ninjutsu with their body. Even the remarkably strong Reikage would at least need to use lightning release armor. Yet this kid clearly did nothing and withstood it all. To be precise, he didn't just withstand it. He was completely unharmed. Lu Yu frowned as he felt his damp clothes and thought to himself, showing off is indeed not easy. This sticky feeling is unbearable. With that in mind, Lu Yu lost interest in continuing to play with Zabuza, his expression slightly changing as he looked at Zabuza and said solemnly, "Since you've been attacking for so long, it's my turn now." Zabuza's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, his eyes fixed on Lu Yu. In the next moment, Zabuza keenly observed Lu Yu lean forward slightly, and then whoosh, Lu Yu seemed to teleport, appearing right in front of Zabuza. Zabuza didn't react in time, momentarily stunned before hurriedly kicking towards Lu Yu. However, the instant Zabuza kicked at Lu Yu vanished and reappeared behind Zabuza, his body coiled like a taut bow. All his strength concentrated in his right fist. Zabuza instinctively turned his head, but could only watch helplessly as Lu Yu's fist rushed towards him at high speed, his pupils dilating in shock. In that moment, Zabuza felt a breath of death, as if he would perish in the next instant. His mind went blank, and even his heart seemed to stop beating. Then, Lu Yu's fist came to a steady halt right in front of Zabuza, and Zabuza's hair was blown away for a full 5 seconds. The terrifying fist wind spread out in all directions, causing the water level of the entire lake to drop suddenly by a meter, the receding water quickly creating several meter-high waves. Asuma was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. The scene before him was simply staggering. The bridge behind Zabuza, which Dazna had worked so hard to build for a month, had mysteriously disappeared. How could a perfectly good bridge just vanish? Asuma deduced, albeit reluctantly, an unacceptable fact. The disappearance of the bridge was actually caused by the punch wind from Lu Yu. Is this even human? Asuma had thought Lu Yu was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. If the previous physical confrontation made Asuma think that even Mike Guy with the 8th gate could do it, he could barely accept it. However, destroying a bridge with just the wind from a punch was truly surreal. Moreover, the most crucial part was that Zabuza, right in front of him, was unharmed. How terrifying must his control over power be? Below, Lu Yu looked at the bewildered Zabuza with a slight smile, turning to walk towards the riverbank. Then, Zabuza, still in shock, heard Lu Yu's voice in his ear. "If you feel my strength is still acceptable, then come with me." Upon hearing this, Zabuza's body trembled violently, and then, with a gleam in his eyes, he followed closely behind Lu Yu. Chapter 049. Fighting until I want to vomit, seeking flowers. Seeking support half an hour later, Lu Yu returned to the Dazna household, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and headed to the nearby forest. Lu Yu glanced at Zaibu-Zhan, who was following him with an eager expression, and said lightly, "I do have a way to make you stronger." But, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Zaibu-Zhan immediately nodded with understanding. "I understand. To become stronger, one must definitely put in some sincerity. So, Lu Yu-kun, what do you need me to do?" Seeing Zaibu-Zhan's understanding demeanor, Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Good. It's comfortable to deal with smart people. Here's the deal. Starting tomorrow, until we leave the land of waves, you and Bai will conduct practical training for our group members. Practical training? Zaibu-Zhan was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected it to be so simple. Yes, it shouldn't be hard for you and Bai. My suggestion is to conduct ambush drills at least 3 to 5 times a week. 3 to 5 times. Zaibu-Zhan's gaze towards Lu Yu changed. He could understand Lu Yu's desire for his companions to become stronger, but wasn't that frequency a bit too high? Well, a day or two of rest in between is fine. As long as you give them serious special training, I can guarantee you won't have to live this life of hiding anymore. What? Zaibu Zhan's face lit up with joy, looking at Lu Yu in disbelief. Only those who have been on the run know how painful a life of fleeing is. At any moment, anyone could want your life. Even the slightest noise while sleeping requires extra caution. At any time, even a second of negligence could lead to your death. Zaibu Zhan had truly had enough of this anxious life. Hearing Lu Yu say this, he eagerly asked, Lu Yu-kun, is what you said true? Listening to Zaibu Zhan's slightly trembling voice, Lu Yu looked at him seriously. Don't worry, I will arrange things for you and Bai. Get to work. And by the way, try not to let them realize that you and Bai are conducting special training for them. You understand what I mean, right? Don't worry. Lu Yu-kun, I will let them experience the feeling of life and death at all times. Seeing Lu Yu nod, Zaibu Zhan knew he had no more business here and immediately disappeared with a few jumps. An hour later, Asuma returned to Dazuna's house with Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. Looking at the not-so-seriously injured Choji and Shikamaru, Asuma gave them a rough bandaging, and that was that. As for Ino, she was just a bit tired. When she returned to her room and was about to sleep, she unexpectedly found a small note on the table. Ino recognized the handwriting on the note at a glance. It was written by Lu Yu. The note roughly said that Lu Yu had something to do and would be away for an indefinite period. 2 minutes later, Asuma, seeing Ino's worried expression, couldn't help but sigh helplessly in his heart. Silly girl, you still have the mood to worry about him. In the coming days, you should worry more about yourself. Meanwhile, Zaibu Zhan had already made arrangements with himself and would start being an excellent actor starting tomorrow. After receiving Asuma's repeated assurances that Lu Yu would definitely be fine, Ino finally went back to her room to rest. On the other side, Lu Yu, with his luggage, began the long-awaited journey in the land of waves. Sea fishing, swimming, surfing, climbing mountains, camping, a leisurely life beyond compare. However, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino were having a rough time. Starting the next day, the three began a hellish life. Bai, thin eyebrows, if it weren't for my chakra being insufficient yesterday, you would have definitely died at my hands. Today, I'm fully rested, prepare to die. Shikamaru, who dies is still uncertain. 2 days later, Zaibu Zhan, didn't he expect this, did you? Your big-bearded teacher has been trapped by Bai. Since you managed to survive until now, I'll let you experience what cruelty is. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, be careful, this guy is strong. 3 days later, Bai, I didn't expect you guys to be so tough. You actually survived from Zaibu Zhan's hands. Today, I must kill you. Shikamaru, it's probably not as simple as you think. A month later, Bai, thin eyebrows. What kind of look is that? Do you want to fight? Take this, secret technique. Magic mirror, ice crystal. Shikamaru, hey, that excuse is too rough. Are we fighting again? 3 months later, the two sides met again, staring at each other from a distance. This time, the stare lasted a full 5 minutes. Then, Bai ugh. Shikamaru ugh. After a total of 3 months of fighting, both sides had become so familiar with each other that they were on the verge of vomiting. This led to the current scene, where they greeted each other by vomiting first. Meanwhile, Dazuna and the others, who were repairing the bridge, had gone from fear to getting used to it, and now to not even bothering to pay attention. The workers continued to repair the bridge and do their work. One worker pushing cement frowned at the fierce battle between Bai and Shikamaru, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Hey, can you go fight over there? The cement here has just dried. Then, both Shikamaru and Bai, who were in the midst of an intense battle, simultaneously stopped, looking apologetically at the worker, and said in unison, sorry. Then, the two exchanged a glance, ugh. On the same day, Lu Yu finally finished enjoying everything that could be done in the land of waves and returned to Dazuna's house with a satisfied expression. Lu Yu was laden with various bags, filled with all sorts of local specialties and odd trinkets. One of the largest packages was filled to the brim with sealing scrolls. Looking at the large bag full of sealing scrolls, Lu Yu felt elated. Finally, I won't have to worry about money anymore. Chapter 050. Return to Konoha. Seeking flowers. Seeking collections in the evening, a tired-looking Shikamaru and the others gradually returned to the Dazuna household. However, the moment Shikamaru opened the door with the key, he sensed something was off. An extremely enticing aroma wafted out from the room, making the already starving group exchange glances. Could it be? Without hesitation, Shikamaru opened the door and was greeted by the sight of Rika, who was smiling at them. surrounded by a lavish spread of delicious food. Shikamaru rubbed his eyes in disbelief and muttered, "This is rare. My brother actually cooked something delicious himself. It looks really tasty. Haha, I won't hold back." Rikuha smiled at the somewhat disheveled Shikamaru. "Hee, you little rascal. Go eat. I figured you guys train hard. And since I have nothing else to do, I thought I'd reward you with a meal." Upon hearing Rikuha's words, the group nearly burst into tears. It wasn't just hard work. It was simply inhumane. Soon after, Shikamaru, Choji, and Asuma eagerly leaned over the dining table and started devouring the food. Only Ino stared blankly at this long-awaited bad guy. Seeing Ino in a daze, Rikuha chuckled and picked up a piece of specially prepared beef with his chopsticks, carefully blowing on it, and gently looked at Ino. "Here, try this. I brought this special beef from a long way away. Let me know how it tastes." Ino watched in astonishment as Rikuha, the person she had been thinking about day and night, appeared before her in such a manner, gently feeding her. She was completely stunned. This scene was something she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Everything felt so unreal that Ino's heart began to race. Her cheeks gradually flushed, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shyness. She looked at the beef in front of her, opened her mouth slightly, and took a gentle bite. The beef was tender and flavorful, rich but not greasy, and its texture was much better than she had imagined. In an instant, a feeling called happiness filled her entire heart. Rikuha noticed that Ino looked somewhat thinner and gently stroked her cheek, softly saying, "Ino, you've lost weight." Ino felt like she was going crazy. Oh my god, this fool had been gone for just a few months, and what on earth had he been doing? This change was too sudden. Just a few months ago, Rikuha would ask, "Do you eat beef jerky?" Now he was cooking and feeding her with a gentle expression. Oh my god, when did he become so flirtatious? Did he even consider my feelings? For a moment, Ino's mind was incredibly complicated. With a red face, she glanced around, seeing everyone engrossed in their meals, and no one was paying attention to them. The shy girl lifted her head to look at Rikuha and softly said, Rikuha didn't give her a chance to finish, affectionately ruffling Ino's hair, and whispered, "Come on, let's go to my room. I made something special for you. Remember to close your eyes." Ino's body involuntarily swayed at his words, her heart completely in disarray. There's even surprise? This bad guy, does he have to change so much? First, he feeds me, then he pets my head, and now he's offering surprises. And I have to close my eyes. Oh my god, how romantic. Ino looked at Rikuha's handsome, sunny face with a complicated expression, allowing him to take her small hand and cover her eyes as they entered the room. "All right, Ino, let's see what this is," Rikuha said. Ino opened her beautiful eyes curiously, and what came into view was a beautiful cake with the words, "Ino, happy birthday." The cake's design was unique, with beautiful patterns, and Rikuha had even carved a model that looked just like Ino. Ino couldn't help but cover her mouth, looking at everything in surprise. She truly hadn't expected Rikuha to remember her birthday. Looking at the two cute dolls beside the birthday cake, the little girl felt her heart melting. Ino, happy birthday. Make a wish," Rikuha said. Ino obediently nodded, closed her eyes, and made a wish she didn't even know, then blew out the candles. Turning her head to look at Rikuha, who was smiling, she could no longer control herself, hooked her arm around Rikuha's neck, and stood on her tiptoes. A few days later, Dazuna's bridge was finally completed. Due to the unintentional punch winds created during Rikuha's battle with Zabuza, the entire bridge's construction was delayed for more than 3 months. However, compared to Kato's death, the villagers were immensely grateful for Rikuha and his companions. This bridge, symbolizing hope, was named Rikuha Bridge. As they were about to leave, the villagers brought the 4 members of Team 10 to the dock, where a boatman was waiting for them. Thus, the 5 of them took the boat and left the land of waves via the water route. Days later, Team 10 safely arrived at the entrance of Konoha Village. The moment they reached the village entrance, Asuma, who had been in a good mood all the way, suddenly changed his expression dramatically. Rikuha looked at the villager's wife holding Ahu and teasingly said to Asuma, Tiske, a lovesick woman and a heartless man. Asuma-sensei, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Asuma glared at Rikuha with resentment, a struggle flashing in his eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and walked over. At that moment, the villager's wife also noticed Asuma and mumbled something, approaching him with a flirtatious demeanor. Afterward, it took Asuma a whole half hour to awkwardly persuade this female fan. He wiped the lipstick marks from his face, feeling utterly defeated. 10 minutes later, Asuma brought everyone to the Hokage office and told the 3rd Hokage everything that had happened. Consequently, Team 10's first D-rank mission was upgraded from C rank to B rank. Although they completed their first B rank mission, Team 10's reward was still only that of a C rank. The extra money had already been spent by Dazuna on food and drinks during their journey. However, fortunately, Rikaha and the others didn't mind, especially Rikaha, who now had so much money that he didn't even know how to spend it. For Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, the experience was far more important than the money. After receiving their rewards, Team 10 disbanded under the Hokage building. The third Hokage lingered on Rikaha for a while through the window and murmured, "In a few days, it will be the Chunin exam. I wonder how this kid will perform. I really look forward to it." P.S. A friend's new book, Naruto, Leveling Up to Become Stronger. If interested, you can check it out. There are 2 more updates today, so stay tuned. Chapter 051, Completely Free. Flowers, please. After an hour, Lu Yu and Lu Maru placed the large and small bags they brought back home and lay comfortably on the bed. Bro, you really can't say. There's no place better than home. Ah, that's true. We're not going fishing today. I plan to sleep until the Chunin exam. Lu Maru glanced speechlessly at his brother, who was being even lazier than himself. If you keep this up, Mom is going to blow up. Lu Yu smiled mysteriously. Don't worry. For a short time, I'll be Mom's little treasure. Huh? Is it really that exaggerated? Could it be that there's something fishy in that big package you won't let me see? At noon, Nara Yoshino walked home looking exhausted. When she saw the 2 pairs of shoes at the door, her eyes lit up with joy. These 2 little rascals are finally back. After not seeing Lu Yu and Lu Maru for a few months, it was impossible not to miss them. Nara Yoshino hurriedly changed her shoes. When she saw the 2 little guys lounging on the bed with their legs crossed, lazily cracking sunflower seeds, her mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Originally, she thought that after a few months apart, these 2 would have changed. Now it seemed she was just overthinking. Lu Yu was enjoying his sunflower seeds when he suddenly felt a killing intent. He quickly noticed his mom's unfriendly expression and, with a quick glance, said first, "Mom, come in quickly and see what delicious food I brought you." After saying that, Lu Yu hurriedly put down the sunflower seeds and eagerly opened his various packages, presenting them to his mom. "Mom, look, this is the ginseng from the land of waves. Isn't it particularly big?" Nara Yoshino looked at Lu Yu suspiciously. "You little rascal. You're not lying to me, are you? Who has ginseng bigger than a radish?" Lu Yu wanted to cry without tears, thinking to himself, "Dear mother, do you know how many mountains I had to smash to get you this ginseng to nourish your body?" Seeing his mom's displeased expression, Lu Yu thought, since she didn't believe the ginseng, she definitely wouldn't believe the rasher that was bigger than a wash basin or the cordyceps that was longer than an arm. So, he could only use his ultimate move. With that in mind, Lu Yu picked up the largest package and, with a mysterious expression, pulled Nara Yoshino's hand, jogging towards the storage room. Before leaving, he cast a worried glance at Lu Maru. "You can't come over." Nara Yoshino found it amusing to watch her eldest son pulling her along. Although she was curious, she felt more warmth. After all, her eldest son was quite filial. 5 minutes later, Lu Yu cautiously locked the door to the storage room and, feeling uneasy, closed the window before turning to his mom with a mysterious smile. "Mom, I suggest you hold on to the wall. You might be shocked later." "Haha, silly son. What kind of scenes hasn't your mom seen? Holding onto the wall is too exaggerated." Seeing his mom's confident expression, Lu Yu didn't explain further and quickly unwrapped the large package, revealing a bag full of sealing scrolls. Lu Yu casually took one sealing scroll and handed it to his mom, grinning. "Mom, the contents of this scroll are a gift for you. Open it and take a look." Nara Yoshino looked at her son's mischievous smile with suspicion and couldn't help but curiously place her hand on the sealing scroll. Bang! A puff of white smoke dispersed. An entire storage room emanated a golden glow. Nara Yoshino looked at the golden bars in shock, quickly covering her mouth with her hand to avoid exclaiming, "Oh my God, is this a gold bar?" Nara Yoshino had never seen gold bars this big since she was born, and there wasn't just one. There was a pile. There were at least 30 gold bars in that pile. The amount of money these gold bars represented was astronomical. Nara Yoshino stared at the gold bars for a while, then finally came back to her senses, looking uncertainly at the bag full of sealing scrolls. "Lu Yu, is this all in this bag?" Seeing Lu Yu nod calmly, Nara Yoshino couldn't help but take a few steps back in shock, quickly stabilizing herself by holding onto the wall. After she steadied herself, Lu Yu's lips curled slightly, knowing she was overjoyed inside. He quickly put on a pitiful expression and said, "Mom, to get this gift, don't say any more. Good son, you are free now." No one knows a child better than their mother. Seeing Lu Yu about to speak, Nara Yoshino directly graciously declared that Liu Yu was free from now on. Liu Yu chuckled and walked out of the storage room with satisfaction. Although his mom said this, it was wise not to fully believe it, as women are often unreasonable. However, Liu Yu estimated that for the next year, he would indeed be truly free. After resolving his personal freedom issues, Liu Yu's gaze turned deep as he looked out the window. It was time to educate Danzo and conveniently set up 2 pieces on his side. Chapter 052, Tuanzo's Secret Seeking Flowers. Seeking subscriptions. At night, Ryu swaggered out of the front door. Rucky opened his mouth to say something, but was shot a glare by Nara Yoshino. What are you looking at? What's wrong with my son going out at this hour? I warn you, don't meddle in Ryu's life from now on. Rucky looked dumbfounded at his partner, unable to guess what was happening. Why was Yoshino suddenly so protective of Ryu today? This had never happened before. Rucky glanced at Shikamaru for help, but received a helpless shrug in return. Ryu felt exceptionally pleased at this moment. In the past, it was nearly impossible to go out at this hour, and he usually had to escape through the window. Now, for the first time, he was walking out the front door boldly, and it felt quite different. With his hands in his pockets, Ryu quickly arrived at the agreed location, the Ichiraka ramen shop. At this time, it was late, and there were 2 figures inside, Sakura and Zabuza. Ryu cleared his throat lightly, and the 2 quickly came out. Seeing the eager expressions on Zabuza and Sakura, Ryu looked around and said, "It's getting late, so let's sort out your identity issues tonight. Follow me." Ryu took off his clothes, revealing a pure black ninja outfit, and led the way towards a corner of Konoha village. In the roots, Tuanzo sat in his high-back chair, frowning as he looked over the intelligence gathered from various places. That Orochimaru is so slow. When will he finish the research on the Hashirama cells? It's really frustrating. But surprisingly, Orochimaru agreed to the plan to destroy Konoha. Huh, your boring kindness is about to get you killed, Hizashi. I really look forward to your expression when that time comes. As Tuanzo thought about this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, revealing a smile as he took a sip of his fine tea. The future seems quite promising. Just then, a series of disordered footsteps pulled Tuanzo back to reality from his daydream. Damn it, how many times have I said it? Maintain absolute silence when coming in and out, Tuanzo shouted angrily, but surprisingly, it had no effect. The next moment, 3 dark figures appeared before Tuanzo. Ryu casually put down the hood of his ninja outfit and looked at Tuanzo with interest. Tuanzo looked at Ryu's face, his eyes flashing with contemplation, and uncertainly said, You're the little brat from the Rucky family, Nara Ryu? Ryu nodded, sitting down next to Tuanzo without hesitation and pouring himself a cup of Tuanzo's tea. Taking a small sip, half a cup in, the tip of his tongue was slightly sweet, and a rich, fragrant taste gradually filled his throat, making him feel indescribably relaxed. Ryu's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, This tea is indeed good. You know how to enjoy it. When I leave later, bring me a few bags too. Tuanzo frowned as he looked at Ryu, his expression gradually turning ominous. Little brat, I don't know how you got in here, but this is Konoha's core area. Leave now, and I will pretend nothing happened for Rucky's sake. Oh, Ryu looked at Tuanzo with interest. So, should I thank you for that? Before Tuanzo could respond, Ryu pointed at the 2 dark figures behind him. I can leave, but I need you to arrange something for these 2. It would be best if they could be your personal bodyguards. That would be even better. Sakura and Zabuza also took off their hoods, revealing their true faces. Tuanzo looked at the 2 in shock, his face changing dramatically. You're the demon Zabuza from the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Zabuza sneered. The infamous Shimura Tuanzo from Konoha. I've heard a lot about you. Ryu sipped another cup of tea, impatiently looking at Tuanzo. I say, old man, you're really not straightforward at all. Didn't you hear what I just said? Why are you shivering in front of Zabuza? Hurry up and arrange it. I need to go back to sleep after this. Tuanzo was directly infuriated by Ryu, sneering coldly. Little brat, those 2 are rogue ninjas from the land of water. I could easily capture them right now. And why should a little kid like you command me to do things? Don't you have any self-awareness? Do you want me to list out all the shady things you've done over the years? Tuanzo sneered. What a joke. I act with integrity. And everything I do is for Konoha. How dare you speak nonsense here? Guards! Ryu dug at his ears, impatiently interrupting Tuanzo. All right, stop shouting. Just like the last time I came here, I knocked out all your people. The particularly ugly ones, I sent them to the Pure Land. Hearing this, Tuanzo's face instantly changed, his pupils narrowing dangerously. Was it you who did it that night a few years ago? Ryu nonchalantly nodded. Yeah, and I even kicked you into the women's restroom. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Seeing Tuanzo glaring at him angrily, Ryu continued unperturbed. As for your claims of integrity, fine. Let me list a few things you've done over the years. First, Nagato. You colluded with Hanzo to corner Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, forcing Yahiko to die in battle, twisting Nagato's psyche, and now he and Konan are shouting about selling rice every day. Second, Uchiha Shursui. What is wrong with your right eye? Do you want me to unwrap your bandage and take a look? Third, Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha clan's extermination. How did that happen? You know better than I do, right? Let us stop here for now. Do you want me to continue? Having finished speaking slowly, Ryu looked at the murderous Toanzo and smiled. What's wrong, or Toanzo? Is that murderous aura of yours aimed at me? Chapter 053. Kicked to the crotch, Toanzo's expression changed drastically when he heard the first sentence from Ryu, and as he listened further, he became increasingly alarmed. He never expected that such a seamless plan could be so thoroughly known by someone other than himself. Moreover, Toanzo keenly sensed from Ryu's expression that the other party might know even more than just these three things. At that moment, Toanzo's killing intent surged, and he no longer cared whether the other person was the son of Rikuju. In Toanzo's view, a child knowing so much could only mean he had been eavesdropping on adult conversations. So after killing Ryu, his next target would be the Nara clan. Facing the murderous intent radiating from Toanzo, Ryu felt nothing at all, his eyes filled with provocation. He looked as if to say that if Toanzo attacked, he would be doomed, which infuriated Toanzo even more. You little brat, today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Rikuju. With that, Toanzo's eyes flashed with a sharp light, his right fist clenched tightly, and he instantly smashed it towards Ryu. Seeing this, Bai and Zaibujan couldn't help but sigh, unable to resist muttering, "Is it not good to be alive?" Why provoke Ryu? Unfortunately, Toanzo couldn't hear their thoughts. Just as his fist was less than a centimeter from Ryu's pupils, Toanzo's body suddenly trembled violently, and he was horrified to discover that he couldn't move at all. Out of the corner of his eye, Toanzo glanced at his feet and furrowed his brows. Oh, so it's the shadow imitation technique? Toanzo still didn't realize the severity of the situation. Instead of panicking, he looked at Ryu with a cruel expression. You little brat, your timing for releasing it is quite good, but I wonder how long your shadow imitation technique can hold an S-rank ninja like me? Ryu thoughtfully rested his chin on his hand. Probably until you die of thirst. Toanzo was momentarily stunned by this response. Then he sneered at Ryu. Not bad for your age, but with your current chakra, being able to hold me for 10 seconds would already be a remarkable achievement. Ryu couldn't be bothered to explain to Toanzo and said to Zaibujan and by behind him, I've got him under control. Just punish him directly. It was only at this moment that Toanzo realized there was a problem. 10 seconds had long passed, but the shadow imitation technique showed no signs of disappearing. Toanzo furrowed his brows tightly, sensing his body's condition, and was shocked to find that he couldn't even move a finger. This indicated that the caster had an abundance of chakra. If the caster's chakra was insufficient, then even a slight movement of a finger would still be possible. Realizing his predicament, Toanzo was momentarily stunned, staring in disbelief at the seemingly unbothered Ryu. How could this be? A 12 or 13-year-old kid was able to control him so effortlessly with the shadow imitation technique. What did this mean? It meant that the other party's chakra was incredibly abundant, able to control him without expending any effort. Was this even possible? But the reality was right in front of him, leaving Toanzo with no room to doubt. At this point, Toanzo's mental state was on the verge of exploding. He had all this ability, yet he couldn't even find an opportunity to use it. How frustrating was that? Bai and Zaibujan watched as Toanzo's expression turned increasingly panicked, and they couldn't help but think, all right, stop glaring with those little eyes. This is just basic practice. You haven't seen what true terror looks like yet. As Toanzo saw Bai and Zaibujan walking towards him with murderous intent, he felt a wave of frustration that made him want to spit blood. Toanzo still couldn't understand why Ryu was targeting him. For heaven's sake, I, Toanzo, have done quite a few things that you all consider unspeakable, but I've never provoked this little ancestor. Then, Bai and Zaibujan pressed Toanzo into his high-back chair, and Bai took out a large pile of tools and placed them in front of Toanzo. Looking at the terrifying tools before him, Toanzo's face turned pale. You can't be this cruel. I can tolerate needles and knives, but what do you plan to do with that saw mint for cutting trees? Amputate? And those bottles and jars filled with snakes and black spiders, what on earth were they planning to do? Toanzo's mind raced with gruesome scenarios, and the more he thought, the more terrified he became, ultimately exploding. Ryu, you bully me too much. If you have the guts, just kill me. I'll die here today. And even as a ghost, I want to let you off. Liu Yu initially planned to apply some psychological pressure on Tuanzou, but upon hearing Tuanzou's furious words directed at him, he instantly became enraged. Fine, fine, fine. Since you were so eager to die, I won't bother introducing myself. Bye. Zaibu Zhan spread his legs apart, throw the spiders and snakes into his pants, and then kick him to death. As Liu Yu spoke, he instinctively slammed his fist down on Tuanzou's desk. Boom! In his fury, Liu Yu didn't control his strength, and the three stared in shock at the terrifying scene before them. Tuanzou's alloy desk had already vanished without a trace, and in its place was a 3-meter-wide deep pit. The pit was dark and seemingly bottomless. Accompanied by this was the ground of the entire Konoha shaking several times before finally settling down. Liu Yu looked at the dust falling from the ceiling and the pale faces of the three in front of him, scratching his head in embarrassment. I got so angry that I forgot to control my strength. P.S. Sorry for the long wait. I just got back from the hospital. I stayed up all night feeling anxious, and my ears have been ringing nonstop. I'm suffering from tinnitus, boo-hoo. Chapter 054. Danzou's Art of Changing Faces Seeking Flowers. Gulp. Looking at Liu Yu's nonchalant demeanor in the face of the terrifying scene before him, the three people opposite him struggled to swallow, feeling as if they were in a dream. Is this even human? And Zabuza had experienced such things before, so they were holding up relatively well. However, this was Danzou's first time experiencing something like this, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch wildly, while his mind began to rant. Big brother, you can cause such terrifying power with just a casual remark. Have you considered whether my heart can take it? Good heavens. You just got angry and lost control of your strength, and with a single punch, you created a bottomless pit that even shook Konoha a few times. If you really got angry and wanted to hit someone, as Danzou thought about this, the anger and resentment in his eyes quickly changed to unparalleled shock, followed by deep fear. What the hell is this? Danzou looked at his own body with frustration, almost shedding tears of grievance. This is simply bullying. Not to mention that he was currently controlled by the shadow imitation technique and could not execute a counterattack. Even if he weren't controlled, could he still fight back? No wonder this kid kept provoking him, forcing him to act. Danzou had long suspected that the other party wanted to accidentally kill him. For a long time, Danzou had always thought that he had been careless that fateful night years ago. But now it seemed he had overthought it. Just look at this inhuman strength. Could it be won by being careless or not? A casual punch has such power. If he fought this guy, wouldn't it be like an old man eating arsenic, longing for death? At the same time, Danzou also understood that the terrifying aura emitted by Itachi Uchiha on the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre was forced out by this kid. And the result. From the photos of the scene, it was clear that this terrifying guy had killed him in an instant. In a critical moment, the old schemer Danzou's mind worked surprisingly well, as the intelligence collected by his subordinates flashed through his mind like a movie. Why did Hiruzen Sarutobi ignore this kid's truancy? Why was this kid a lazybones, yet ranked first every year? Why did they need 2 classes to grab the bell? In the blink of an eye, Danzou concluded that Hiruzen Sarutobi knew this kid was special, but could never figure out his true capabilities. That bell-grabbing incident was likely to confirm Liu Yu's strength, but it clearly didn't achieve its goal. At least in the third Hokage's eyes, Liu Yu's strength was definitely far from what he currently knew. Thinking of this, Danzou's eyes turned, and his tone suddenly relaxed. Ahem, brother Liu Yu, you see, although I haven't taken great care of you over the years, I have at least been careful not to offend you. I think there is no need for both sides to make things so tense, right? Seeing Liu Yu silent, Danzou hurriedly continued. I see that brother Liu Yu is exceptionally talented and has boundless potential, and my relationship with your father, Rokuju, is also quite good. Since you are in trouble, I have to help you out of both reason and emotion, right? It's just a matter of arranging things. How hard can that be? Liu Yu looked at Danzou's suddenly cowardly expression and moved a stool to sit opposite him. Oh, you weren't saying that just now. It seemed like you said you wouldn't let me go even if you became a ghost. Yeah, brother Liu Yu, the outstanding talent of the generation. Why should you stoop to the level of an old man like me? Besides, I've been having trouble sleeping lately, so I tend to talk nonsense. If you have any needs, just let me know. Well, fine, I'll consider you perceptive. I was already prepared to hold a memorial service for you tomorrow. Since that's the case, let's forget it. As for how to arrange the 2 of them, I couldn't care less. Anyway, if I'm not satisfied, I can come knocking at any time. Upon hearing this, Danzou's old face couldn't help but twitch violently. More? No thanks, my old bones can't take your casual punch. Thinking of this, Danzou hurriedly nodded. Yes, I will follow Mr. Zabuz's wishes and arrange things well. Please rest assured, Brother Lu Yu. Well, remember to keep my strength a secret. I hope tomorrow will still be a peaceful day in Konoha. Can you manage that? Rest assured. I'll just say it's a practical drill. There won't be any issues. Lu Yu was relatively satisfied with this answer. Then looked at Bai and Zabuza. If you have any needs, just say them. I believe Lord Danzo will satisfy you. Right? At this moment, Danzo had a grand demeanor. Brother Lu Yu is right. Coming to Root is like coming home. Anyone who is polite with me is looking down on me. Danzo. Zabuza looked at Lu Yu gratefully. Thank you, young master. You're welcome. After all, you've helped me too. All right. Things are almost settled. I'm going back to rest. With that, Lu Yu vanished into thin air, leaving behind a bewildered Danzo and a grateful Zabuza and Bai. At this moment, Danzo knew that although the Root members still listened to him, he would have to act based on the little ancestor's wishes in the future. This seemingly simple arrangement of the two was actually forcing Danzo to make a choice. Either he would act according to Lu Yu's wishes from now on, or Root would vanish from his world. In the end, after knowing some of Lu Yu's strength, Danzo reluctantly chose the latter. After all, preserving his life was paramount. He could always think of a way to turn the situation around later. But thinking of Lu Yu's terrifying strength, Danzo couldn't help but feel that hope was somewhat bleak, and he could only let out a long sigh. It seems the times have changed. Chapter 055. The significance of the Nin exam. The next morning, the 4 strongest ninjas of Konoha gathered in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the 4 of them with a serious expression and said, The Nin exam, held every 3 years, is starting now. This time, it will take place in our Konoha, and I assume you all know that? Seeing Kakashi and the others nodding, Sarutobi continued. This Nin exam is different from previous ones. The current Nin exam has gradually become a representation of the strength of various nations. The Uchiha clan massacre a few years ago had a significant impact on Konoha's overall strength. The last Nin exam did not go well, leading to frequent disturbances from the 4 great nations at our borders, and their ambitions have started to grow. Therefore, to prevent other countries from thinking that Konoha has declined, this Nin exam is crucial. You all need to give me 120% effort, understand? Understood. The 4 nodded firmly, then exchanged glances, surprised that a Nin exam had become so critical. My guy took the lead, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with determination. Hokage-sama, don't worry. Youth is all about passionate challenges, and my team will definitely astonish the other 4 nations. Sarutobi looked at Might Guy's shining teeth with a pained expression and waved his hand. All right, if you're all clear, then notify your teams. Watching the 4 leave, Sarutobi silently lit his pipe, took a deep drag, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, enveloping himself in it. A hint of contemplation flashed in his eyes as he furrowed his brows and murmured, I can't shake off this uneasy feeling. Could this Nin exam lead to war? It shouldn't. In the afternoon, in the back mountains of Konoha, Team 7, having no recent missions, gathered once again. With Caden's wealth, Riku generously purchased a row of lounge chairs and sun umbrellas, neatly arranged by the lakeside. At this moment, the group lounged comfortably on the chairs, wearing sunglasses, enjoying the cool breeze, and sipping on chilled soda, living a life of pure comfort. Not far behind them, in the bushes, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Asuma watched the scene with envy. Asuma couldn't help but comment, look at this is my Team 10. These guys really know how to enjoy life better than we do. Kurenai noticed Hinata stealing glances at Riku, and said with a hint of exasperation, Asuma, that Riku from your class is something else. Even shy girls like Hinata have been captured by him. You must have taught him some secret techniques, right? Otherwise, how could such a proud girl like her be so infatuated with you lately? Asuma let out a bitter laugh. Don't tease me. Speaking of that woman, she gives me headaches. Kakashi had been watching Riku and the others when he suddenly asked with concern, what if we ask them about participating in the Nin exam, and they say they don't want to? What then? Kakashi's words left Asuma and Kurenai stunned. Upon reflection, they realized that in such a comfortable life, they too would be reluctant to take the Nin exam so soon. The 3 exchanged glances, and Kakashi suddenly had a light bulb moment. I say we don't ask. Just sign them up. After all, even though these guys are a bit lazy, it seems like the lazier they are, the more terrifying their strength becomes. It should be fine. Asuma nodded in strong agreement. Right? Let them participate in the Nin exam. I can't handle these brats anymore. Asuma felt frustrated just thinking about his Team 10, where not a single member was easy to manage. One was terrifyingly strong, another frighteningly smart, one girl was hard to communicate with, and the last only cared about eating. there was no use mentioning it. With such a team, not even the third Hokage would know what to do. By the lakeside, the carefree group was blissfully unaware that their teacher had already sold them out. In the evening, the group finally gathered for a big dinner. Riku brought a lot of specialties from the land of waves, including special beef, rare wild boar, and a variety of large seafood caught from the sea. By evening, a 5-meter-wide table was filled with delicious dishes. Hinata counted carefully and found over 20 different meat dishes, more than 10 vegetarian dishes, and 3 large bowls of nutritious soup. Riku raised a chilled soda and called out, "To our reunion, cheers." Everyone cheered, cheers. On a hot summer day, having a glass of chilled soda felt refreshing to the core. Then, the boys began their food battle at the dinner table. This group truly exemplified the unwritten rules of dining, no matter the size of the table. However, Riku's extraordinary skills meant that even though Choji, Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Naruto tried to give him a hard time, he effortlessly handled them all. Meanwhile, Ino and Hinata quickly finished their meals and took on the roles of helping him peel seafood and serving him soup, making the 4 single guys envious. Naruto sighed helplessly. If only Sakura could treat me like that one day. Sasuke disdainfully glanced at Naruto. With your skills, do you even dare to dream? Damn you, Sasuke. Take this. Everyone watched as the two began to wrestle again, smiling helplessly, thinking, reunions are great. An hour later, Riku and the others lay back on their lounge chairs, clutching their stomachs and exclaiming about how satisfying the meal was. Seeing everyone in high spirits, Riku cheerfully said, "All right, we've eaten and drunk enough. Now let me tell you about the upcoming CH NEEN exam." Chapter 056, the CH NEEN exam approaches, seeking flowers. Luyu glanced at a few people who looked over curiously and said slowly, "Naruto, Sasuke, you two must do everything you can to achieve the final victory. Otherwise, believe me, I have ways to dismiss your teacher Kakashi and then put you two through special training." Upon hearing this, the two's expressions changed instantly. Recalling the scenes from the past years, they couldn't help but shiver, and then endless fighting spirit burst forth in their eyes. Even if they died in the CH NEEN exam, they couldn't be eliminated. The two silently clenched their fists and vowed. Luyu looked at their state with satisfaction, then turned back to see Hinata peeking at him, and smiled. "Hinata, you also need to work hard. You're strong now. Believe in yourself, and you won't lose to anyone." Hinata met Luyu's gentle gaze. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she nodded lightly, murmuring, Looking at Hinata, Luyu suddenly remembered that there was probably something else to do for this CH NEEN exam. That was the trouble with the Hyuga clan, Niji Hyuga. Thinking of this man, a sharp look flashed in Luyu's eyes. Over the years, Luyu had helped Hinata continuously improve her strength, just for the CH NEEN exam, so that Niji could no longer harm Hinata. However, Luyu also knew that kind-hearted Hinata would definitely hold back against Niji, and in the end, it might be this girl who suffers. After thinking it over, Luyu felt it might be more reliable to beat this guy up for venting and then resolve the knot in her heart. Then, Luyu looked at his Team 10 and sighed helplessly. "I know what you're thinking. Trust me, Asuma-sensei has already signed us up, so you should get rid of any thoughts of giving up." Shikamaru scratched his head and sighed helplessly. That's troublesome. Luyu didn't have any good solutions for his Team 10 either, but with himself around, there shouldn't be any problems. Looking around, aside from his Team 10, everyone else was full of enthusiasm, and Luyu's lips curled up slightly. This CH NEEN exam seems to be getting interesting. The next day, Asuma surprisingly gathered Team 10, still at the same clearing where the first survival exercise took place. Asuma looked at the 4 lazy members with a pained expression and said, "The reason I called you here is to inform you of something. Not long ago, the 3 Hokage summoned us and announced that the CH NEEN exam for this session will be in a few days, and the registration is coming up." Seeing the change in expression on the 4, Asuma continued, "Considering your excellent performance, not just me, but even the 3rd Hokage has great confidence in your strength. So he has already registered you and notified your parents." Upon hearing Asuma's words, the 4 looked at him with disdain. They had never seen such a shameless teacher. He acted as if it was all him, and whenever there was a disagreement, he would bring up the 3rd Hokage. Just because he had a Hokage father. Did he think he was impressive? Luyu didn't care much. After all, his mother had completely stopped caring about him. Shikamaru, however, had a bitter face and complained, "This is troublesome. Since my mom knows if I don't give it my all, the consequences might be very serious." Ino and CHG nodded in empathy, looking at Asuma with resentful expressions. Seeing the somewhat painful expressions on everyone except Luyu, Asuma felt inexplicably pleased and smiled. "All right, that's how it is. The time and place will be notified to you again. Just as Asuma was about to leave, he suddenly frowned, remembering what the third Hokage had said. His expression changed as he looked seriously at the four. By the way, this Nin exam is of great importance. Simply put, if your performance isn't good, the other four great nations will think that Konoha has no successors, and their actions will become bolder. Seeing the instant surge of fighting spirit on the faces of the four, Asuma continued. Therefore, in this exam, I hope you will do your utmost to show the other four nations the strength of Konoha. All right, dismissed. Asuma had said what he needed to say, and, after finishing, his figure had already disappeared. Watching Asuma leave, the others instinctively looked at Liu Yu. The three were surprised to find that Liu Yu's characteristic lazy expression had disappeared, and a rare spark of fighting spirit had risen on his handsome face. I didn't expect the other four great nations to be so arrogant. It seems we must show them a thing or two. The three looked at the slight smile on Liu Yu's lips and couldn't help but mourn for the candidates from the four great nations. If they had to blame someone, it should be the candidates from this session of other countries. They met Liu Yu. Time passed. Since receiving Asuma's notice about the Nin exam, Team 10 had not carried out any missions. With nothing to do, everyone would go fishing by the river, enjoying the breeze. Wealthy Liu Yu would occasionally treat everyone to a barbecue. Their little lives were quite comfortable. However, happy times are always short-lived, and soon the time for the Nin exam arrived. After receiving the exam time and location, Team 10 gathered at Liu Yu's doorstep. Chapter 05712 Little Strong Ones Seeking Flowers. Seeking collections today is a very important day for the Genin. The Chunin exams have finally arrived. In the past few days, many unfamiliar faces have appeared in the village of Konoha. There are Genin from other countries who have traveled a long way to participate in this year's Chunin exams. At noon, in front of the Nara household, Ino and Choji stood at the entrance, quietly waiting for Shikamaru and Shikaku to come out. Soon, the door to the Nara house opened, and Ino and Choji saw Nara Yoshino gently handing Shikamaru a pack of fresh milk and giving her son a loving hug, reluctantly saying, "Just do your best in the exams, don't overexert yourself, and be sure to stay safe." Shikamaru looked at his mother, who had changed so much, with a black line on his forehead, and helplessly nodded. Nara Yoshino watched Shikamaru leave and instantly transformed, glaring dangerously at Shikaku as he walked by, angrily saying, "You little brat, if you dare to slack off in the exams, you know the consequences." Shikaku, seeing his terrifying mother, quickly caught up with his older brother, and after a few steps, he gasped for breath, unable to help but curiously ask, "Bro, what exactly did you give Mom? Our treatment is really too different." Shikamaru took a bite of the fresh milk, savoring it, and leisurely replied, "It's nothing, just a little something outside of us." Seeing that Shikamaru wasn't going to disclose anything, Shikaku sighed in disappointment, confirmed, "I'm definitely the stepson now." Sigh, when will this life come to an end? Ino and Choji, watching the two brothers' family dynamics, were momentarily speechless. It turns out that even though they are biological sons, the treatment can really be so different. As they walked along the road, the four of them unexpectedly ran into members from two other teams. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he eagerly approached Shikamaru. Boss, can I use that secret technique you taught me for this Chunin exam?" Shikamaru glanced at Sasuke, who was also looking at him expectantly, and smiled. Nodding, "Of course you can. The opponents in this Chunin exam are very strong, so you both better not underestimate them, otherwise." Naruto and Sasuke saw Shikamaru reveal his signature smile, and quickly chuckled, slipping away to the side. No way. If the boss catches them and uses it as an excuse for another terrifying special training session, they would definitely be done for. Afterward, the boys gathered to chat and boast, while occasionally glancing at Shikamaru. At this moment, Shikamaru had Ino and Sakura on his left, and Hinata on his right, exuding a bit of a charming playboy vibe. Ino gently peeled a banana for Shikamaru, and then turned to look at Sakura with a dangerous expression, whispering, "Go pursue your Sasuke. Don't you dare touch my Shikamaru." Sakura opened her mouth in surprise at this, unusually not refuting, leaving one to wonder what was going through her mind. The group quickly arrived at the ninja school, but did not head directly to the exam classroom. Instead, they went to the general building to submit their application forms. As they walked up to the second floor, they saw many figures standing in the corridor. It turned out that Lee and Tintin were playing house with two other ninjas. Upon seeing this, Naruto lost interest in saying anything. Sasuke, however, narrowed his eyes slightly, his pupils emitting a strange glow. This illusionary barrier created by Genjutsu should be dispelled quickly. "Please don't waste our time. We need to go to the third floor." The two Chunin guarding the door realizing they had been seen through, were about to attack Sasuke, but in the next moment, they collapsed without warning. What a joke. With Sasuke's current strength, how could two mere Chunin contend with him? The Sharingan had already cast the Jinjutsu the moment the two launched their attack. Sasuke's small display of power startled Lee, who was preparing to intercept the two, causing him to instinctively turn his head to look at Sasuke. Upon seeing this, Lee's eyes widened in astonishment, because at that moment, he discovered his goddess, Sakura Haruno. The straightforward Lee walked up and said, "Hello, my name is Rock Lee. Please go out with me." Lee's way of confessing left not just Sakura, but also Shikamaru and the others in shock. Such a blunt and awkward confession, combined with the other person's watermelon rind and thick eyebrows, was not appealing at all. Sakura stepped back in fright, looking for help from Sasuke. Sasuke, with a dark expression, remained silent. Although he had no interest in Sakura, seeing a girl who followed him around being confessed to in public was quite embarrassing. Lee looked at Sakura, stroking his chin, deep in thought. Ni. Hinata noticed another figure, a boy with Byakugan like her own. Beside him stood a girl wearing a pink chi-pao and small collar, who was one of the other three from Team Guy, Niji, Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten. As if he heard Hinata's voice, Niji, who was looking at Lee, turned to look at her. Upon making eye contact with Niji, Hinata instinctively lowered her head. At this moment, Niji had walked over. "I didn't expect you to dare to participate in this Chunin exam right after graduating. Your strength is average, but your good are quite big, Lady Hinata." Niji looked at Hinata, who had her head down, and spoke expressionlessly. Although he addressed her respectfully, his tone held no respect, and his gaze even carried a hint of cold disdain. In Niji, Hinata seemed to have some fear of this cousin, but still forced herself to look up and greet him again. Seeing Hinata's timid demeanor, Niji bluntly stated, "Lady Hinata, with your personality, you shouldn't be here, and you definitely shouldn't participate in this Chunin exam. You're simply not suited to be a..." Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying aura suddenly surged towards Niji, and then his voice abruptly stopped. It felt as if someone had cast a paralysis technique on him, causing all his movements to come to an abrupt halt. Sasuke and Naruto, standing nearby, instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Although the target of this aura was Niji, they were all too familiar with it. Turning to look, they indeed found that Shikamaru's lazy demeanor had vanished without a trace, replaced by an expression that was terrifyingly grim. The two struggled to swallow, unable to help but think, the boss wouldn't actually kill this guy, would he? Chapter 058. The first signs of brilliance seeking flowers. Seeking collections. At this moment, Hyuga Niji's face was pale, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. He instinctively glanced towards the direction of Rikuha, feeling as if the other person's gaze was like a heavy blade, pressing down on his mind and making it hard for him to breathe. Hinata, seeing Niji's condition, subconsciously looked at Rikuha's gloomy expression beside her and gently tugged at Rikuha's sleeve, which momentarily made Rikuha ease off Niji. Rikuha affectionately ruffled Hinata's little head and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm just giving him a lesson." After saying that, Rikuha slowly walked towards Hyuga Niji. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Rikuha, who appeared unremarkable but had a slightly gloomy expression. He looked quite handsome. What was this guy going to do? Fight? A group of onlookers couldn't help but feel curious, not expecting the Chunin exam to be so explosive before it even started, with tensions rising right from the first meeting. Naruto and Sasuke looked at Rikuha with an instinctive sense of mourning for Hyuga Niji. "Bro, you're done for." Hyuga Niji looked at Rikuha in shock, unable to believe that the unparalleled sense of oppression he just felt was emanating from this person in front of him. Byakugan. Sasuke looked at Niji's action with sympathy. The next moment, as Niji activated his Byakugan to look at Rikuha, his expression suddenly changed drastically. "Oof." Niji let out a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face as white as paper, staggering back a few steps. Fortunately, Tenten, who was nearby, quickly rushed to support him. Niji's appearance stunned the onlookers around them. What was going on? They hadn't seen any movement. How did he suddenly get hurt? Was it a clash of ocular techniques? But the Byakugan saw nothing happening over there. It seemed this guy was not simple at all. Rikuha frowned at the bleeding Hyuga Niji, about to say something when he was interrupted by Hinata, who ran over. The little girl looked at Rikuha with pleading eyes and softly begged, "Rikuhan, please let Niji and I go, okay?" Rikuha looked at Hinata with a troubled expression, wanting to say that he didn't even lay a hand on him. Niji got hurt all by himself. However, seeing that Hinata didn't blame him at all, Rikuha thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll let it go this time." After saying that, Rika turned and walked towards the third floor, and the others silently followed suit. Sasuke looked at the somewhat dazed Hyuga Niji with pity, sighing in silence. You had nothing better to do than to look at Rikaha's chakra. That thing isn't something you can just gaze at casually. Now look, you've got a psychological shadow, right? Shaoli watched the figures of the others leaving, frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly called out to Tintin and quickly rushed in the direction Rikuha and the others had gone. Tintin helplessly glanced at Xiao Li and the unconscious Niji, her face full of exasperation. These two guys, is there not one who can put my mind at ease? Xiao Li's speed was quite remarkable. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Rikuha and the others. Looking at the thick-browed watermelon head before him, Rikuha and the others unconsciously stopped, curiously watching him. I'm very sorry to have wasted your time. Xiao Li first apologized, then looked at Rikuha with a fierce expression, astonishingly stating, "You're the top student of this year's newcomers, right? To confirm my caliber, please agree to a duel with me." Rikuha was not surprised by this. Given Xiao Li's passionate personality, it would be strange if he didn't seek a fight with him. However, Rikuha frowned slightly, looking at Xiao Li seriously. "I'm not in a very stable mood right now. Let's do it another day." Rikuha's words were quite sincere. He had never fought Xiao Li before, and since he was somewhat upset at the moment if he accidentally hit too hard, this passionate kid's journey in the Chunin exam might come to an end. However, Xiao Li did not understand Rikuha's good intentions. With his level of intelligence, he only knew he was being refused and firmly said, "No, please believe me, top student." Teacher Guy said that a passionate battle can smooth over all bad feelings. "You must accept my challenge, please." Naruto looked at Xiao Li like this, unable to help but feel sympathetic towards him. What a pure-hearted guy. Why would he challenge Rikuha, the boss, without thinking? Watching Xiao Li bow at a 90-degree angle towards him, Rikuha helplessly said, all right, let us do it." After Rikuha said this, he stepped forward and casually looked at Xiao Li. The moment Xiao Li heard Rikuha's agreement, he immediately entered battle mode. One hand was behind his back while the other was extended forward, his eyes radiating fierce fighting spirit. As the two were about to clash, the others instinctively distanced themselves, clearing a space for them. "You can go first. If I make a move, you won't have a chance." Rikuha looked at Xiao Li seriously, giving him very sound advice. But in the ears of the onlookers, it sounded completely different. Who is this guy? I don't have much of an impression of him. He seems quite arrogant, with no signs of battle readiness, yet he speaks such proud words. I've heard that this guy is the top student of the new batch, but it seems he usually isn't at the ninja school. Not many people seem to know where he is. Is that so? It feels like he is just a bit more handsome, nothing particularly special. Tintin hurried over with some concern, quietly murmuring to Rika, "Yeah, indeed. I didn't pay much attention earlier. This new student is quite good-looking. This guy is not simple. Xiao Li might be at a disadvantage." Hyuga Niji also hurried over, trembling slightly as he looked at Rikuha, unable to suppress the fear from having seen Rikuha's terrifying chakra earlier. Moreover, that terrifying chakra had a very strong aggressiveness. If Rikuha hadn't controlled it and pushed back in time, Niji's brain might have been severely impacted, and he would have likely ended up in a vegetative state. Outside the ring, the crowd was abuzz with discussion, and the battle was officially on. Rock Lee, hearing Rikuha's words, no longer held back. Whoosh! His figure instantly vanished from spot. What? This guy's speed is so fast. Just that one movement made the 9 strong contenders raise their eyebrows simultaneously. Only Rikuha remained calm and composed, standing still without a hint of panic, even yawning leisurely. Konoha Whirlwind. Xiao Li's figure suddenly appeared on Rikuha's right side, launching a kick at Rikuha. Ino and Hinata were flustered, watching Rikuha, who showed no intention of dodging, and couldn't help but clench their little hands tightly. Sakura frowned, looking at Rikuha, who showed no reaction, thinking to herself, this guy isn't that impressive. It seems he can't even withstand one move from that thick-browed watermelon head. Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Choji, and even Kiba all looked at Xiao Li with sympathy, especially seeing Xiao Li's gradually rising smile due to his imminent success. I secretly shook my head. Poor child, in the next second, you'll know how to write the wrong character. Your first mistake, flashy but impractical. Hasn't anyone told you not to take risks so easily? Lu Yu said seriously to Xiao Li. The next moment, Lu Yu extended his right hand and casually grabbed Xiao Li's kicking calf, then continued, your second mistake, if you're not 100% sure, don't exert too much force. Otherwise, your opponent will catch your opening. Shaoli looked at Lu Yu in shock, unable to believe that his full-force strike was not only countered, but that Lu Yu could also easily seize the moment of vulnerability. Lu Yu smiled, suddenly exerting force with his right hand, causing Shaoli to let out a cry of pain, then said, "Your third mistake." Being overly hesitant in the face of unexpected situations, and hesitation leads to defeat. Bang! As Lu Yu finished speaking, no one could see what exactly Lu Yu had done, but they saw Shaoli, who had been right in front of him just a moment ago, suddenly appear 10 meters away against the wall, slowly sliding down. Chapter 059. The Bad Kids Legion has arrived looking at Shaoli, who had lost consciousness and was slowly sliding down the wall before collapsing to the ground. Everyone present was dumbfounded. If the previous duel with Niji left everyone confused and bewildered, this battle between Lu Yu and Shaoli could only be described as shocking. Especially Shaoli's speed of attack, which far surpassed that of most people present, and his fierce strikes were clearly those of an absolute expert. However, such a master was unable to last even a single move against Lu Yu and was instantly defeated without any suspense. The most frightening part was that everyone hardly saw how the opponent made his move. Inuzuka Kiba looked at Akamaru, who was trembling in his arms, and helplessly patted the dog's head, feeling a surge of overwhelming waves in his heart. Akamaru's reaction has never been like this before. Just how strong is this guy? Sakura, who had just underestimated Lu Yu, was now so surprised that she covered her mouth, instinctively glancing at the frowning Sasuke. Unable to help but think, I didn't expect Lu Yu to have become this terrifying. Even Sasuke wouldn't be able to reach this level, right? Although Shikamaru and Choji also knew that Lu Yu was incredibly strong, every time they watched him make a move, they couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Did you ever think about our feelings when you defeat others so effortlessly? We agreed to be lazy together, yet you've become this strong. How are we supposed to handle this? Lu Yu glanced at Tian, who was watching with wide eyes, and smiled, saying, that guy just fainted for a short while. He will wake up in a bit. No need to worry. After saying this, Lu Yu ignored the starry-eyed Tian and turned to walk towards the third floor. The crowd automatically parted to give him a passage, looking at Lu Yu with admiration. Upon reaching the third floor, not long after, Lu Yu and the others encountered their respective guiding ninjas, Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Asuma, the instructor of Team 10. Oh, not bad. You all arrived quite on time today. Kakashi and Kurenai looked at Asuma with a black line on their faces, wondering what their companion had been through these days that arriving on time was even worthy of praise. The four of them nodded, since Kakashi and Kurenai were here. They still needed to give Asuma some face. The three ninjas looked at their students with satisfaction, briefly instructed them, and then let them enter classroom 301. Asuma watched the 10 people walk away, his gaze fixed on the last one, Lu Yu, revealing a sly smile. I really wonder what kind of storm that super lazy guy will stir up in this exam. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to it. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Yes, Lu Yu's strength is beyond doubt. The teachers responsible for this exam are probably going to have a headache. As the two were curiously watching the group slowly walk away, Guy approached with a dejected expression. The three of them, seeing this usually energetic guy looking so downcast, couldn't help but ask, Guy, what happened? Guy looked at Asuma with a complicated expression. Asuma, you've hidden too deeply. I didn't expect that ninja under your command to be so powerful that he easily defeated my beloved student. Kakashi and Asuma opened their mouths, but only patted Guy on the shoulder in comfort, saying nothing. Both of them couldn't help but think. What is this? We can confidently say that this guy not only defeated your student without suspense, but is also very likely to defeat you without suspense. It's just basic skills. Stay calm. On the other side, the 10 people quickly arrived at the door of classroom 301. Lu Yu looked at the classroom door, his expression unusually no longer lazy, glancing at the other 9 who were full of fighting spirit, and said spiritedly, The Bad Kids Legion has arrived. Naruto, hearing this, grinned and kicked the classroom door. Bang! The force of this kick was quite significant, and the teacher's door was kicked far away, even knocking down a few candidates standing near the door. A few candidates were about to say something, but upon seeing the 10 people walking into the classroom with an extraordinary aura, they couldn't help but shrink back. In just an instant, the loud noise immediately attracted the attention of everyone inside, most of whom glared at them with unfriendly expressions. Swish! A figure flashed to the side of the group. You little brats, just walking in has attracted everyone's hatred. Kabuto habitually adjusted his glasses, his gaze lingering slightly on Sasuke, and smiled at everyone. Who are you? Naruto crossed his arms, looking at Kabuto with a mischievous expression. Hearing Liu Yu's earlier words, Naruto was full of fighting spirit. His goal this time was to eliminate everyone. I'm Kabuto Yakushi, consider me your senior. Kabuto's smile appeared very friendly, and with his Konoha forehead protector, he quickly blended in with the others. Except for Liu Yu, who couldn't be bothered to deal with him. When they learned that Kabuto had participated in the Nin exam for the 7th time, everyone's expressions shifted slightly, becoming even more motivated. What they needed was a high level of difficulty. If it were too easy, wouldn't it be quite boring? Next, Kabuto took out a bunch of cards to introduce the various countries and ninja villages participating in this exam. When he mentioned the Sound Ninja Village, he specifically noted that it was a recently established small ninja village. Upon hearing Kabuto say it was a newly established small ninja village, Naruto instinctively asked, "So, that Sound Ninja Village's ninjas shouldn't be very strong, right?" His words were unintentional, but the listener took it to heart. Kabuto looked awkwardly at Naruto, stammering, well, you can't say that. In short, everyone is a very talented ninja." Seeing Kabuto's expression, Liu Yu looked around with interest and then lightly coughed twice at Sasuke. After years of tacit understanding, Sasuke instantly understood Liu Yu's meaning and coldly sneered. "Talent in my ass. I see a bunch of rabble." Sasuke's words completely provoked the 3 sound ninjas, who exchanged glances, revealing a strong, killing intent in their eyes. T-Suk coldly said, "Let us teach them a lesson and let them feel the terror of the sound ninjas." Chapter 060, You All Are Trash. As soon as Tors gave the order, the 3 figures flickered in the classroom. In the blink of an eye, Sak appeared beside Sasuke, leaping high into the air, throwing 2 shurikens from his hands toward Sasuke. However, Sasuke's strength was far beyond what mere shurikens could handle. After spending so much time with Rikyu, Sasuke felt that throwing shurikens was no different from a child's play. At this moment, Sasuke didn't even bother to activate his Sharingan. He simply waved his right hand casually, effortlessly catching the 2 shurikens out of thin air. Is it really possible to do that? Seeing this scene, Sak was directly stunned. He knew that the opponent's high profile must mean that their strength was not to be underestimated, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. One must understand how fast shurikens are thrown. Just dodging them is not easy, and catching them as effortlessly as Sasuke did was certainly beyond the ability of Chunin. At the same time, Tors quickly rushed to Sasuke's front. He quickly formed seals with his right hand, revealing a row of air holes in his left hand, and suddenly attacked Sasuke. In that instant, Sasuke instinctively sensed a danger, a strange bloodlust emanating from his eyes, and his double Tomo Sharingan activated in an instant. Without waiting for Tors to strike, Sasuke, relying on his even more terrifying speed, kicked out first. The speed of this kick was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Tors felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was sent flying backward. Boom! After a loud crash, everyone focused their gaze and found that they didn't know when Sasuke had also followed. At this moment, Tors was being held by Sasuke by the throat, lifted high against the wall. Sasuke looked at Tors with interest and coldly said, "What's wrong? You don't accept being called trash?" Sasuke's speed was too fast. Most people didn't even realize what had just happened. Those who saw Sasuke's movements, like Lee, Niji, and Gaara, all had changed expressions. They never expected Sasuke's strength to be so formidable. Subsequently, the looks directed at Sasuke were filled with deep wariness. One of Tors' eyes, exposed, was filled with shock and unwillingness. Sasuke frowned as he examined Tors and continued coldly, "You trash from the Sound Village. You'd better learn to behave yourself from now on." Boom! At this moment, a loud noise echoed, and a large cloud of white smoke appeared at the front of the classroom. Accompanying the smoke was a fierce voice. "Everyone be quiet. You bunch of trash." As the smoke cleared, a fierce-looking Morinai Ibiichi appeared with a group of supporting Chunin. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I am the chief examiner for the first round of the Chunin selection, Morinai Ibiichi." This flashy entrance immediately captured everyone's attention. Looking at their serious expressions and Ibiichi's fierce appearance, almost everyone was intimidated. Even Sasuke, who was holding Tors, subconsciously loosened his grip and released Tors. Of course, except for Rikyu. Rikyu frowned at Sasuke's slightly disoriented expression and walked straight towards Tors. Only then did Sasuke come to his senses, awkwardly looking at Rikyu as he approached. From Rikyu's gaze, Sasuke keenly detected a hint of dissatisfaction and quickly said softly, "Boss." Rikyu gently shook his head at Sasuke, indicating not to worry. "Let me handle this." Meanwhile, upon hearing Sasuke call Rikyu boss, the onlooking test takers were completely stunned. The Sage of Six Paths is here. This world is too terrifying. Just now, this guy's strength was already frightening enough, and this seemingly unremarkable man, aside from being somewhat handsome, was even more formidable. Seeing Ryukyu ignore him and walk towards the Sound Village ninja, Ibiichi was somewhat surprised. An interesting little brat, completely unaffected by my intimidation. Ibiichi initially intended to directly stop Ryukyu, but suddenly realized that the opponent he was confronting was a ninja from the Sound Village, so he refrained from speaking. Ibiichi knew the significance of this Chunin exam. Besides the formal selection of Chunins, it was even more important to showcase Konoha's strength to the other 4 great nations. Over the years, Konoha had been somewhat low-key, and the outside world really thought that any Tom, Dick, or Harry could bully them. Just a Sound Village ninja? If they get beaten, so be it. What does the land of fire fear from any country? Cause trouble, the bigger the better. Ibiichi watched Ryukyu with great interest, his instinct telling him that this seemingly ordinary kid was not simple. Ryukyu frowned as he looked at Tors, whose entire head was wrapped in bandages, revealing only his left eye, draped in a long broom-like cloak and even hunched over. This appearance was incredibly unsightly, so he immediately lost interest in saying another word and took action. Boom! A dull sound echoed throughout the classroom, and everyone had no idea what had happened, followed by a miserable scream coming from Tor's mouth. Looking around, Tor's body, due to the intense pain, couldn't help but kneel down, curling like a shrimp, covering his abdomen, his head on the ground, his pale face drenched in sweat from the pain. Ryukyu only glanced at him and asked Tors, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with saying you're trash?" Tor's 2 teammates stood not far from Ryukyu, glaring at him with anger, but dared not take a step closer. Ryukyu couldn't be bothered with the 2 and lifted his foot, placing it on Tor's back, casting a cold glance at all the candidates present, and domineeringly said, "Let me add one thing. I am Nara Ryukyu from Konoha. Just now, this was Uchiha Sasuke. He just said that the ninjas from the Sound Village are a bunch of rabble, and for that, I want to apologize to everyone. After all, what Sasuke said wasn't comprehensive enough. What I want to say is, not just the guys from the Sound Village, but all of you present are trash.